Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Welcome to StudyIQ. So in this video, I will bring to you a current affairs marathon, keeping in mind the requirements of the LIC AO 2025 exam, which is just 2 months away. But before I start the video, I would like to tell you some topics on which you have to focus. Insofar as the insurance awareness current affairs are concerned, especially the current news with respect to insurance. So you have to start with the IRDAI annual report that covers a lot of important data. And then you also have to see the new companies which have got the license from IRDAI in the last 1 year, like Go Digit, which has got the life insurance business license, or a company like Narayana Health, which has got the license to act as a standalone health insurer. So these are the kind of news that you have to keep your focus on. Apart from the insurance current affairs, you also have to do the general current affairs of the last 6 months, while insurance current affairs you have to do of the last 1 year. Now the good news is that I have launched a course for LIC AO aspirants. This course is only for those very serious aspirants who for whom LIC AO is the ultimate dream. This is a very aspirational job, and the salary in the job is around 1.5 lakh rupees. And there are many perks also. There is also a great work-life balance when you compare it with the banking jobs. So in this video, you will get to know my teaching style. This is a free video for everyone, basically to acquaint all of you with my teaching style, my teaching methodology, and the depth of explanation. If you like it, then do consider the LIC AO course that I have launched recently. It is priced at just 2500 rupees per person. But there is an offer for the first 2000 students. If you use the code GG999, then you will get the course in just 999 rupees. So use the code GG999, everything in capital and no spaces in between, GG999. Also in this course, what will you get? So you will get the static insurance awareness, you will get the current insurance awareness, you will also get some practice sets, and you will get a test series where you will get 10 tests of the GA section, and GA section is the make or break section for this exam. So let us now start the video. Which of the following country has become the 101st member of the WTO to formally accept the agreement on fisheries subsidies, making a significant step towards the global efforts to combat harmful fishing practices and restore marine biodiversity? The country is Nicaragua. The country is Nicaragua, and she is the WTO Director General. Her name is Gozi Okonjo-Iweala. Gozi Okonjo-Iweala. She is the President or Director General of WTO, World Trade Organization, which is headquartered in Geneva. Now, what is this agreement on fishery subsidies? Agreement on fishery subsidy, it was adopted during the 12th Ministerial Conference of the WTO in way back in 2022. Now, there are three types of fishing that we want to prevent: illegal fishing, unreported fishing, and unregulated fishing. So fishing has to be sustainable, it has to be legal, and it has to be documented, right? So if we want to prohibit all of this, then we have to sign the agreement on fishery subsidy. And India has not signed it because this says that you stop giving subsidies to the fishermen, for example, whereas India wants to increase the fisheries production because we have Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana run by the Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairy, and therefore we want to increase the fisheries production, and therefore we have to give subsidies to the fishermen to make it sustainable or to give them incentive to motivate them. So we cannot sign this. India has declined to sign agreement on fisheries subsidies because India gives a lot of subsidies to the fishermen. But 101 countries have joined it, and the latest is Nicaragua. And by the way, WTO, how many members are there in WTO? There are 166 countries which are members of World Trade Organization. So recently 2 countries joined WTO. Which are those? So 165th member was Comoros, and 166th member is Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste. Now Timor-Leste country has also become the 11th member of ASEAN. 11th member of ASEAN. Does that make sense? And This agreement on fishery subsidies has to be signed by 2/3 of the members. So out of 166, 2/3 they have to sign it. And how much is that? That is approximately 110 members. So if 110 members sign it, then it will come into effect. It will come into effect. Is that absolutely clear? So a very, very important question. Okay, what is the agreement on fisheries subsidies? The agreement on fisheries subsidies says that we should prevent giving subsidies to the fishermen, and we also have to control illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing. Now there is an organization when it comes to fisheries which is called, it is a local organization, relatively regional, called Bay of Bengal Intergovernmental Organization, and India has become the chairman of Bay of Bengal Intergovernmental Organization recently, right? Bay of Bengal Intergovernmental Organization. And by the way, this Bay of Bengal Intergovernmental Organization, it was set up in 2003, and it is a unique regional fisheries body, right? The mandate of this organization is to help the member countries in increasing the livelihood opportunities for the fishermen in the Bay of Bengal area. And currently it is headquartered in Chennai in Tamil Nadu. Chennai in Tamil Nadu. So who are the members? Bangladesh, India, Maldives, Sri Lanka. They are the members. And then there are 4 countries which are not members, but they are more like observer, like Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar and Thailand. But there are only 4 members: Bangladesh, India, Maldives and Sri Lanka. So India has become the chairman of this organization. Chairman of this organization, right? And these are recent members of, recent members who have signed the agreement on fisheries subsidies. Minority Affairs Minister of India has launched a centralized digital platform for real-time uploading, verification and monitoring of the Waqf properties across the country. What is the name of this portal? What is the name of this portal? So the name of this portal they have kept is Umeed. The answer is option B. Umeed Central Portal was launched by Kiran Rijiju. He is the Minister for Minority Affairs and Parliamentary Affairs also. So basically this is a digital platform for monitoring verification of Waqf property. What is a Waqf property? A Waqf property is a property that is donated by the Muslims for a Waqf is a property that is donated by Muslims for a specific religious charitable purpose. So ownership of the property is considered to belong to God, right? And it is basically a property, a Waqf is a property that is donated by Muslims for specific religious or charitable purpose. Now the government of India has recently enacted the Waqf Amendment Bill 2025. Now what is the full form of Umeed? Unified Waqf Management, Empowerment, Efficiency and Development Portal, or Umeed Portal. Umeed Portal. And this is the bill that was passed recently, Waqf Amendment Bill 2025. So this portal, Umeed Portal, is named after the Umeed Act of 1995. So this portal will manage all the Waqf properties. Waqf property. So what are the advantages of this portal? You can create a digital inventory with geotagging of all the Waqf property here. Online grievances redressal system, so complaints will be resolved. Transparent leasing and usage tracking. Integration with GIS mapping and other e-governance tool, and public access to verified records and reports. Who has topped the Candare Hurun India Women Leaders list in the Women's Professionals in India category? So the list has been topped by Shanti Ekambaram. Let me show you. You can see here that among the professionals, so here you can see women professionals, the list is topped by Shanti Ekambaram of the Kotak Mahindra Bank. First generation women wealth creator, the list is topped by Radha Bamboo of Zoho Corporation. Next generation woman Roshni Nadar Malhotra, daughter of Shiv Nadar and current chairman of HCL. So like that they gave awards to different people. Shanti Ekambaram is the deputy managing director of Kotak Mahindra, and she has done a lot for Kotak Mahindra Bank. Kotak Mahindra Bank is a company that is valued at around 3.8 lakh crore. So she has done a tremendous job in that regard. And you can see other women also who have done well, you know. So in the philanthropist category, you have Rohini Nilekani, wife of Nandan Nilekani. In the investor category, you have Shweta Jalan of Advent International. Woman artist Arpita Singh. Young woman leader Devanshi Kejriwal of Skillmatics. Most followed influencer is Mrunal Panchal from Mrucha Beauty. And most followed celebrity investor is Shraddha Kapoor. She has invested in a lot of companies like MyGlam, Shunya, Koo and all that. Now here you can see these are the top 5 professionals. Shanti Ekambram of Kotak Mahindra, Parminder Chopra of Power Finance Corporation, Vibha Padalkar of HDFC Life Insurance, Hina Nagarajan of UB Group, United Spirit Diageo India, and A. Mani Makhelai of Union Bank of India. So these are exceptional professionals, right? And then you have first generation women wealth creator. List is taught by Radha Vembu. Radha Vembu, the co-founder of Joho. But you have other people also like Jayashri Ullal, Kiran Majumdar Shaw, Falguni Nair, Neha Narkhade, etc. Next generation women leader Roshni Nadar Malhotra is number 1. And top 5 women philanthropist Rohini Nilekani donated 154 crore. She is number 1. Royal Challengers Bangalore clinched their first IPL title by defeating Punjab Kings in the IPL final held at Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. So who won the Orange Cap Award for scoring the highest runs in this IPL season? From IPL questions can come definitely. So Sai Sudarshan is the answer. Let me show you. So the winning team was RCB. They get 20 crore prize. Runners up was Punjab. They will get 12.5 crore. Third was Mumbai Indians, 7 crore. Fourth was Gujarat Titans, 6.5 crore. Orange cap was given to Sai Sudarshan. And purple cap winner was Prasiddh Krishna. Prasiddh Krishna, right? So Prasiddh Krishna was the purple cap winner. And emerging player of the tournament was again Sai Sudarshan, and most valuable player was Surya Kumar Yadav. So these are all the award winners. And purple cap is given to that person who takes maximum wicket. Prasiddh Krishna took 25 wickets. Took 25 wickets. And IPL happened for the first time in 2008. 2008. This was the 18th season of the IPL. And it was called Tata IPL because Tata was the main sponsor. So last year it was won by Kolkata Knight Riders. This year it is won by Royal Challengers Bangalore. They defeated Punjab Kings by 6 runs to win their first title in 18 years. First title in 18 years. And there's some other awards also like Super Striker of the Season, Fantasy King, Best Catch Winner. These you can skip. Maybe you can remember this Fair Play Award. It was given to Chennai Super Kings. Then this was the result in the final. In the final, the player of the match was Krunal Pandya. India's first tri-services all-women sailing expedition Samudra Pradakshina from Mumbai to Ware and back has successfully concluded after covering 3,600 nautical miles over nearly 55 days at sea. So it is Seychelles. So they went from Mumbai to Seychelles and they came back. And it is not easy. You go from Mumbai to Seychelles, you cover the Arabian Sea, you go to the Indian Ocean part. I mean, Arabian Sea is a part of Indian Ocean only. So basically, they covered 3,600 nautical miles over 55 days. They were 55 days at the high sea. And this is the first time an all-women team, they took a mission from Mumbai to Seychelles and they came back. So they took which boat? The boat was called IASV, Indian Armed Services Vessel Triveni. IASV Triveni. And it is a 50-foot, indigenously designed sailing boat. It is made up of fiber reinforced plastic, and it had navigation and satellite communication. All these facilities were there, but still it was not easy. So they went on 7th of April and they have come back recently after 55 days. So there were 11 women officers. You can see all the 11 brave women officers. Lieutenant Colonel Anuja, Major Karamjit, Major Tanya, Captain Omita, etc, etc, right? So Samudra Pradakshina was name of their sailing expedition. So they went and they conquered and now they have come back. Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has commemorated its which anniversary in Lagos in Nigeria. What is ECOWAS? So ECOWAS is Economic Community of West African States. So West African countries are a member of ECOWAS. So they are celebrating their golden jubilee, that is 50 years. And ECOWAS was created in 1975. Now we are in 2025. So 50 years. And ECOWAS was created after signing the Treaty of Lagos. Treaty of Lagos was signed in 1975. 1975. And then ECOWAS was created. Now look, how many countries are a member of ECOWAS? And by the way, where is the headquarter of ECOWAS? Headquarter is in Abuja. Now, Abuja is a city in Nigeria. And India So African countries, it is West African countries, but India is an observer in this organization. India cannot be member, of course. We are not African country, but we are an observer. So we do attend the meetings sometimes, right? Now, I was talking to you about ECOWAS, right? So ECOWAS, I was asking all of you, how many countries are a member of ECOWAS? That was my question. And the reason I'm asking you is because there are some countries which have quit the organization recently. So 15 countries, they were member of ECOWAS till last year. But very recently, in 2025 January this year, 3 countries have quit ECOWAS. Which are these 3 countries? So Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. So the current member of ECOWAS is not 15, it is 12. And that is why I asked you this question. And there is also an African Development Bank. African Development Bank is headquartered in Abidjan city of Ivory Coast. And who has become its president? Its president is a person from Mauritania, the African country, and his name is Sidi Ould Taha. Sidi Ould Taha. The world's biggest container vessel. What is the name of this? It has arrived at the Vizhinjam International Seaport. This is India's first transshipment deep water seaport. It is in Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. And it is the world's largest container vessel. So this shows that the water depth is good enough for even the vessels of this size. It is called MSC Irina. MSC Irina. It stopped at this place, right? Now this ship is operated by a Switzerland-based company called Mediterranean Shipping Company, or MSC. That is why it is called MSC Irina. MSC Irina. It's a massive ship, you know. So it docked here. MSC Irina. And this company is based in Geneva in Switzerland. The ship is, like you can see, 399 meter long and 61 meter wide. And the height of the ship is, it's equal to a 20-25 story building. And the weight, 24,346 TEU. So absolutely massive. And now we are also setting up another transshipment port in India, which will be Galathea Bay in Andaman and Nicobar. Now this port, Vizhinjam, is managed by the Adani Group, Adani Port and Special Economic Zone. It was leased to Adani Company for 40 years. 40 years. On the occasion of World Environment Day, and World Environment Day was on 5th of June, the Tamil Nadu government has decided to set up Greater Flamingo Sanctuary. At which location? It will be set up in Ramanathpuram. So Tamil Nadu government is going to set up Greater Flamingo Sanctuary. The exact location is Dhanushkodi and the district is Ramanathpuram. Ramanathpuram. Now it will be set up on 524 hectare of land. On the occasion of World Environment Day, it was announced. It was announced recently. Is that clear? So very, very important, this Greater Flamingo Sanctuary. Now, Greater Flamingo Sanctuary will be located within the Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve. And you know that Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve is a critical stopover for the bird species. You know, both the greater and the lesser flamingos, they come and they take refuge here. And this area has a lot of biodiversity. It has a lot of marine life like fish, mollusk, sea turtle, crustacean, mangrove forest are here, sand dunes are here, marshes are here. All of these are here. So, and you know that Gulf of Mannar National Park has 21 small islands. Now, can you tell me which island is the government of Tamil Nadu going to reinstate or make it large once again, restore it? It is the island which is called Karya Challi. The exact, we write it like this, Karya Challi. Karya Challi Island will be restored. This project is called TN Shore, Tamil Nadu Sustainably Harnessing Ocean Resources Program, or TN Shore, and it is funded by the World Bank. And can you tell me which state of India has the maximum Ramsar sites? It is Tamil Nadu with 20 Ramsar sites. India has 91 Ramsar sites now. The 2 new ones are Khichan in Falodi in Rajasthan, and the other one is the Menar Bird Village, which is in Udaipur. Menar and kitchen. They both have been declared as Ramsar sites recently, right? Ramsar sites recently. Also, don't forget that Tamil Nadu is the leading producer in India for moringa. Moringa is a medicinal plant. We call it drumstick in local language, or you can call it moringa. Now in Tamil Nadu, there is a moringa export facilitation center which has been set up in Madurai recently. It has been set up in Madurai recently. And Tamil Nadu was the #1 state in India when it comes to the electronic exports in the financial year 25. Tamil Nadu was #1. It exported around $14.65 billion worth of electronics. It was #1 in the entire country, and Karnataka was #2. Karnataka was #2. Election Commission of India has announced to introduce a new technology-driven system to provide more timely and accurate updates on voter turnout trends. The voter turnout ratio will be integrated into which of these app and allow the presiding officers at each polling station to enter voter turnout data directly every 2 hours on the polling day. So this app is called ECI Net. ECI means Election Commission of India. ECI Net is the app where voter turnout ratio, you will get updated data every 2 hours. Every 2 hours, right? So this new system will give you voter turnout ratio, and the rules that are followed are called Conduction of Election Rules 1961. Conduct of Election Rules 1961, which are followed. Earlier there was this VTR app, but that did not give very good updates. Now on ECI Net, proper updates will be there. And Bihar elections are coming up, so it will be interesting how this entire system works. So information will be updated. And VTR app was started by the Election Commission in 2019, but now this new app ECI Net is a one-stop solution. It has been launched recently. Chief Election Commissioner of India is Mr. Gyanesh Kumar. So ECI Net is going to benefit nearly 100 crore voters in India, and it will have lot of data. The entire electoral machinery will be there. ECI Net is one master app. It will subsume lot of existing apps. So there are a lot of apps like Voter Helpline, Voter Turnout, C-Vigil, Suvidha, ESMS, Saksham, KYC app. So these all apps are now over. Only one app will remain, which is ECI Net. ECI Net. Is that clear? Government of India has launched Ayush Nivesh Sarthi portal to attract the global investments in traditional medicine. This portal has been developed by the Ministry of Ayush in collaboration with whom? So technical support has been given by Invest India. Ayush Nivesh Sarthi. It's an investor-centric digital platform. It is developed by the Ministry of Ayush in collaboration with Invest India. And Ayush is one of the fastest growing sector in India. So between 2014 and 2020, Ayush was growing at around 17% per annum. And now there is 100% FDI, which is permitted in the Ayush sector through the automatic route. So a lot of investment India is expecting in this route. We also celebrated the Yoga Day recently. The main event happened in Visakhapatnam. And what is this Invest India? So Invest India is our National Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency. It was founded in 2009. It is a non-for-profit organization which works under DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce, and it is headquartered in New Delhi. Also, the Ministry of Ayush, they have recently launched a portal which is called Ayush Suraksha Portal. Ayush Suraksha Portal will protect the consumers against misleading advertisements, and it will ensure that only the safe and credible products, they reach the people. Also, don't forget that Ayush Ministry has partnered with WHO, and they are setting up a global center for traditional medicine in Jamnagar in Gujarat. Global Center for Traditional Medicine, they are going to set up in Jamnagar in Gujarat. Also, Government of India has declared that every year 23rd of September will be celebrated as the Ayurveda Day. Earlier Ayurveda Day was the same day as Dhanteras, that is 2 days before Diwali, but now it is fixed. It will be 23rd September. Ayurveda Day we have been celebrating since 2016, and this will be the 10th Ayurveda Day that will be celebrated on 23rd September 2025. Why 23rd September is chosen? Because it is equinox. This day has equal length of the day and night. So that is why this day has been chosen recently. right? This day has been chosen. Let me also tell you, in UP, the first Ayush University has been set up in Gorakhpur district, and the name of this university is Mahayogi Guru Gorakhnath Ayush University. Guru Gorakhnath Ayush University. Union Education Minister has launched Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam campaign for the second time in New Delhi. The campaign aims to plant how many trees between 5th of June and 30th of September 2025. So 10 crore is the target. Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam, which means in the name of your mother, you plant a tree. And this was very successful last year also. So this is the second phase of the campaign. Now there is a website also, there is a web portal also. So this is an initiative by the Ministry of Environment. However, Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam campaign, there are something known as eco clubs that will be set up in the schools, and that comes under the Education Ministry. Eco clubs, we call them eco clubs for Mission Life. Life means lifestyle for the environment. So eco clubs for Mission Life, these are the clubs which have been set up in different schools in India. These clubs will sensitize the students towards environment and will try to inculcate environment friendly behavior in the students. Right? So Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam has started once again, and there is an app. So basically you can take a selfie, upload it on the website or the app, and you can register your contribution. Now, first time when this campaign was started was last year in 2024, and it was highly successful. And by the way, this mission life concept, it was launched by Pradhan Mantri Modi during COP26 that happened in Glasgow. That is where PM Modi gave this concept of life, right? Mission life. And then finally he launched it next year in 2022 from Ekta Nagar in Kevadia in Gujarat. So first time he told about this concept, lifestyle for the environment, to become a pro-planet people. Pro-planet people. You become a PPP or pro-planet people if you adopt the mission life. Also, Ministry of Education, they recently gave performance grading index for the second time, and Chandigarh in India has the best schools overall. Punjab was second and Delhi was third. Recently, India was elected to the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations for which period? So from 2026 to 2028. Now, which were other countries that were elected? And the tenure will start from 1st January 2026. So other countries were also elected like Australia, Burundi, Chad, China, Finland, Mozambique, Norway, Peru, etc. etc. Now, Economic and Social Council is the principal body for coordinating different economic, social and environmental issues, make policies, policy dialogues, recommendations, etc. And it has 54 countries as its member. Now these members are elected by the General Assembly for 3 years. So ECOSOC was founded in 1945, and ECOSOC is one of the 6 main organs of the United Nations, and it is headquartered in New York. Here I would also like to tell you that India recently has also become the president of International Institute of Administrative Sciences, which is headquartered in capital of Belgium, that is Brussels, for 2025 to 2028 4-year term, for 4 years, right? And 31 countries are a member of IIAS. India has also become the chairman of Asian Productivity Organization, that is headquartered in Tokyo, for the 2025-26 financial year, and 21 countries are a member of this. Also in Belgium's capital Brussels, we have the headquarter of NATO. Now there are 32 countries which are member of NATO, and they will spend 5% of their GDP on NATO. Recently, Japan's Ministry of Finance has reported that which country has overtaken Japan as the world's largest creditor nation in 2024 for the first time in 34 years. The answer is Germany. Germany is investing its lot of money abroad. So Germany invested $3.98 trillion abroad till now, and Japan has invested around $3.7 trillion abroad. So Germany overtook, and China was at third position. With $3.3 trillion. Hong Kong was fourth and Norway was fifth. So you can see Germany was number 1. Germany has overtaken Japan now. This is Germany, and China was at third position. Hong Kong was at fourth and Norway was at fifth position. Now, which is the largest debtor nation? World's largest net debtor nation, that is America. America owes money to the people. So America owes more than $26 trillion to the world. America owes, it is the world's largest net debtor, not creditor. Also, Japan was in news because Japan has donated to Shinkansen bullet train. In Japan, the bullet trains are called Shinkansen. They have donated E5 and E3 series two Shinkansen trains to India for Mumbai to Ahmedabad bullet train project. Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, they have launched a nationwide digital app called Waste Picker Enumeration App to profile the waste pickers under the Namaste scheme. In the acronym Namaste, what does the letter M stand for? So Namaste means National Action for Mechanized Sanitation Ecosystem. So M stands for mechanized. What is the meaning of this? And this app was launched on the occasion of World Environment Day, which was on 5th of June. So you know the scheme Namaste, which was launched by the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment in collaboration with Ministry of Urban Affairs, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. So there are two ministries, Ministry Housing Urban Affairs and Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, which launched the Namaste scheme. What is Namaste scheme? So in Namaste scheme, what do we do? In Namaste scheme, it is a joint scheme by these two ministries. And what is the implementing agency for the Namaste scheme? Implementing agency is National Safai Karamchari Financial Development Corporation. National Safai Karamchari Financial Development Corporation is the implementing agency. This scheme Namaste was launched in 2022 and it was launched in 500 cities, which are Amrut cities. Amrut is Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation. So what do we do in Namaste? We try to stop the death of the people who clean our sewers and septic tank workers, to give them, give them dresses, give them technology, give them machines so that they don't have to go inside the gutter and clean it. That is what we wanted to do in Namaste. Now we have added waste pickers also. So there are 2.5 lakh waste pickers in India. These are the people, small boys you will see, who are picking up plastic bottles from here and there. Rag picker, waste picker, you can call them. So we will give them a proper photo ID card, right? So each of these people will be given a proper ID card, right? And they will be given health insurance under Pradhan Mantri Ayushman Bharat scheme. They will get PPE kits, they will get skill development, they will get access to capital subsidy, right? And waste picking will become more mechanical with the formal identity, proper social protection, skill development, machines, safe working condition, all of that. So in Namaste, which was originally meant for manual scavengers and cleaners, now waste pickers have also been added. Waste pickers are already added. So this is a great step by the government of India. As per recently released publication called NV Stats India Environment Statistics, the inland fish production has increased from 61 lakh tons in 2013-14 to how much in the year 2023-24? The inland fish production in India has increased to 139 lakh ton. So it has become more than doubled in the last 10 years. And this is a data that was given in NV Stat. You can see this was released by the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Environmental Statistics. Now here, let me show you some data. So recently, the Botanical Survey of India and Zoological Survey of India gave the data. Maximum number of plant and animal species were discovered in 2024 in Kerala. Right? Now, what about India's annual temperature? Let's talk about the temperature. India's annual temperature, the mean temperature, was highest in 2024. Out of 365 days, on 200 days, India experienced heat wave. This is the highest in last so many years. And the annual mean temperature of India increased from 25.05 degrees Celsius in 2001. So in 2024, the average mean temperature was 25.74 degrees Celsius. You can see it has increased by almost 0.70 degrees Celsius. This is the annual mean temperature. Right? And what about the annual minimum temperature? So annual minimum temperature of India set a record. It crossed 20 degrees Celsius for the first time. In 2024, it was 20.2 degree Celsius, 20.24 degrees Celsius, highest ever. What about the annual maximum temperature? This is the minimum. What about the maximum temperature? Maximum temperature was 31.25 degrees Celsius, which is also the highest. So it shows that global warming is real. It is real, and we really need to act on it, right? Now, then they also gave data about the total number of faunal species in India. So you can see fauna means what? Animals. So how many animal species you will find in India? So if you see the world, the entire world, it has 16.73 lakh animal species, and the ones that are found in India is 1.04 lakh. The exact number is 1,04,561. And of course, the fish production is increasing like crazy. So it increased from 61 lakh ton to 139 lakh ton in the financial year 24. What about the marine production? So inland fish production means what? Inland fish production means that this is inside, not in the ocean. What about the marine production? So marine production also increased from 34 lakh ton to 49.95 lakh ton. This is the marine fish production. Let us take a look at the heat wave days. I told you out of 365 days, 200 days were heat waves. That is a lot. This is not the highest ever. Highest ever was in 2010 when 278 days were heat wave days, but still 200 is also a lot. What about the cold wave? What about the cold wave? So you can see cold wave days also. So cold wave days were 40. So out of 365 days, 40 days were cold waves. Cold waves, right? So cold wave days are also increasing. So cold wave days are also increasing. What is this heat wave, and what is heat wave, by the way? What is a heat wave day? I said 200 days are heat wave days. It means what? So if the temperature in the plains is more than 40 degrees C, or it is a deviation of 4.5 degrees C more than normal, then we call it a heat wave day. What about cold wave? If the temperature is below 4 degrees Celsius, or if it is less than 4.5 degrees C compared to normal, then we call it a cold wave day. Then we call it a cold wave day. So all of this data was released by the NV Stats. NV Stats. Who among the following has been appointed as the chairman of Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India? An extremely important question. Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India has members and chairman. And the chairman position has been given now to Mr. S. Mahendra Dev. S. Mahendra Dev. Now, Bibek Devroy was the chairman, but he passed away, unfortunately. So there was no full-time chairman since November, because in November, Bibek Devroy passed away. And additional charge was given to Suman Berry, who is the vice chairman of the Niti Aayog, but now we have a proper chairman. His name is M. Dev or S. Mahendra Dev. And who are the full-time members? So full-time members, Sanjeev Sanyal, Sanjay Kumar Mishra, Shamika Ravi. Then we have part-time members, Soumya Kanti Ghosh, KV Raju, Chetan Ghate, Pami Dua, Pulak Ghosh and Gaurav Vallabh. And who is S. Mahendra Dev? He is a renowned economist. He is a former director of Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research, and he has been on a lot of committees of the government of India. He, especially on agriculture and rural economics, he is very learned fellow. And he has held important position. For example, he was the vice chairman of the board of trustees at the International Food Policy Research Institute. He was also a member of the National Statistical Commission. He was an independent director at Kotak Mahindra Bank and Kotak Mahindra Prime Limited. He has a PhD from Delhi School of Economics, and he has edited 19 books and published 200 research papers. Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India is an independent body which advises the Prime Minister on the economic issues. The role of EAC is only advisory in nature, and it is not binding on the Prime Minister of India. So there is a chairperson, and there are some part-time and full-time members. There is no proper number of the fixed exact number of the members. It depends on the wish of the Prime Minister. So full-time members will be Sanjeev Sanyal, Shamika Ravi and Sanjay Kumar Mishra. Which state has launched Rajiv Gandhi Van Samvardhan Yojana with the aim to enhance the green cover in the state? So you must have identified him. He is Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu. So he has launched Rajiv Gandhi Van Samvardhan Yojana, and this scheme was launched from Hamirpur. He also launched one more scheme called Green Adoption Scheme. Green Adoption Scheme. The idea is to increase the green cover and promote community participation. Community participation. So what will be done? Tree plantation will be done. Plantation activities will be done on 2 hectares of land, forest land in Nadon, in Bhavdan, and it will be maintained for 5 years. So the scheme involves Mahila Mandals. The scheme involves Mahila Mandals, Yuvak Mandal, self-help groups to carry out tree plantation. And in the green adoption scheme, the Ambuja group, it will do the plantation on 25 hectare of land, and Adani group and Ultratech Cement group, they will do the plantation on 10 hectare. So in green adoption scheme, the large corporate houses will do the plantation, whereas in the Rajiv Gandhi Van Samvardhan Yojana, the Mahila Mandal, Yuvak Mandal and self-help groups, they will do the plantation. According to the recently released report called Trends in Artificial Intelligence, Reliance Industries is the only Indian company to feature in the list of top 30 publicly traded global technology companies. Which of the following company has secured the #1 position in the list? So number 1 is Microsoft. Now this report has been given by agency, a technology company called Bond, which is based in San Francisco in California in America. So you can see Microsoft is number 1. Nvidia is number 2. You can see all the top companies, in AI, they are American. Then you also have a Tencent company from China. Then again, some company from America. There is a German company called SAP. There is a Dutch company called ASML. And Reliance is also there in top 30. Reliance was in top 30. Understood? What was the position of Reliance? So Reliance you will find here at 23rd position. You will find Reliance at 23rd position. And the most valuable companies are all American when it comes to technology and AI. Prime Minister of India Narendra Modi ji has launched a special initiative to reforest the 700-kilometer Aravalli mountain range that stretches from Delhi to Gujarat on the World Environment Day, which was on 5th of June. So what is the name of this initiative? This initiative is called Aravalli Green Wall Project. Aravalli Green Wall Project. The Aravalli Mountains are also known as Old Fold Mountains, and they are one of the oldest mountain ranges on the planet. So in Delhi, for example, the Raisina Hill, where the President of India stays, is a part of Aravallis. So in Gujarat, Rajasthan, Haryana and Delhi, the Aravalli range is there, and it is not a continuous range. Okay. So on the occasion of World Environment Day, Prime Minister Modi launched this project, Aravalli Green Wall Project. So what is this project? So this project will enhance the biodiversity of the Aravallis through afforestation, reforestation and restoration of the water bodies. It will also help improve the soil fertility and water availability in the area. This initiative will play a crucial role in combating air pollution in the region, achieving India's climate goal of creating an additional carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion ton of carbon dioxide equivalent and restoring 26 million hectare of degraded land by 2030. So India has a target which is to restore 26 million hectare of land by 2030. So this is a target of India. It is a very ambitious target. This target, in fact, we have also given in the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. 26 million hectare of land we want to restore by 2030. So what we will do in this project? So let's say these are the Aravalli Mountains. Now around the mountain, we will plant trees. We will do afforestation and reforestation. What is the difference between afforestation and reforestation? So in afforestation, we plant trees in fresh areas. In reforestation, we plant the trees in those areas where earlier trees were there and now that is a degraded land. So a 5-kilometer wide green buffer, this area where the Aravallis end, mountain end, we will create a 5-kilometer green buffer. So it will cover almost 6.5 million hectare across Gujarat, Rajasthan, Haryana and Delhi. And within this buffer zone, about 42% of the land is currently degraded. So in this land, which is 5 kilometer on all the sides, currently 42% of this land is degraded. Also, around 1000 nurseries will be developed in 29 districts which are located in the Aravalli range. Now, can you tell me in which state of India the land around the Aravallis is mostly degraded? So most of it is in Rajasthan. Of the total degraded area, and what is the reason of degradation? There is a lot of deforestation, illegal mining, livestock grazing, and human encroachment. These are the reasons for degradation of the land around the Aravalli mountain. And most of this degraded area is in Rajasthan, then Gujarat also, and a very less degraded area is present in Haryana and Delhi. And can you tell me what is the highest peak of the Aravalli mountain? The highest peak of the Aravalli mountain is called Guru Shikhar. And Guru Shikhar is located in Mount Abu in Rajasthan. It is located in Mount Abu in Rajasthan. Is that understood? Very, very important. And Aravalli range is around 670 kilometer. The total range is 670 kilometer. And let me tell you, there are 22 wildlife sanctuaries and there are 4 tiger reserves which are located in the Aravalli area. Even Ranthambore is a part of the Aravalli. Also, on the occasion of World Environment Day, Prime Minister launched Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam, which means plant a tree in the name of your mother version 2 campaign. And the aim is to plant 10 crore trees between 5th of June and 30th of September. Recently released UNESCO Global Education Monitoring Report Financial Year 25 highlights that the women, they remain underrepresented as principals across all school types in India. So very few schools in India, they have principal who are women. At the higher education level, only what percent of women they held vice chancellor or directorial roles in 189 national institutions in 2021. So there is a gender gap which you can find in the higher education in India. Only 5% of the women they held vice chancellor or director roles. Very, very sad, you know. And let me tell you, in India, in 1220, so 1220 universities, women made only 9% of the vice chancellor and 11% of the registrar or chief administrative officer. In a broader sample of 1220 at the higher education level, only 5% of the women they were vice chancellor or director in 189 national institutions in 2021. And then they took a broader sample of 1220 universities and only 9% women were VCs and only 11% were registrar or chief administrative officers. Also, boys continue to lag behind girls in reading proficiency worldwide, not just in India. On an average, only 87 boys attain the minimum proficiency level for every 100 girls. The gap is even wider in the middle income countries, with only 72 boys meet reading standard per 100 girls. So girls are far ahead when it comes to the education. Because you can see that for every 100 girl, only 87 boys globally, they are able to have minimum proficiency level in reading. In mathematics, gender parity has been held for the last 20 years. Now, recent data says that recently girls are doing well in mathematics, which earlier was not the case. Now, one of the challenge that India faces is in primary education. You know, we have a very good enrollment ratio of student, but there are challenges in ensuring learning outcomes and strengthening the school leadership. So this is what is said by UNESCO. And UNESCO is a very respected organization which is headquartered in Paris. Now, recently, America has quit UNESCO. Donald Trump has said that I am quitting UNESCO. Which of the following country has launched the plan to construct the world's first fusion-fission hybrid nuclear reactor, which is called Xinghuo? The answer is China. Look, the nuclear reactor, either it is based on nuclear fusion or nuclear fission, right? But not both. But this is the world's first nuclear plant that will be having both of these. The word Xinghuo in the Chinese language is called Mandarin, and the word Xinghuo means what? It means spark. And the capacity of the project will be 100 megawatt. 100 megawatt. So they will set it up where? On an island which is called Yahoo, YAOHU, Yahoo Science Island, which is located in Nanchang. Now, Nanchang is located in Jiangxi province in central China. So, very, very powerful plant which has both nuclear fission and nuclear fusion. Right? So, this is a great innovation from China. from China. Also, don't forget the world's tallest dam is being constructed at a height of 315 meter. World's tallest dam in Sichuan province of China. The name is called Shuangjiangku Hydropower Project. Hydropower project. This is the world's tallest hydropower project, right? And it is coming up on which river in China? Dadu River. The name of the river is called Dadu River. Dadu River. And very important, the world's largest dam, not tallest, even the largest dam is coming up in China on Brahmaputra River. So it is coming up on Yarlung Zangbo, which is basically the Tibetan name of Brahmaputra. Tibetan name of Brahmaputra. And this is the world's largest dam. World's largest dam. It is also coming up in China. Let me also tell you one small thing. So there is a Bagram airfield in Afghanistan, and China has occupied the Bagram airfield when America vacated it. This is the largest airfield, largest air base in Afghanistan. As per the recently released State of India's Environment in Figures report by the Center for Science and Environment, which is based in Delhi, which of the following state or union territory has emerged as the best in terms of public health and infrastructure, recording the highest proportion of medically certified deaths in the country? So the answer is Goa. Now look, Center for Science and Environment is basically, it's a non-government organization which is based in Delhi. You can say it is more like a think tank, Center for Science and Environment. So it is a think tank. In fact, you must be knowing of a magazine called Down to Earth, and Down to Earth magazine is published by, this Center for Science and Environment. In fact, at one point of time, I used to do review of Down to Earth magazine on YouTube, free of cost for everyone. So Down to Earth is a magazine which comes 2 times every month. 2 times every month. So what has this report said? Well, Andhra, Sikkim and Goa, they are topping the charts in individual categories. No state emerged as a consistent performer across all the domains, right? So let's see which state is the best. So Goa, I told you, is the best in public health and infrastructure. Andhra Pradesh was number 1 in environmental management, and Sikkim was number 1 in organic farming and sustainable agriculture practices. Sustainable agriculture practices, right? But look at some states which are doing very poorly. For example, UP, Maharashtra, Bihar and West Bengal. Almost 50% of the population which is ranked poor across all the categories, whether it comes to agriculture, whether it comes to environmental management, whether it comes to healthcare and infrastructure. So these states are very poor in all the 3 categories, and 50% of the population is ranked poorly in all the 3 categories, right? Also, 2024 was the warmest year in India. Warmest year in India, and extreme weather events, they happened on 88% of the days in India in 2024. So natural disasters is one of the reason for very high internal displacement in India. How many internal displacements were in India? 54 lakh. So 54 lakh people in India, they were forced to move. They were forced to move to some other place within India, that is called internal displacement, because of natural disaster, and Assam had more than half of them, nearly half of them. So maximum internal displacement in India happened in Assam in 2024, and this is the largest internal displacement in India since 2013. Since 2013, and most of the people they get suffered from which natural disaster? It is floods. So floods account for 64% of the displacement in India. And what about India's greenhouse gas emission? So India's greenhouse gas emission form 7.8% of the global share. So all the greenhouse gas emissions in the world, 7.8% is contributed by India, which is the highest since 1970. 1970. And then there were other problems also. For example, these are worrisome data. For example, toxic heavy metals are found in almost half of India's river sites, right? And e-waste is increasing in India, and recycling is very poor when it comes to e-waste. Also, the forest diversion for development is happening mostly in Jharkhand and UP. Forest diversion means when we clear the forest to make way for infrastructure. That is happening at a very fast level. Air pollution again is a big problem, right? Then they talk about the gender gap once again. Gender gap is huge. While over 60% of India's men, they are employed full time, only 1 in 5 women, they are employed full time. And they also work fewer hours when it comes to men. India is seeing a huge increase in heavy rains, floods, and landslides. Recently, Reserve Bank of India gave their monetary policy update, right? This was the 55th meeting of the Monetary Policy Committee. So what is the recent repo rate now? Repo rate is 5.5. So they have reduced the repo rate by 50 basis points. Earlier it was 6%. Now it is 5.5%. This is the latest. You can see repo rate is 5.5. Standing deposit facility is 5.25. Marginal standing facility 5.75. Bank rate is also 7.75. Reverse repo rate is 3.35. CRR is 4% and SLR is 18%. Okay. Now they have also decided to reduce the CRR by 100 basis points or 1 percentage point. So CRR will become 3% very soon. Okay. CRR will become 3%. Immediately they have not decreased CRR, but in 4 tranches of 25 basis point, they will decrease the CRR eventually, and it will become 3% very soon. Now, Monetary Policy Committee, they have changed their stance from accommodative to neutral. Accommodative to neutral. Now, what is the meaning of this? What are the RBI stances? Well, RBI stance, basically, there are multiple types of RBI stance, right? So, for example, let's talk about the accommodative. What is accommodative? Accommodative means that, when RBI says we have accommodative stance, their job is not to control inflation. They are very happy with inflation control. So the main concern is economic growth. Economic growth they want to stimulate because economic growth is slowing down. So in accommodative stance, RBI's focus is economic growth. Okay. What is neutral? Well, in neutral, it is when RBI says we are neutral, so they are not prioritizing inflation or economic growth. They are flexible. So it is not focused on either of the two things. Okay, that is controlling inflation or stimulating economic growth. They don't have any preference, right? So they take the data, whatever is available, and on that basis they decide whether they will cut the repo rate or whether they will keep the status quo or they will increase the repo rate. It will be based on data. They don't have any preference. So now they are neutral. Right? And as per this monetary policy of June, the growth estimate is 6.5%, which means that Reserve Bank of India is saying that India will grow at 6.5% in the financial year 2026. As per RBI, for financial year 26, which is the current financial year, the CPI inflation is expected to be 3.7%, which is very good, 3.7%. And as I said, the GDP growth rate projection is 6.5%. As per recently released report called World Wealth Report, India saw how much percent increase in high net worth individuals' wealth in 2024, witnessing 3.78 lakh people who are millionaires in India, and their total wealth is around $1.5 trillion. So how much of high net worth individuals, what was the percentage increase in their number? It is 8.8%. 8.8%. Now, what about Japan and countries like China, for example? So if you talk about Japan, so Japan has 3.99 million millionaires. 3.99 millionaires, almost 40 lakh people in Japan, they are millionaires. In China, 1.5 million or 15 lakh people, they are millionaires. But in India, only 3.78 lakh people are millionaires. Millionaire is a person who has $1 million minimum as the wealth. $1 million is approximately 8.5 crore rupees. If you take the exchange rate, $1 is 85 rupees. So then it is 8.5 crore. And this data is released by Capgemini Research Institute, which is based in Paris. Capgemini Research Institute, they have given this data. And what is the meaning of this high net worth individual? So high net worth individuals, they are basically means rich people, right? So high net worth individuals are of 3 types. Ultra high net worth individual who have at least $30 million or more. Mid-tier millionaire whose wealth is between $5 to $30 million, and millionaires next door whose wealth is between $1 to $5 million. $1 to $5 million. Now in China, the number of high net worth individuals, they declined by 1%, but in India, they increased by 8.8%. This is said by the World Wealth Report. And World Wealth Report is given by Capgemini Research Institute, which is a part of the Capgemini consulting company, which is based in Paris. Indian Air Force, they are looking to arm itself with Israel's stealthy air-launched cruise missile called Icebreaker. So Icebreaker is a cruise missile of which country? It is a cruise missile of Israel. And now they are asking that this missile is made by which company of Israel? So it is made by Rafael Advanced Defense System. This is a company of Israel. And don't confuse it with Rafael the aircraft. Rafael aircraft is a French aircraft which is made by a French company called Dassault Aviation. So Icebreaker missile is basically a long-range missile. It is a cruise missile. It is made by Rafael Advanced Defense System. And it can hit the target up to 300 km away at high subsonic speed. Subsonic speed means speed is less than the speed of the sound. And it is a very compact and lightweight missile. The weight of the missile is less than 400 kg. 400 kg, and it is loaded with artificial intelligence that helps it recognize the targets and ensures it only engages the hostile targets. Who among the following has been appointed as the director of the Prime Minister's Museum and Library? Prime Minister's Museum and Library. His name is Ashwani Lohani. Ashwani Lohani, I have thought about Ashwani Lohani so many times because he has held important positions in the past. So he is the former chairman of the Railway Board of India. He was also former chairman of Air India, Ashwani Lohani. So he has been appointed at this prestigious position for 3 years. So basically this museum comes under the Ministry of Culture. It is located in Teen Murti complex in Delhi. It was founded in 1966. Earlier this museum was called as Nehru Museum and Library Society. Now we simply call it Prime Minister's Museum. The name was changed by PM Modi. Now here there is a little catch. The Prime Minister's Museum and Library, there is an executive committee. In executive committee, there are many members. So currently there are 29 members in the executive committee, or you can say executive council, of this. And who is the chairman of the executive committee of the Prime Minister's Museum and Library? Now that is an important question. And Nripendra Mishra will be the head of the executive council of the Prime Minister's Museum and Library, whereas director will be Ashwani Lohani. So I hope you will not get confused between the two. And in 2023, the name of Nehru Museum was changed to Prime Minister's Museum. It works under the Ministry of Culture. Ministry of Culture. Which state government has launched a statewide Vande Ganga Jal Sarrakshan Jan Abhiyan? It's a water conservation campaign to address the issue of water scarcity in the state. Do you identify him? He is Bhajan Lal Sharma and he is the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. The answer is Rajasthan. The answer is Rajasthan. So he has started this campaign because in Rajasthan, water scarcity is a huge problem. So he has started this campaign. This campaign was started on the World Environment Day on 5th of June and it will continue till 20th of June. So it is a 15 days campaign. It will run in all the 41 districts of Rajasthan. So what will happen? All the usual things. People will be encouraged to conserve water, cleaning and repairing of various water bodies, right? 50 crore trees will be planted in Rajasthan in the next 5 years under Mission Haryalo Rajasthan. And this campaign has already started, by the way. So that will continue. And there is also a campaign called Karma Bhumi Se Matra Bhumi. This is inspired by Catch the Rain campaign of the Ministry of Jal Shakti. It focuses on rainwater collection. All these things will take place. Also in Rajasthan, 2 Ramsar sites have been created. One is called Khichan and the second one is called Menar, which is also called Bird Village, Menar. 2 more. So now there are 91 Ramsar sites in India. Which company has become the first Indian e-commerce company to receive a NBFC license from RBI? NBFC license, it is Flipkart. The answer is Flipkart. Flipkart is owned by the Walmart Group. And even the PhonePe app, which currently has a massive 47% share in India's UPI, PhonePe is also owned by Walmart. So PhonePe currently is an American app, not an Indian app. And Flipkart is also American company, not an Indian company, right? So to register under, to get an NBFC license, you have to register as a non-banking financial company under the RBI Act of 1934. And any company, if it wants to get an NBFC license, it should be incorporated under the Companies Act of 1956 or Companies Act of 2013. And the net owned fund should be at least 10 crore. Should be at least 10 crore. What is the advantage of getting NBFC license? Now Flipkart can give the loans directly to the customers. It does not have to have a partnership with any bank or NBFC. It can directly give loans. Who among the following has been appointed as aide-de-camp to the President of India, becoming the first woman officer from the Indian Navy to hold this honor? An extremely important question. So who will be her? Yashashvi Solanki. Yashashvi Solanki is a lieutenant commander and she is the first woman. What is the meaning of aide-de-camp? Aide-de-camp is like a personal assistant of the President of India who does the coordination and communication between the President and the various arms of the army. In this case, Navy, you know. So the President has 5 ADC. 3 from the army, 1 from Navy, 1 from Air Force. So there are 5 ADC, and now typically a president has 5 ADC, and president can choose officers from any of the armed force, Army, Navy or Air Force to become aide-de-camp. So it is like an advisor, coordinates between, so she will coordinate between the president and the Navy. Her name is Yashashvi Solanki. Extremely important question. Which state cabinet has given the green light to Yuva Ratan Samman Yojana, which aims to recognize outstanding contributions in youth welfare? Which state has started this scheme? It is Chhattisgarh. He is Vishnu Dev Sai, the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh. So under this scheme, 1 individual and 1 organization will be awarded annually. The organization will get 5 lakh rupees and a medal and a certificate, and individual will get 2.5 lakh rupees and a medal and a certificate. So this has been launched recently. Also, Chhattisgarh government has started Chhattisgarh homestay policy, which encourages the tourist to explore tribal and interior regions of South Chhattisgarh, especially Bastar, Dantewada, all these areas, because you can experience the unique lifestyle, tradition and craft of tribal communities. For example, the Chhattisgarhi Dokra art is very famous. I have Chhattisgarhi Dokra items in my home. So you can enjoy the homestays, you know. So this policy will give direct benefit to the local resident by offering them a business opportunity to increase their income. And it will promote tourism also. 5 countries, they have been elected to serve as non-permanent members of UN Security Council with 2-year terms beginning in January 2026, which is not one of them. So in United Nations Security Council, there are 5 permanent members like France, UK, USA, Russia, China. All of these are permanent members, 5. But 10 countries are non-permanent members who are elected for 2 years, right? So which of these is not one of them? Ethiopia is not one of them. Which are the 5 countries? So Bahrain, Colombia, Democratic Republic of Congo, Latvia and Liberia. These will serve as non-permanent member. Their term starts from January 2026. And these are 5, and 5 were elected last year. Denmark, Greece, Pakistan, Panama and Somalia. So their term will end next year because they have 1 year to go, and these 5 countries, their term will end in December 2027 because their term is starting in January 2026. Got it? Basically 2 years. So 5 permanent members are China, France, Russia, UK and US. They have the veto power, and there are 10 permanent members who are elected by the General Assembly for 2-year term. 2-year term. So these are the 10 non-permanent members as of now. Bahrain, Colombia, DRC, Latvia, Liberia, they are elected now. Their term starts January 2026 and ends December 2027. Whereas Pakistan, Panama, Somalia, Denmark, Greece, their term ends December 2026. And this is how the voting is done. Now this can be an important question because Latvia has become the member of UNSC for the first time in their history. Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji, has inaugurated the Chenab Bridge. Now this is the world's highest railway arch bridge. In which of the following district of Jammu and Kashmir? Now pay attention to the word that this is the world's highest railway bridge and it is an arch bridge. Can you see the arch here? This is the arch, on which the bridge stands. And of course, then there are pillars at both sides. Now, if you see the bridge properly, on one side, there is a village called Bakkal. And when the bridge ends, there is a village called Kori. So basically, this is a bridge that connects 2 villages. And how long is the bridge? So bridge is not very long. It is just 1315 meter. So slightly over 1 kilometer long. But the best part is the height. So if you see, there is a river flowing, which is the Chenab River, and Chenab is the tributary of Indus River. So this height is 359 meter, making it not just India's but the world's highest railway bridge. Now pay attention to the word railway, because if I remove the word railway, then which is the world's highest bridge? So that is coming up in China. I will tell you about it in a minute. The answer is Riyasi. So both the villages Bakkal and Kauri are in Riyasi. So this Chenab Bridge is located in Riyasi district of Jammu and Kashmir. Now PM Modi, he visited Jammu Kashmir recently. Precise place where he visited was Katra, and he also flagged two Vande Bharat train, one between Katra to Srinagar and second from Srinagar to Katra. And just like any Vande Bharat train, they can achieve speeds of up to 180 km per hour. Average speed will be 130 km per hour. Also, there is a medical college called Mata Vaishno Devi Institute of Medical Excellence that will come up in Katra. And Katra, by the way, is also in Riyasi district. Katra is also in Riyasi district. Katra is famous for the Mata Vaishno Devi shrine. Now, this bridge, so let's say this is the bridge, this is the arch, and this is the bridge. Okay. So this bridge basically is a part of Udhampur to Srinagar to Baramulla railway line. Basically, you know, Baramulla is in North Kashmir. So this railway line has connected the entire Jammu and Kashmir with India. This railway line has connected entire Jammu Kashmir with India. It is a 272 kilometer railway line. We call it USB, or Udhampur Srinagar Baramulla rail link. This is the project. And it has taken a lot of time for this project to fructify, because this project UBS was approved in 1994. So you can see it has taken almost 30 years. Now let me tell you a little bit about the Chenab Bridge. It is on Chenab River. It will connect two villages, Bakkal and Kauri, and this is the world's highest railway bridge. It is in the shape of an arch. It is supported by an arch, and height is a massive 359 meter, which is higher than the Eiffel Tower. So it is 35 meter higher than the Eiffel Tower. And then these things you don't need to remember. The structure consists of an approach bridge. All these things are not important. Now, who did the project management? Project management was done by Konkan Railway Corporation, which is a division of the Indian Railways. Look, I'm not saying that this bridge was constructed by Konkan Railway. No. But project was overseen by Konkan Railway, which means it was the job of the Konkan Railway to make sure that this bridge is constructed. So they gave the contract to multiple companies. So the design and construction was done by many companies like Afcon Infrastructure, South Korea based company called Ultra Construction and Engineering Company, and VSL India. So these three companies made a joint venture and they constructed the bridge. And the design part was contributed by Indian Institute of Science Bangalore. In especially there is a professor G Madhavi Lata. So G Madhavi Lata is a professor at IISc Bangalore. She was instrumental in designing the bridge. And IIT Delhi, they conducted the slope stability analysis, while IIT Delhi and IIT Roorkee both, they conducted the seismic analysis. What is seismic analysis? Seismic analysis means if there is an earthquake, then how stable is the bridge? All those studies were done by IIT Delhi and IIT Roorkee. So you can see a lot of organizations have contributed to make sure that this bridge becomes a reality. This bridge becomes a reality. Now let me talk to you about the world's highest bridge. If in exam they ask you the world's highest bridge, please don't mark blindly Chenab Bridge. First of all, Chenab Bridge is not the world's highest bridge. The world's highest bridge is coming up in China, and the name of that bridge will be Huajiang Grand Canyon Bridge. Huajiang, Huajiang, Huajiang Grand Canyon Bridge, which is located in Guizhou province of China. The height of Huajiang Grand Canyon Bridge is a massive 625 meter above the river level. And on which river this is coming up? So this bridge is about to be inaugurated. It is almost complete. So it is coming up on a river in China called Beipan River. It is coming up on Beipan River, Beipan. This is the world's highest bridge. You can see the height is 625 meter above the river level, whereas the height of the Chenab Bridge is only 359 meter above the river level. So both the rivers are of course different, 359 meter above the Chenab River level and 625 meter above the Beipan River level. And By the way, the Chenab bridge is blast proof. So DRDO has made sure that it is blast proof. And Chenab bridge is built using 28,000 ton of steel. This steel was given by the Maharatan company SAIL, Steel Authority of India. And there is a Swiss company called Magaba. They provided specialized spherical stopper bearings. And also 66,000 cubic meter volume of concrete was used for this bridge. And the bridge is designed for a lifespan of 120 years. 120 years. It is earthquake resistant till magnitude 8 earthquake on the Richter scale. It is okay. And there is a Tekla software. There is a very modern sophisticated Tekla software which was used for this project, allowing detailed 3D modeling of the bridge and its structural components. Now PM Modi also inaugurated one more bridge which is called Anji Khad Bridge. Anji Khad Bridge. Why it is called Anji Khad Bridge? Because Anji Khad Bridge is on a river which is called Anji River. So Anji is name of a river which is a tributary of Chenab River, okay, in Riyasi. So Anji Khad is also very tall. Anji Khad Bridge is 331 meter. So it is the second highest railway bridge in India after the Chenab Bridge, okay, and it is a cable stayed bridge. It is not arch supported, it is cable stayed. So there are cables which hold the bridge. What is the length of the bridge? It is a small bridge in terms of length, only 725 meter. So it is not even 1 kilometer long. It is not even 1 kilometer long. And by the way, it is India's first railway bridge that is supported by the cable. So it is India's first cable stayed rail bridge. It is only for railway. Both the Chenab bridge and Anji Khad bridge are strictly for the railway. They will not be used for the normal cars and all, only for railways, right? So that is Anji Khad bridge for you. There are 96 cables, by the way, of different lengths which are holding the bridge. In fact, you know, in this area there are winds of like 200 km/h speed, but this bridge Anji Khad will withstand all those winds. So I think that is good enough for now, right? Union Health Minister has addressed the World Food Safety Day event, which was the theme was Stop Obesity by Eating Safe and Healthy. It was held at NIMHANS in Bangalore. So NIMHANS is National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences. This is called NIMHANS. It is the best mental health college in the entire Asia. NIMHANS. So this event was organized by whom? This event was organized by Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, FSSAI, which works under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So the Health Minister of India is Mr. JP Nadda. He attended this event. World Food Safety Day we celebrate on 7th of June. 7th of June, right? Now, the theme of the event was Stop Obesity and Eating Safe and Healthy. But what was the theme of the World Food Safety Day? World Food Safety Day, the theme was Food Safety, Science in Action. Food Safety, Science in Action. This was the theme. This was the theme. And on this occasion, there were some books that were launched, a lot of communication material that was launched. This is important. There was a salt and sugar board that was launched recently, which will work towards educating the people on limiting the use of salt and sugar in our intake and limiting the fat to 27 to 30 gram per day. So you should not consume fat which is more than 27 to 30 gram per day, right? In fact, if you remember, FSSAI, they had launched the Eat Right India program in 2018. Eat Right program. What is Eat Right program? Eat Right program basically is a program where FSSAI, they make the people aware about what to eat, how much to eat, all those things. And look, obesity is a big problem in India. You will not believe the data. I will show you some data. So approximately 39% people in the urban India and 23% people in the rural India, they are obese. Obese means they have more weight than they should have. That is called obese. The fat people, they are called obese. And Prime Minister Modi has recently said something. What he has said? He has said that our oil consumption should be, reduced by 10%. Prime Minister Modi has said recently, please reduce the oil consumption by 10%. And he also said that, don't consume too much fats, use millets and all these things. Now in scientific language, we use a word called body mass index. Body mass index is, body mass index, if it is more than 25, then we say the person is overweight. And if the body mass index is more than 30, then we say the person is obese. Okay. So overweight, first you become overweight and then you become obese, right? Then you become obese. Now recently, FSSAI has signed a MOU with Brazil in the area of food safety. In the area of food safety. Which of the following ministry has launched the Bharatiya Bhasha Anubhag or Indian languages section to free the administration from foreign language influence? Well, we need to respect our languages. It is with this thought that the Ministry of Home Affairs under chairmanship of Amit Shah, he is the cabinet minister for Home Affairs. So they have launched Indian languages section. In Hindi, we call it Bharatiya Bhasha Anubhag. This is like a department, Anubhag, Bharatiya Bhasha Anubhag, and they will provide an organized platform for all the Indian languages to move towards freeing the administration from the influence of foreign languages. In fact, there is a Department of Official Language which comes under the Ministry of Home Affairs. So this Indian languages section or the Bharatiya Bhasha Anubhag will be a part of the Department of Official Language. Department of Official Language, right? And this Bharatiya Bhasha Anubhag will also support translation among Indian languages, and this translation will be done by CDAC, Center for Development of Advanced Computing, which is headquartered in Pune and which works under the Ministry of Electronics and IT. Ministry of Electronics and IT. Now, in the last financial year, in financial year 25, in the budget, it was said that to set up the Bharatiya Bhasha Anubhag, there is a budget of 56 crore that was approved by the government of India. That was approved by the government of India, right? Now, which is the most spoken language in the world? So, according to Ethnologue is one of the most prestigious languages think tank, which is based in America. So it said that currently English is the most spoken language in the world. There are 153 crore people in the world which speak English. And then Chinese language called Mandarin is second. There are 118 crore people, and third is now Hindi. Third is now Hindi, right? So third is now Hindi. In India, Hindi is number one, spoken by most people. Hindi is spoken by 60 crore people in the world. Third most. And in India, second most spoken language after Hindi is Bengali. Bengali is the 7th most spoken language in the world and second most spoken language in India. There is a report called Global Energy Investment Report, which is released by International Energy Agency, which is headquartered in Paris. So it said that India's investment in the renewable energy has seen a significant rise. In 2015, it was around $13 billion. How much was it in 2025 financial year? The investment in renewable energy has increased from just 13 billion now to $37 billion. You can see it has become 3 times. It has become 3 times. So this was the 10th edition of World Energy Investment Report. Global Energy Investment Report, or you can also call it World Energy Investment Report. And how much was the energy investment in the entire world? So let me show you. You can see here that this is the global energy investment. This is in $1 trillion. So in the entire world, the investment in energy was $3.3 trillion, out of which the investment in clean energy was $2.2 trillion. So $3.3 trillion was the investment in all the sources of energy and in clean energy. Now, clean energy, what is the difference between clean energy and renewable energy? So every clean energy may not be renewable. For example, nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is a clean energy, but it is not renewable, right? So every renewable energy is a clean energy, but every clean energy is not renewable. Renewable means the energy that we use again and again, that is called renewable energy, that can be renewed, that can be in a way recycled. And which country has taken good leap ahead of everyone? It is China. Of all the global energy investment in 2025, China's investment was 25% of the total. So China continues to dominate this sector. China continues to dominate this sector, right? And globally, if you see, so you can see China by far, in the global clean energy investment, China is far, far ahead of the rest. far ahead of the rest. China accounted for 25% of the global energy investment. Second is America, and third is the European Union. Third is European Union, right? So all this data is handy. It will give you, um, idea about what's going on in the world. Now here you see the energy investment. Even if I talk about the total energy investment, again, China is ahead. China is ahead. Its investment is touching almost $900 billion. I mean, so that's a lot, I mean, if we are saying that the total energy investment in the world was approximately $3.3 trillion, right? $3.3 trillion. So approximately $900 billion out of it is Chinese investment. But India is also doing well. Our target we will achieve definitely ahead of our time. We want to achieve 500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030, and we will achieve it well before time. This is what PM Modi also said recently. Now, if you see if you see some data about India, for example, let me show you. So India, as I said, our investment in renewable energy has increased from $13 billion to $37 billion. The fossil fuel investment increased from $41 billion to $49 billion, and nuclear and other clean sources grew. The investment in nuclear and other clean sources grew from $1 billion to $6 billion. So India is promoting investment in renewable energy and nuclear energy, both of which are clean energy. And India's investment, you can see in other, like solar photovoltaic is also increased. So yeah, that data is sufficient. Which of the following state or union territory has not been identified as a top performer in the adult literacy certification based on FLNAT data? What is FLNAT data? Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Assessment Test. So you should first of all know about what is this test, why is this test conducted, and who conducts this test. FLNAT. What is FLNAT? So FLNAT is basically a test which is taken by the Ministry of Education. So Ministry of Education, they are responsible for conducting this test, FLNAT, and it's a pan-India test. So it is a nationwide assessment. And what does it test? So it will test foundational reading, writing, and numeracy skills. So reading, writing, and numeracy. Numeracy means basic calculation skills. It is designed to certify non-literate adults who successfully complete state-led literacy programs. Basically, if you are an adult, and if you are non-literate, you are not literate, and you want to be considered as literate, then you have to pass this test, FLNAT. Now, between July 2024 and March 2025, in this period of approximately 9 months, how many adult? Now here adult means a person who is more than 15 years of age. If you are aged 15 or more, then you are an adult for this particular test, FLNAT. So in this 9-month period, how many people gave this test? 1.77 crore. And how many qualified? Well, around 34 lakh people, they were certified, which is an average of around 19.4%. 19.4% people, they were able to clear this test. So these are now certified literate, right? And this test is conducted under which program? So the program is called NILP Ullas. NILP is what? New India Literacy Program, or Nav Bharat Saksharta Karyakram in Hindi. It is a centrally sponsored scheme of the Ministry of Education. It was launched in 2022-23 and it will run till financial year 27. The allocation for this scheme was approximately 1037.9 crore. 700 crore will be contributed by the central government and the remaining 337.9 crore by the state governments. So our target is that those people who are aged 15 or more, they should have foundational literacy, numeracy, critical life skills, and they should be able to read, write, they should be able to do all these things, right? And so now they are asking which state was not a top performer. Not a top performer. Well, Tamil Nadu had 100% success rate in this exam. So every person who sat from Tamil Nadu cleared the test. 100% success rate was from Tamil Nadu. Delhi, 99.3% people cleared this exam from Delhi. And then Tripura, 98.1%. Right? So among the top performer was these three. Himachal performed well, but it wasn't among the top performers. So if you see, Uttarakhand 85.7%, Gujarat 87%, and Himachal 88.3%. But Tamil Nadu 100%. From Tamil Nadu, approximately 5 lakh people they sat for FLNAT and all of them cleared. Delhi, approximately 8,000 people sat and 99.3% cleared. And Tripura, 13,000 people cleared out of approximately 14,000, 98.1% people they cleared. So the best performer was Tamil Nadu, Delhi and Tripura. They were the top performers in FLNAT test, which is organized as a part of Nav Bharat Saksharta Karyakram or New India Literacy Program under Ullas, Understanding of Lifelong Learning for All in the Society. A very, very important question. Very important question, right? Now, can you tell me which has become the first state in India to be certified 100% literate under Ullas? It is Mizoram. It is Mizoram. Mizoram is the first state in India to be certified 100% literate under Ullas scheme. And Goa is the second state in India to be declared fully functional literate under the Ullas program. Under the Ullas program, right? So Mizoram is the first and Goa is the second. Reserve Bank of India, they have collaborated with Jio Hotstar to launch a 5-part documentary series called RBI Unlocked Beyond the Rupee, which aims to shed light on the inner workings of India's banking regulator. This documentary series has been produced by which company? Basically, there is a documentary which will show you how the RBI works, and there is a company called Chalkboard Entertainment which has produced this series. It is available on Disney Hotstar. You can watch it, right? Now, this company, Chalkboard Entertainment, was founded in 2019 and it produces a lot of films and OTT series. You know, RBI has recently completed 90 years and a common Indian would want to know how the RBI functions. So, this documentary provides an insight into the working of the RBI. It is available on Jio Hotstar and you can go and enjoy it and you can get to know about inner working of the RBI. Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Bhajanlal Sharma ji, has flagged off the first air-conditioned Rajasthan Vahini Bharat Gaurav tourist train under the senior citizen pilgrimage scheme. Now, under the scheme, how many senior citizens they can travel to 13 different pilgrimage sites via AC trains? So, basically, this is a scheme which has been launched recently, and 50,000 senior citizens, you know, they can travel free of cost to 13 different pilgrimages. And recently this train was the first one. It carried around 800 passengers, you know. So this train will go to Rameshwaram, Madurai and all these things. But main thing is that 50,000 senior citizens, they can travel free of cost by the government. And the first train carried around 800 senior citizens and all the meals, transportation, accommodation, all the expenses, they are free of cost for the pilgrims, right? In fact, there is a pilgrim abroad also, Lord Pashupatinath temple in Kathmandu. They can go there also. So these are 13 different places. 13 different pilgrimages are covered. 13 different pilgrimages are covered. Basketball Federation of India and which company they have launched India's first ever professional basketball league for men and women. Basketball Federation of India has partnered with ACG Sports Private Limited. So they will have competition in 5x5 and 3x3 format for men and women. 5x5 means 5 players, one team, and 3x3 means only 3 players in one team. So this will popularize basketball in the entire country. And it will be a full-size court, and 3x3 basketball is played in half court. 5x5 is played in full court. Basketball Federation of India is headquartered in New Delhi. Current president of Basketball Federation of India is Mr. Adhav Arjun. Adhav Arjun. Who has won the Norway Chess Tournament in the open section at the Norway Chess? Norway Chess was one of the most prestigious classical chess competition, and Magnus Carlsen from Norway, the local favorite, he won the tournament. This is the 13th time that Norway Chess Tournament was organized. And it was organized in the women's section also. So Fabio Carona finished second and India's D. Gukesh finished third. Now, who won the tournament in the women's section? Annie Muzichuk. She is the winner of the Norway Chess Women's Tournament. United Nations has declared which day as the International Day for Dialogue Among Civilization. Look, this is the first time that this day is being celebrated in 2025, and it is a huge question. So the answer is 10th of June. Very important question because it is celebrated for the first time. And which country requested United Nations to celebrate it? It was China. So China requested United Nations to celebrate this day. And this is being celebrated for the first time. Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan. It was designed to provide assured, comprehensive and quality antenatal care services free of cost to all the pregnant women on the 9th of every month, particularly during the second and third trimester. Recently, this scheme has completed how many years? Now, when a woman gets pregnant, she is pregnant for 9 months. This you know very well. These 9 months we can divide into 3. So this is called the second trimester. Trimester means 3 months. And this is called the third trimester. This is called the first trimester. So in the second and the third trimester, things are a bit more complicated. So women are given free medical care. Okay. This is the Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan. Surakshit Matritva means safe motherhood campaign. Abhiyan means campaign. Surakshit means safe. Matritva means motherhood. Pradhan Mantri is Prime Minister. So Prime Minister Safe Motherhood Campaign, and it runs on 9th of every month. It has completed 9 years recently. 9 years recently, and let me tell you, 6.19 crore pregnant women, they have been examined under Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan. So 6.19 crore women, they have been benefited by the scheme. So let me give you some more data. Let me see the top 5 states in terms of volunteer registered till May 2025. So in that, Maharashtra is number 1. That is in terms of number of volunteers who are registered. What about in terms of the number of people who have received the treatment, right? In terms of number of pregnant women who have received care, in that UP is number 1, Madhya Pradesh is number 2. So most of the highest population of women who have benefited is from UP, and that is understandable because UP is the most populous state of India. 22 crore is the population of UP. So when was this scheme launched? This scheme was launched in 2016, and it is a scheme of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So what are the main features of this scheme? Well, monthly antenatal. What is antenatal? Before the birth of the child is called antenatal. So antenatal checkups are done on 9th of every month at public health facility. Public health facility means the government hospital, primary health centers, community health centers, all of these. And services are provided by the specialist doctors in obstetrics, gynecology, radiology, physician, etc. And minimum package for every woman. Essential investigations are done. All of that is free of cost. Medicines are given like iron, calcium, etc. Special focus is there on the high risk pregnancies and dropouts and all of that. Distribution of mother and child protection cards, and high risk pregnancy is identified. So if there is a green sticker, no risk, and if there is a red sticker, which means high risk. So the idea was to reduce the maternal mortality rate in India, make sure that institutional deliveries are there, and tell the mother well in advance what could be the risk of the child. So for example, the maternal mortality ratio in India has improved significantly. If you talk about the period from 2014 to 2016, the maternal mortality ratio was approximately 130, which means out of every 1 lakh birth, 130 mothers used to die for every 1 lakh birth. Okay. Now the maternal mortality ratio from 2021 to 23 in this time period was 80. So it has reduced by 50 points. The maternal mortality ratio, you can see it has reduced from 130 to 80. So that is a very good progress that India has made. Of course, still a lot more needs to be done. Now, what is the target of Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable Development Goal we have to achieve. Every country of United Nations member has to achieve by 2030. It is to reduce the maternal mortality ratio by less than 70 per every 1 lakh live birth. So India is already on 80, and I'm very sure that we will achieve the target of less than 70. Less than 70 because India has also committed to the Sustainable Development Goals. Now recently, since I'm talking of the Ministry of Health, let me tell you, Ministry of Health recently gave the National Florence Nightingale Awards. Florence Nightingale Awards are named after Florence Nightingale, who was a nurse. She is known as the founder of modern nursing. So her birthday on 12th of May we celebrate as International Nurses Day. And 15 nurses in India, they were given Florence Nightingale Award. Now this award was started in 1973 by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and every nurse gets a certificate, cash prize of 1 lakh rupees and a medal. So 15 nurses were given award this year, and it is named after Florence Nightingale. Florence Nightingale. Keel laying ceremony of Yard 1283, the fourth next generation OPV, was held. This vessel is being built by which company? Yard 1283. So keel laying ceremony means when the construction of a ship is complete, then we do a keel laying ceremony. So keel laying ceremony is done to show everyone that now the ship construction is complete and it is ready for commissioning. So the answer is Goa Shipyard Limited. Let me tell you that the contract for 11 next generation offshore petrol vessels was given. Out of that, 7 are to be manufactured by Goa Shipyard Limited, which is in Goa, and 4 ships will be manufactured by Garden Shipbuild and Engineer, which is based in Kolkata. Now this particular one is the 4th in the series, and it is built by Goa Shipyard. So this contract was given for 11 to 2 companies. 7 will be made by Goa Shipyard, 4 will be made by Garden Shipbuilder. This was a contract of worth 9,781 crore rupees, which was given in 2023 by the Ministry of Defense. Which of the following company has received a 25 crore rupees grant under the Ministry of Defense's IDEX Aditi 2 initiative? The funding will support the development of a cutting-edge quantum positioning system for the Indian Navy aimed at ensuring accurate navigation in GPS-denied or spoofed environment. Look, if we keep using global positioning system of America can block it anytime because GPS is enabled. For example, we all use Google Maps, right? Now in Google Map, we use GPS. So India is trying to have its own technology. We also have the Navig technology, but still we rely a lot on GPS. But if GPS is denied or it is spoofed or hacked, then we will be able to use our own quantum positioning system for the Indian Navy. And this system will be developed by Qubits. It will be developed by Qubits company. Qubits is a company which is based in Hyderabad. So they are getting a grant by the Ministry of Defense worth 25 crore under Aditi 2. What is Aditi 2? So look, the Ministry of Defense, they said that let's work with the private companies. If they are doing research and innovation, the research and development or innovation, let's support them. How to support? So they started a scheme called IDEX, Innovation for Defense Excellence, under which the private companies, they were to be given grant up to 1.5 crore. But this was not sufficient. So they started something called as IDEX Prime. In IDEX Prime, they increased the grant amount from 1.5 crore. The range was minimum 1.5 crore and maximum was 10 crore. So the difference between IDEX and IDEX Prime is the quantum of amount. In IDEX, the amount is only up to 1.5 crore. In IDEX Prime, it was increased from 1.5 crore to 10 crore. But even this was not sufficient. So they started a scheme called Aditi. Aditi scheme. What is Aditi? Acing development of innovative technologies with IDEX. In short, Aditi. And in Aditi, the maximum amount is up to 25 crore. So, under Aditi, there is a focus on innovation, etc. And now this company called Qubits from Hyderabad has been chosen. It will develop quantum positioning system and 25 crore will be given, which is the maximum amount that can be given under Aditi scheme, right? So Aditi is a very important scheme. By the way, IDEX was launched in 2018. And now in Aditi 2, so now we are having something known as Aditi 2. By the way, Aditi scheme was launched in March 2024. March 2024. When Aditi scheme was launched, it was launched with a corpus of 750 crore. So now we are calling it Aditi 2 because the second phase is going on, and it is a scheme by the Ministry of Defense. Ministry of Defense. They focus on 30 very deep technology, critical and strategic technologies. So in Aditi 1, the Aditi first edition of Aditi, there were a lot of challenges. There were approximately 17 challenges that were launched, and now Aditi 2 is going on. So in Aditi 2, we are focusing again on many challenges which we have given. So there are 19 challenges in Aditi 2. So Ministry of Defense gives you a challenge and you have to crack the technology. And then if you do, or if you show good promise, then they give you funding. So under Aditi 2 also, the maximum funding will be 25 crore. Scientists of which of the following institute, they have created the dynamic route planning for urban green mobility or DRUM web app to help the commuters pick greener routes on the road. Very, very nice question. The answer is IIT Kharagpur. Look, Kharagpur is a place in West Bengal. So this is IIT which is in West Bengal. What is the meaning of this? Now let's say you are located in Hyderabad, and from Hyderabad you want to go to, let's say, Sikandrabad. Okay. Now there are two roads which are being shown. One is more green. So now the commuters, the travelers, they can pick greener routes on the road. So it is not always the smallest route. Sometimes you don't mind picking a longer route if it is green. I mean, you're surrounded by trees and better air quality and all of that. So it's like Google Maps only, but it has a added feature of picking the routes based on the air quality. So what they will do, they will give you 5 route options: shortest, fastest, least exposure to air pollution, least energy consumption route, and a combination of all the 4, which is called the suggested route. So you can choose the route, and the routes are determined using a technology called graph hopper. Graph hopper technology is being used, right? So this is the app called Drum Web, and it is an app by IIT Kharagpur. Very, very nice question. Also, this app will take the data from Central Pollution Control Board, which works under the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Also, let me tell you here that Central Pollution Control Board, they have introduced a new category of industries called blue category. Blue category. So blue category industries are what? Which industry? Blue category industries are those industries which are based on essential environmental services for managing the pollution caused by human activities, anthropogenic activities. So these are those industries. These are those industries, right? Which are into essential environmental services. Which are into essential environmental services. There is a new category called blue category. And what is the advantage of a company of getting a blue certificate or blue category industry? So blue category industry will get extra 2 years validity, as per the pollution index, extra 2 years validity for consent to operate. That is consent to pollute by CPCB, Central Pollution Control Board, as per the pollution index. As per the pollution index. Also, if there is any industry that produces minimum hazardous waste, that will also be classified as a blue industry. So in blue industry, you will have industries like composting, compressed biogas plant, sewage treatment plant, material recovery plant. All of those will be categorized as blue. And earlier, what was the protocol? So there are 4 types of industries: red, where the pollution index is more than or equal to 80; orange, if it is between 55 and 80; green, if it is between 25 and 55; and white, if it is less than 25. So the best industry are the white because they are the least polluting. Now there is a new category called blue. So red, orange, green and white are there, but there is a new category now called blue. And what will be in blue? In blue, you will have those companies which are providing essential environmental services or that produce minimum hazardous waste. And what is the advantage? Advantage is that you will get extra 2 years for consent to pollute as per the pollution index. Viksit Bharat quiz has been launched recently to test your knowledge about India's progress over the last 10 years. So what will be the cash prize that will be given to you if you top this quiz? This quiz will be available on MyGov portal, and the prize money is 1 lakh rupees if you top the quiz. Cash prize of first prize winner will get 1 lakh, second prize winner will get 75,000, and third prize winner will get 50,000 rupees. And then there are some consolation prizes. So 100 consolation prizes are there of 2,000 rupees, and there are 200 prizes of 1,000 rupees. And every participant will get a digital certificate of participation. Also, there is another competition called Har Ghar Swadeshi. Har Ghar Swadeshi. So this is a contest, One Nation, One Spirit photo story contest. It encourages the people to share a photograph and a brief story about a made in India product that they use daily. So 11 winners will be chosen and every person will be given 11,000 rupees each. And then there is another contest called Badalta Bharat Mera Anubhav mini vlog contest, which means changing India, my experience. Mini vlog contest. So you have to create a 2-minute video capturing the changes in your locality since 2014. And then again 11 people will be chosen and they will be given 11,000 rupees as the prize money. Then there is another contest called Bharat Ke Badhte Kadam, a Jan Bhagidari photo contest. Here also 11 entries will get 11,000 and one more competition, Ek Bharat Pragatishil Bharat video storytelling contest. Again, there is one prize. So the first prize is 50,000 rupees. And by the way, what is MyGov portal? So MyGov portal was launched in 2014 on 26th of July, that is Kargil Victory Divas by Pradhan Mantri Modi. And this was launched to increase the participation of the people, And MyGov portal is a part of Digital India Corporation. Digital India Corporation is a Section 8 company, which means it is a non-for-profit company. It works under the Ministry of Electronics and IT. Even the India AI mission is also run by Digital India Corporation. Digital India Corporation. Panchmadi Wildlife Sanctuary has been renamed after a 19th century tribal icon, Raja Babut Singh. So this sanctuary is located where? Panchmadi. Panchmadi, is a very important place. It is a biosphere reserve, Panchmadi Biosphere Reserve. It is in Madhya Pradesh. So Panchmadi Wildlife Sanctuary will now be called Raja Babut Singh Wildlife Sanctuary. Who was Raja Babut Singh? So Raja Babut Singh, basically, during the 1857 revolt, Raja Babut Singh was a opponent of the British. So he took on the British. He had these guerrilla warfare skills, and in the Satpura forest, in the Panchmadi mountains and all, Britishers, they were given a formidable battle by Raja Babut Singh. So Raja Babut Singh, he was the owner of the Panchmadi Jagir or the Riyasat of Panchmadi, and he took an armed rebellion. He was a close friend of Tatya Tope, who was a great freedom fighter. And sometimes Raja Babut Singh is also known as Shivaji of Narmadanchal. Shivaji of the Middle India, Narmadanchal, But the British people, they hanged him, executed him, but his story needs to be told. So Panchmadi is a biosphere reserve, and it was created in 1999. In fact, it is a UNESCO designated biosphere reserve. So it is a part of the global network of biosphere reserves of UNESCO, and it is located in Narmadapuram, Betul and Chhindwara district. Narmadapuram, Betul and Chhindwara district. What is Narmadapuram? Narmadapuram, basically earlier it was called Hoshangabad. Now we call it Narmadapuram. It is a district in Madhya Pradesh. It is a district in Madhya Pradesh, right? Also in Madhya Pradesh, there is a 25th wildlife sanctuary which has been created recently. It is named after Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. So they have created a brand new wildlife sanctuary called Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Wildlife Sanctuary, and this will be the 25th wildlife sanctuary of Madhya Pradesh. 25th wildlife sanctuary of Madhya Pradesh. Government of Uttarakhand, State Institute for Empowering and Transforming Uttarakhand, Setu Commission, and which of these company, they have signed a 10-year agreement. They will collaborate on various social development initiatives like water management, nutrition, telemedicine, rural livelihood and green energy. The answer is Tata Trust. So Tata Trust basically they will partner with Setu Commission of the government of Uttarakhand. Setu Ayog, they will call it. Like the central government has a Niti Ayog, Uttarakhand government has a Setu Ayog. So Tata Trust is going to help them. And so I'm not saying that Tata Trust is the only company with which they have tied up. They have tied up with 3 companies. Let me tell you. So first agreement is with Tata Trust. It is a 10-year agreement on water management, nutrition, telemedicine and all that. Second agreement is with NESCOM. So this agreement is about creating one mentor model college per district. And then there is a third agreement with Wadhwani Foundation. This is a 3-year MOU. This is about AI driven personality development and self-employment skill courses. So with 3 companies, they are working together. Also in Uttarakhand, there is a hydropower project which is coming up, which is called Sarkari Bhayol Rupasia Bagad. It is a slightly difficult name to remember. Sarkari Bhayol Rupasia Bagad hydroelectric project which is coming up. It has got the approval from the Ministry of Environment. It will be on Gauri Ganga River. Gauri Ganga river in Pithoragarh in Uttarakhand. Capacity of the project will be 120 megawatt. So Gauri Ganga is a river which flows in Munsiari Tehsil, which is in Pithoragarh. Munsiari is a beautiful hill station there. And Indian Army, they have started a FM, 88.4 FM, and the name is called Panchshul Pulse. So they launched it in Pithoragarh, Panchshul Pulse FM, available on 88.4 frequency modulation FM under Operation Sadbhavana. Government of India, they have entrusted which person to become the CEO and Managing Director of Life Insurance Corporation. He will replace Siddharth Mohanty. His name is Satpal Bhanu. Satpal Bhanu. He has been given the financial and administrative powers. He is the Managing Director of LIC's financial and administrative power. He will now be the MD and CEO of LIC for 3 months. And he is an interim MD and CEO till there is a proper person who replaces Siddharth Mohanty. So his tenure is till 7th of September 2025. LIC is headquartered in Mumbai. Now, recently there was a report of Brand Finance which said, in terms of the strongest insurance brands, LIC is third in the world. In terms of strongest. Okay. What about the most valuable? So most valuable is a Chinese company called Ping An Insurance. It is valued at $33 billion. So in terms of value, most valuable brand is a Chinese brand, Ping An Insurance. And in terms of strongest insurance brand, in terms of strongest, LIC is at third position. England-India Test Series will be named as Anderson Tendulkar Trophy. This series, earlier, what was the name of this series? So earlier it was called Patodi Trophy. Patodi Trophy. After whom? Well, after Iftikhar Ali Khan Patodi. Because he was a great player. In fact, he is the only player who represented England and India in test matches. He played for both India and England. And his son was Mansoor Ali Khan Tiger Patodi, who was a legendary Indian captain, father of Saif Ali Khan. So this was named Patodi Trophy after Iftikhar Ali Khan Patodi, who was the father of Mansoor Ali Khan Patodi. Right? So basically, England-India Test Series. England-India means what? England-India means the first name that we write is the host. So if it is played in England, it was called Patodi Trophy. And if it was played in India, what was the name? It was called Anthony De Mello Trophy. So it was called Anthony De Mello Trophy if it was played in India. So India-England series was called Anthony De Mello Trophy, and England-India series was called this Patodi Trophy. But then the fans of Mr. Patodi and his family should not feel bad. So they have said that the winning captain of the Anderson Tendulkar series, he will be given Patodi Medal of Excellence. So Patodi Medal of Excellence will be given to the winning captain of Anderson Tendulkar Trophy. Recently, which of these organizations has signed MOU with the Center for Railway Information System, or CRIS, to collaborate on the development and deployment of multilingual artificial intelligence solutions across key public-facing railway platforms? So they are partnered with Digital India Bhashini Division. Digital India Bhashini Division and CRIS will work together. What is the meaning of this? Look, there are, for example, text-to-text, text-to-speech capabilities. So basically, Bhashini, Bhashini works under Ministry of Electronics and IT. This Digital India Bhashini Division manages Bhashini, and which works under Ministry of Electronics and IT. So Bhashini will give what type of services to the Indian Railway? Automatic speech recognition, text-to-text translation, text-to-speech, optical character recognition. All of these will be given by those apps which are made by CRIS, like National Train Enquiry System, Rail Madad, etc. So all of these critical railway services which are present on Rail Madad or NTES, they will be translated into all the 22 Indian languages which are in the 8th schedule of the Constitution. 8th schedule. Also, there is a RP Grams, Railway Passenger Grievances Redressal and Management System, RP Grams, and this was developed by the Northern Railway Division of Ministry of Railways, and it has many new features. Even on Rail Madad you can register your complaint. Now all of those you will be able to do in 22 Indian languages. So CRIS is what? CRIS is basically, it works under Ministry of Railways, and it designs, develops and implements most of the information system of the Indian Railway. And Bhashini, so Bhashini basically, it is a short form for Bhasha Interface for India, in short Bhashini. It was launched in 2022 and it works under the Ministry of Electronics and IT. It it is implemented by Digital India Bhashini Division, which is a non-for-profit company under Ministry of Electronics and IT, who was honored with United Nations Sasakawa Award 2025 for disaster risk reduction in the individual category. This is an extremely important question. So he is none other than Mr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra. And he was on StudyIQ also recently. We invited him for an interview. Legendary person. So he is also the Director General of India Meteorological Department. He is also known as the Cyclone Man of India. The Cyclone Man of India. You know, for disaster risk reduction, we use something called Sendai framework. Sendai framework was launched in 2015, and this framework is followed all over the world till 2030. For these 15 years, Sendai is a place in Japan. So this is where it was signed. That is why it is called Sendai framework. Before this, we used to have a framework called Hyogo framework. Hyogo framework was from 2005 to 2015, and now these 15 years we will have the Sendai framework. So Dr. Mrityunjay Mohapatra is called Cyclone Man of India. He is the Director General of India Meteorological Department, which is headquartered in Delhi, and IMD works under the Ministry of Earth Sciences. He was given the Sasakawa Award for disaster risk reduction in individual category. And then there were some other winners. There was organizations from Britain, from Indonesia, etc. But all those are not important from exam point of view. In fact, there is an organization called Global Network of Civil Society Organizations for Disaster Reduction, which is based in Britain. It was winner of the Sasakawa Award in organization category. In the individual category, we also had a professor, Harkunti P. Rahayu from Indonesia. He was also given Sasakawa Award in the individual category. So Sasakawa Award was started in 1986 with the support of Nippon Foundation, which is a Japanese company based in Tokyo. Maharashtra Forest Department, the Center for Youth Development and Activities, Pune, and which of the following company, they have launched a project to address socio-ecological challenges in the Tamhini Wildlife Sanctuary. Tamhini Wildlife Sanctuary, where is it? The answer is Maharashtra, and Microsoft company will help the government of Maharashtra. So Microsoft company has partnered with Center for Youth Development and Activities, which is an organization which is like an NGO which is based in Pune. And they will try to do what? So they will try to boost the conservation efforts in Tamhini Wildlife Sanctuary and also generate sustainable development. Boost conservation and promote sustainable development in the Western Ghats, in which are a part of Tamhini Wildlife Sanctuary. Tamhini Wildlife Sanctuary is located in Western Ghats in Maharashtra. They will also put solar power lighting, which will reduce the carbon impact. They will also try to stop the plastic pollution. They will have basic amenities like toilets and water sanitation facilities, all of that. Now, Tamhini Wildlife Sanctuary is located near Pune in the Western Ghats. So it's a small wildlife sanctuary, only 50 square kilometer, but it is very important because a lot of important biodiversity is present here. Western Ghats are also known as Sahyadri. They are known as Sahyadri. Which state or union territory has become the 19th legislature in India to adopt the National E-Vidhan app? National E-Vidhan app. So 19th state or union territory in India which has launched it is Puducherry. The answer is Puducherry. So they have started using it from 9th of June 2025. So Puducherry has become the 19th legislature. Let me tell you what is National E-Vidhan app. National E-Vidhan app, basically, this is an app. It's a digital platform that makes all the India's legislature paperless and streamline legislative processes. So the aim of the project is to ensure that the legislative business of the House is conducted in a paperless manner. So all the appointments, all the bills which are introduced, all the information about the Legislative Assembly is put here. So it is an initiative by the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. And what do they want to do? They want to digitize and streamline the Legislative Assembly performance of all the states and union territories of India. Now, the National E-Vidhan application is hosted by a cloud service called Meghraj National Cloud Service. Meghraj National Cloud Service. Now, which was the first state in India that adopted any VA app? It was Nagaland. Nagaland started using this app in 2022. 2022. Very important. Which of the following football club has won their first ever UEFA Champions League? UEFA Champions League was won by the French football club based in Paris called Paris Saint-Germain. Paris Saint-Germain, they defeated the Italian club Inter Milan, which is based in the Milan city of Italy. They defeated Inter Milan in the final. So what was the answer? Paris Saint-Germain. Desiree Doué was man of the match or official player of the match in the final. And the coach of the Paris Saint-Germain team was Luis Enrique. Right? So with this, PSG became only the second French club to win the Champions League after Olympique de Marseille, which won the Champions League in 1993. Also, don't confuse this tournament, Champions League, with something known as Europa League. So there is something called UEFA Europa League, which was won by a club from England called Tottenham Hotspur. And Tottenham Hotspur, they defeated Manchester United in the final. As per the recent information, the World Bank has upheld its forecast for India's GDP growth rate at 1% for financial year 26 in its latest report, which is called Global Economic Prospects. So World Bank's most important report is called Global Economic Prospects, whereas International Monetary Fund, their most important report is called, what is it called? World Economic Outlook. I hope you will not get confused between the two. So in the financial year 26, which is the current financial year, India will grow at 6.3%. Let me show you. So here you can see in financial year 26, India will grow at 6.3%. In financial year 27, we will grow at 6.5%. And in the financial year 28, we will grow at 6.7%. So India will remain the fastest growing major economy in the world despite so many challenges. And what are the challenges? Well, trade tensions globally, international wars. Recently, there was a war that has started between Thailand and Cambodia. The war in Israel, the war in so many countries, Yemen, Houthis, Iran, Israel. We are living in a very uncertain world. Now, what is the projection by the World Bank for the entire world? That is the global growth projection. Well, they are saying that in 2025-26, it is 2.3%. In 2026-27, it is 2.4%. And in 2027-28, it is 2.6%. Right? So India will remain the fastest growing economy. And even China is seeing a slowdown. You can see 4.5, 4 and 3.9% respectively. So India will remain very, high growing country. Right? So this is the projection by the World Bank. Who among the following has been inducted into the ICC's Hall of Fame for the year 2025, becoming the 11th Indian and 9th Indian male cricketer to receive this honor? Now, what is the meaning of ICC Hall of Fame? So ICC Hall of Fame is a group of exceptional achievers. In fact, Hall of Fame anywhere means a group of immense achievers who have achieved a lot in any particular field. So Mahendra Singh Dhoni, Captain Cool. In fact, he has taken a trademark for the word Captain Cool. Only he can use it commercially. So former Indian captain Mahendra Singh Dhoni was inducted into ICC Hall of Fame for 2025. Was he alone? No. So there were others also, like Australian great batsman Matthew Hayden and South Africa's great batsman Hashim Amla. So Dhoni became the 11th Indian and 9th Indian male cricketer to receive this honor. ICC will be inducting 7 cricketers, 5 men and 2 women in the Hall of Fame 2025. So who all are the people? So Hashim Amla from South Africa, Mahendra Singh Dhoni, Matthew Hayden from Australia, as I said, and there are 2 more, Graham Smith, South Africa, and Daniel Vittori, left arm spin bowler from New Zealand. They are the 5 among the men, and Sana Mir from Pakistan and Sarah Taylor from England in the women section. So total number of cricket players in Hall of Fame are now 122. And Sana Mir has become the first woman from Pakistan to enter the list. So ICC Hall of Fame, they pay tribute to the extraordinary achievements of cricket legends who have shaped the rich and vibrant history. Right? So that is ICC Hall of Fame for you. ICC is headquartered in Dubai. This also you should know. Dubai, of course, is in UAE. There is a recently released report which is called Greening Digital Companies 2025. It said that operational emissions of 4 major AI-focused technology companies rose by an average of 150% between 2020 and 2023 because of energy demand of power-intensive data centers. Which of the following company is not one of them? See, there is a small problem with respect to AI. And what is the problem? Because of artificial intelligence, we need high capacity data centers. And these data centers require a lot of energy. And that is why the energy demand of the four major companies in the world increased by 150%. These four companies are which one? So these four companies are Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, right? Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, and Alphabet. Alphabet is the parent company of Google. So Accenture is not one of those. Now here you can see this, first of all, this report, greening digital companies, it has been released by World Benchmarking Alliance and International Telecommunication Union. International Telecommunication Union is an organization which is headquartered in Geneva. ITU is headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland. And what about World Benchmarking Alliance? Now, World Benchmarking Alliance is a non-for-profit organization which is headquartered in Amsterdam, in Netherlands. Amsterdam in Netherlands. This is a relatively new organization. It was founded in 2017. Whereas ITU is very old. ITU was set up in 1865. It's a very old organization. In fact, it is one of the oldest organizations that I know. So the energy requirement is increasing like crazy, because of data centers, and a lot of data centers have to be constructed so that they can store the data or give cloud services, or various technical things are there. And yeah, so if I talk individually about these companies, then Amazon's emission grew at a massive 182%. What about Microsoft? Microsoft's emissions grew at 155%. Alphabet company's emissions grew at 138%. Meta's emissions grew at 145%. So if you see the average, of big companies, it is approximately 150%. And then of large telecom companies, if you see, their emissions grew at 94%. So it shows that the electricity consumption of the data centers is massive. So we have to do something about it, We cannot simply sit back and just use AI and data centers without judicious application of mind. We have to apply our mind to it, that what can be done about it. Let us move on now. Delhi government, they have undertaken a project to develop India's first e-waste eco park in Holambi Kala in North Delhi. It will be designed to process up to how many tons of e-waste annually? E-waste is your mobile phone waste, laptop waste, phones waste, batteries and outdated batteries and all these things. So that is e-waste for you. The problem is that less than 10% of e-waste is recycled in India. So this India's first e-waste eco park has been set up. Capacity will be processing of 51,000 ton. This is annual capacity. So annually 51,000 ton of e-waste will be processed here. Right? This is a very big project and it is in PPP, public-private partnership model. Public-private partnership model. This project will cost 150 crore, and another 325 crore in operational cost. 150 crore will be the capital expenditure. So this is e-waste eco park and it is the first in India. It is not complete yet. It is being constructed as we speak. It will be completed within 18 months. National Highways Authority of India, NHAI, which works under the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, it has released its first ever asset monetization strategy for the road sector to unlock the value of operational national highway assets and increase the public-private partnership in India's infrastructure development. Which of the following is not one of the three pillars of asset monetization strategy? So asset monetization basically means that if you have assets lying spare, you can use them in a way which generates revenue. So NHAI has a lot of assets and it will be looking forward to monetizing them. So promotion of electric vehicles is not one of those pillars. Let me show you which are the three pillars. So these are the three core pillars. Value maximization of government road assets, transparency of processes and dissemination of investor relevant information, market development through deepening the investor base as well as promoting stakeholder engagement. And The strategy of asset monetization presents a structured framework that provides a robust blueprint to mobilize the capital. So they want to mobilize the capital through toll, operate, transfer, infrastructure investment trust, and securitization models. Securitization model. To give you one example, in July 2019, NHAI launched the first ever bundle of roads to be monetized under toll, operate, transfer mode. And since then, NHAI has raised over 1.4 lakh crore, by monetizing around 6,100 kilometers of national highways. So, I mean, they can generate money. Okay, they can generate money, and we call it asset monetization strategy. Asset monetization strategy. And now they have three pillars on which their entire strategy will be built. So this idea of asset monetization was suggested by Vijay Kelkar committee. Vijay Kelkar committee in 2012 for the first time. NHAI works under the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Now recently, India's first bio-bitumen based road was made where? India's first bio-bitumen based road is a national highway stretch NH44 in Mansar. Mansar is a place in Nagpur in Maharashtra. And this technology, bio-bitumen technology, it has been championed by Praj Industries of Pune in collaboration with Central Road Research Institute, which works under CSIR, which is located in New Delhi. And recently, Nitin Gadkari, the Minister of Road Transport and Highways, he launched something known as Switch EIV12, which is India's first low-floor electric city bus. And this bus has been made by a company called Switch Mobility. BSE, Bombay Stock Exchange, has announced the launch of which app that offers a safe and informative environment for new and aspiring investors to better understand how to navigate equity and mutual fund markets. If you want to invest in equity, that is share market, or if you want to invest in mutual funds and all, you will be given a lot of trusted information on this app. It is called BSE Nivesh Mitra. BSE Nivesh Mitra is the name of the app. It has been launched by the Bombay Stock Exchange. It is available to the public. You don't need to open a trading account or anything like that. You can simply consume the information available on this app. And the Bombay Stock Exchange was in news recently because they have partnered with a private company based in Hyderabad called Control S Data Centers Limited. So this company, Control S Data Center Limited, will power the critical digital infrastructure. So basically on Bombay Stock Exchange, daily 700 crore transactions take place, and all of them will be handled by the data center company called Control S Data Center Limited, which is a company based in Hyderabad. Now, another very important thing, in the Bombay Stock Exchange Sensex, recently the Tata Group owned Trent Limited company, it has replaced Nestle. So Trent is in, Nestle is out. Also, Bharat Electronics Limited is in, and IndusInd Bank is out in the Bombay Stock Exchange Sensex. Right? So the two companies which are in are Trent and Bharat Electronics Limited. Which are out are IndusInd Bank and Nestle. This is, I'm talking about Sensex. As per recent information, which of the following country is said to become the 21st member of the Euro Currency Union? It is a key European Union project aimed at deepening the ties between member country. So in Euro, when we say EU, European Union, so in European Union, there are 27 countries now. Earlier there were 28, but Britain exited, which was called Brexit. So now there are 27 countries in European Union. But do all of the countries, they have euro as their currency? The answer is no. So only 20 countries out of 27, they had euro as their currency. We call it Eurozone countries. So now 21st country is Bulgaria. It is Bulgaria, right? So Bulgaria, the currency earlier that they used was called lev, and now they have shifted to euro. So this is the 21st member of the Euro Currency Union. Now there are still some countries which are members of European Union, but they still don't use euro, right? And this euro currency union is also known as Eurozone. And euro is a shared currency which came into being in 1999 when European Union established European Central Bank. European Central Bank is headquartered where? It is headquartered in Frankfurt, which is in Germany. Frankfurt, which is in Germany. So Bulgaria has now switched to euro. So which are the countries that are part of Eurozone? So these are the 20 countries which have euro as their currency. New Zealand will launch a new parent boost visa, allowing the migrants to sponsor their parents for multi-entry visits of up to how many years, provided they meet specific health, income and insurance requirements. So New Zealand has started parent boost visa, which will allow the migrants to sponsor their parents for multi-entry visit for up to 5 years. Up to 5 years. This visa will be rolled out in September 2025. So this visa will allow the parents of the New Zealand citizens and residents multi-entry access for up to 5 years. Up to 5 years. And after 5 years, they can renew it only once, which means that they can hold the visa for 10 years. But in one go, it is only for 5 years. Then they have to renew the visa. And then there are some criteria, like for example, you should have a health insurance, you should have, at least how much of, health assessment will be done. You should, all these requirements are there. So there are health, income and insurance requirements. United Nations Oceans Conference was held in Nice in France. So here India launched a digital ocean data portal aimed at promoting transparent and science-based ocean governance. What is the name of this portal? A very important question. One of the most important. So it is called Sahav portal. Sahav. Now it was organized in Nice and it was organized by France and Costa Rica together. So it was co-hosted by France and Costa Rica together. So what was the theme of the conference? Theme was accelerating action and mobilizing all actors to conserve and sustainably use the ocean. So Nice in France was the host from 9 to 13th of June. This is only the third time United Nations Oceans Conference is taking place. Now one of the objectives of this conference was to bring into force the High Seas Treaty, also known as Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement, which was adopted in 2023. So the countries should come together and cooperate in protecting the biodiversity in the high seas. In the high seas means, so every country should protect the biodiversity in its exclusive economic zone, which is up to 200 nautical miles from the coastline. But even beyond that, it should try to protect the biodiversity. So that is called the High Seas Treaty or Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement. And this is a international treaty under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which is based in Jamaica. And this is for sustainable use of marine biological diversity and trying to protect it. Now, once 60 countries they ratify it, it will become a law. And currently 50 members have already ratified it. So India has launched basically something called as Sahav. What is Sahav? Sahav is a geographical information system based decision support system. Decision support system. It is a digital ocean data portal. And India has also signed the High Seas Treaty. It is a legally binding treaty, by the way, right? So India also backed the BBNJ, Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement. And Sahav portal will support Sustainable Development Goal number 14, which is called Life Below Water. Life Below Water. So 60 countries, if they ratify, then it will become a legally binding treaty, the High Seas Treaty. According to Cushman and Wakefield latest Global Data Center Market Comparison Report, Mumbai has secured which spot among 97 global cities in terms of under construction data center capacity, overtaking major hubs like London and Dublin. Now you know that this is the time of artificial intelligence, and therefore there are data centers being made which are very power hungry. They consume a lot of power. So in terms of data center capacity, Mumbai is now 6th in the world. Of course, it is still under construction data capacity because We have just started in AI. India has just started in AI. So number one position in the world is Virginia, which is a city in America. So it is number one. Its data center capacity has crossed 1800 megawatt. Then second is Atlanta in America. Then we have Columbus City, Dallas, and Phoenix. All these five cities are in America. And if you talk about Mumbai, then India's 42% of the under construction data center capacity is coming up in Mumbai. So Mumbai is at which position? Mumbai is now at 6th position. It is now at 6th position among 97 global cities. So this is very, very important in terms of under construction. Now, what about the established data construction? Not under construction, the one that has already been established. In that, Mumbai is 7th in the Asia Pacific region. 7th in the Asia Pacific region. And this is a report given by Cushman and Wakefield. So do remember the name of Virginia as well. So here you can see capacity under construction. Mumbai is ranked after these five American cities. And here you can see established market. In terms of established markets, so in Asia Pacific, Mumbai is at 7th position. Indian Army, they have recently departed for which country to participate in exercise called Conquest. Now, Conquest exercise is taking place for the 22nd time, and it is a multi-country exercise. So multiple countries will participate in this exercise. And the answer is Mongolia. Mongolia, sometimes also called as the country of horses. In fact, if you remember, I think 3-4 years back when Rajnath Singh, the Defense Minister of India, visited Mongolia, he was given a horse called Tejas. I remember it specifically because Tejas is also name of my son. So it is the country of horses, you know. Highest number of horses per capita in the world is in Mongolia. And Mongolia also has the Gobi Desert. Gobi Desert is sandwiched between Mongolia and China, right? So the answer is Mongolia. And we reach the capital of Mongolia, which is Ulaanbaatar. So with Mongolia, India does bilateral exercise also, which is called nomadic elephant. But in Conquest, multiple countries they participate. So this exercise is a multi-country exercise, and it took place from 14th of June to 28th of June. You know, initially, this exercise Conquest started in 2003, and that time it used to take place between America and Mongolia. But then from 2006 onwards, you know, it became kind of a multi-country peacekeeping exercise. And India was represented by the Kumaon Regiment of the Indian Army in this exercise. Now, I told you that India and Mongolia, they do exercise which is between these only two countries, bilateral, which is called nomadic elephant. And nomadic elephant took place for the 17th time recently. This exercise took place in Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia, from 31st of May 2025 to 13th of June. So it was a 2-week exercise. And nomadic elephant started in 2004. 2004, right? India's first underwater museum, an artificial coral reef, will be developed around the decommissioned warship called what? Near the Nivati rocks at the Vengurla in Sindhudurga district of Maharashtra. So in Maharashtra, we have this district called Sindhudurga, which is a coastal district of Maharashtra. Sindhudurg, right? So in Sindhudurg, we have a place called Vengurla, Nivati rocks. That is where there is a ship called INS Guldar. Now, INS Guldar basically, it's a ship, and we purchased this ship from Poland. So it was manufactured in the Dynia shipyard. This is the Polish language, GDYNIA. We call it Dynia. So it was made in the Dynia shipyard in the city of Dansk. Dansk is a city in Poland. Just remember, it is a Poland ship which India purchased. It was built in Poland and it was commissioned in the Indian Navy in 1985. So it has served us very well for 40 years. So this ship was a part of Eastern Naval Command, which is headquartered in Visakhapatnam from 1985 to 1995. And then it was sent to Andaman Nicobar, where it served next 30 years. So 10 years it served in Visakhapatnam and 30 years in Andaman and Nicobar. So it has given almost 40 years of service to the nation. And now it will be converted into India's first underwater museum. Underwater museum. So basically around this ship, there will be India's first underwater museum and artificial coral reef. Artificial coral reef. It's a massive ship. And let me tell you, this ship has been gifted to the Maharashtra Tourism Development Corporation. So this project will require around 47 crore rupees. And all of this will be given by the Tourism Ministry to the Maharashtra Tourism Department. And so this project is supported by the central government through the Tourism Ministry of India. And what they will do, they will promote tourism, they will have scuba diving, they will have submarine tours, they will have marine conservation activities. All of this they will have. All of this they will have, right? So 47 crore was given by the Tourism Ministry. 46.91 crore, just remember, almost 47 crore. 47 crore. Now, can you tell me, is there any other ship in India which is a museum? So yes, first is INS Karsura, which is a underwater museum in, I mean, you can call it submarine museum. It is located in Visakhapatnam. Located in Visakhapatnam. And even INS Vikrant, the decommissioned INS Vikrant, not the aircraft carrier of today, but INS Vikrant that was decommissioned in 1997, that is also been converted to a museum, and it is in Mumbai. And then there is INS Kadalore. INS Kadalore is a ship. Again, it has been converted into underwater museum. INS Kadalore. So these are some ships which have been converted, and this museum is in Pondicherry. This museum is in Pondicherry, right? Okay, let us move on. Which country has launched a landmark international initiative called Blue Nationally Determined Contributions Challenge to dramatically scale up ocean-focused climate action? The answer is France and Brazil. France and Brazil, they have launched an international initiative which is called Blue NDC Challenge. So it urges the countries to incorporate ocean-focused climate goals into their nationally determined contributions. And you know that recently, I mean, COP30 will take place in the city of Belém do Pará in Brazil. So ahead of the COP30, they launched it. So what do they want to do? Again, they want, so just like there is a nationally determined contribution, every country is trying to have a climate goal in mind, and all the countries, they have a common goal in mind, which is not let the global average temperature increase to 1.5 degrees C more than the pre-industrial level, right? So this is the nationally determined contribution of the entire world. And under this, every country has some goals. For example, India will contribute by having 500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. Similarly, some other country have some other goals. These are the nationally determined contributions. India, for example, has said we will become net zero by 2070. Now, all those things are there, right? But Brazil and France, what do they want? They want every country to have some ocean focused goals also. So this, what I talked to you about, which is the Blue NDC Challenge, some countries have joined it, like Australia, Fiji, Kenya, Mexico, Palau, Seychelles, and Brazil and France. So currently 8 countries have joined this initiative. And what will they do? They will commit to include the ocean in their updated climate plan under the Paris Agreement. So under the Paris Agreement, every country is trying to limit the global warming to 1.5 degree Celsius. And this initiative is supported by some other organizations also, like Ocean Conservancy, Ocean Climate Platform. These are all non-government organizations. World Resources Institute, Ocean Resilience and Climate Alliance, which is a part of World Resource Institute, Worldwide Fund for Nature. So a lot of organizations are coming together to support this initiative. And recently, we had the 3rd United Nations Oceans Conference, which was organized in the city of Nice. It was organized by 2 countries, France and Costa Rica. Nice is a city in France. And what happened there? Well, there again, they talked about Sustainable Development Goal number 14, which talks about life below water. Life below water. And what did India launch there? India launched Sahav, which is a digital ocean data portal. Sahav portal. It is a digital ocean data portal. So this portal was launched by India there. Also, there is a High Seas Treaty, also known as BBNJ or biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. So if I talk about India, I am making a map of India, you know. So from the coastal line of India, the distance up to 200 nautical mile is our exclusive economic zone. But the area beyond that is called high seas. So this is also known as high seas treaty. Till 200 nautical mile, the part of ocean comes under our jurisdiction. This is called biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. So we have to, all the countries have to come together and protect the biodiversity beyond their national jurisdiction. This is called high seas treaty. And if 60 countries sign it, it will be legally binding. India has also decided to sign this treaty. Okay, India has also decided to sign this treaty. As per recently released State of the World Population Report, the real fertility crisis. In 2025, India's population is estimated to reach 146 crore, making it the most populous country in the world. So this report is released by which organization? It is released by United Nations Population Fund, which is headquartered in New York, UNFPA. UNFPA. This is called State of the World Population Report. State of the World Population Report. Now look, India's population will touch 170 crore by 2060, and then it will start to decline. I mean, in 2060s somewhere, we will be around 170 crore, but then it will start declining. Then there are other reasons also why people are producing less babies now. For example, 4 out of 10 people said financial limitation. I mean, raising a child has become very costly, right? Job insecurity, housing constraint, I mean, lack of reliable childcare. They are making, people start families very tough. And the fertility, if you talk about, so the replacement fertility rate is 2.1. If a couple on an average is producing more than 2.1 babies, then the country's population is increasing. If they are producing less than 2.1, then the population will decrease. Now, if you talk about India, then fertility rate has fallen below 2.1, that is the replacement level, in 31 states and union territory. But fertility rate in India remains very high. In Bihar, for example, it is 3, Meghalaya 2.9, UP 2.7. So these are the hotbeds of population. These are the states responsible for increase in population. But if you see overall India, our total fertility rate is now 1.9 birth per woman, which is below the replacement level of 2.1. Now, what is the meaning of this? Now, let's say there is a man and there is a woman. Now, if they produce 2 children, then what will happen? Then the population will remain the same. Why? Because once these man and woman die, then these 2 children will replace them. But this is not exactly 2, it is 2.1, because there are a lot of children who do not reach the age of adult. They die early. So this is slightly higher than 2, it is 2.1, which is calculated. This is called replacement level fertility rate. Now, if they are producing less than 2.1, so India's is now 1.9, which shows that in India, our population has already started to decline. I mean, it will still increase for a while because it will take some time to reflect, but we are already below the replacement level fertility. And in India, if you see, the highest fertility rate is in Bihar, which is 3, which is very high compared to the replacement level fertility rate, which is 2.1. 2.1, right? And what is India's percentage of youth population? India's youth population is still significant. 24% of India's population is in the age bracket of 0 to 14, 17% in 10 to 19, and 26% in 10 to 24. So you can say that, I mean, India's 68% of population is of working age, 15 to 64. So we are still a young country. The elderly population, that is 65 and older, is around 7%. 7%. What is the life expectancy in India? 71 years for men and 74 years for women. Which of the following country has started world's first large-scale application of non-binary AI chips, integrating its proprietary hybrid computing technology into critical sectors, including aviation and industrial system? Non-binary chips, the answer is China. The answer is China, non-binary AI chips. So, there is a university in Beijing which is called Bihang University. Bihang University in Beijing is responsible for this innovation. And this breakthrough has come with the proposal of a new numerical system, which is called hybrid stochastic number. Hybrid stochastic number. So basically in computer we use 0 and 1. This is called binary. But now there are more possibilities. This first time we are using a non-binary system which is called hybrid stochastic number, which will combine traditional binary number with stochastic or probability based numbers. So this is a technology, and we'll not go into too much detail in this, but just remember it is China. Also in China, the world's first hybrid nuclear fusion and nuclear fission reaction nuclear plant has been set up, which is called Xinghuo. The capacity will be 100 megawatt. So this is the first time in the world that there is a nuclear plant which has both nuclear fusion and nuclear fission. Nuclear fission. Who has won the 2024 Matrabhumi Literary Award? It's a literature award given to exceptional writers by the Matrabhumi group, which is a Malayali group. Matrabhumi, you know, is one of the most famous Malayali newspaper. So it has been given to Sarah Joseph. Malayali writer Sarah Joseph was given 2024 Matrabhumi Literary Award. It carries cash prize of 3 lakh rupees, and there is a sculpture of M.V. Diwan which is also given. And these awards were started in 2001 by the Matrabhumi group. And this award is given to a Malayali writer who has contributed exceptionally to Malayali literature. Malayali literature. Which state's forest department has launched an innovative afforestation effort called Vithut program in response to increasing human-wildlife conflict and associated mortality? Vithut program has been launched to plant more trees to increase the forest cover in Kerala. The answer is Kerala. And in Vithut program, what will happen? So the word Vithut means seed shower. Seed shower. So seed shower will be done in those areas of Kerala where we want to do ecological restoration. This will rehabilitate Kerala's natural ecology and it will decrease human-wildlife conflict. Vithut program will be run by the Kerala Forest Research Institute. So in Vithut, they will have community engagement, meticulous planning, strategic application of technology, and they will do the afforestation. They will plant trees on those places which are affected by landslides, wildfires, the reservoir catchment areas, tribal communities, all of these. And Kerala Forest Research Institute is located in Thrissur in Kerala. Thrissur in Kerala. Also in Kerala, one more program has been started called Jyoti program. This is for giving education to the children of the migrant workers. Those children who are, between the age group of 3 to 6. So they will be given the education in the Anganwadi, and those who are above the age of 6 or above the age of 6, they will be integrated into the Sarkari school or public schools in Kerala. UP government has announced plans to set up a research center for the Kala Namak rice in partnership with the International Rice Research Institute to boost the production and export of this rice. Now, Kala Namak rice was given the GI tag recently by the government of India, and International Rice Research Institute is located in Philippines. It is located in Philippines. International Rice Research Institute. So the answer is Siddharth Nagar. The research center for Kala Namak rice will be set up in Siddharth Nagar. And this is a very premium rice. It is sold at around 300 rupees per kg in the domestic market. And it was given the GI tag in 2013, which was then renewed around 2023 because GI tag is given for 10 years. Now, by the way, UP government has big targets. For example, the UP government has targeted expanding the cultivation area to 1 lakh hectare in the 2025-26 Kharif season from 82,000 hectare previously, because the demand for this rice is growing. So it is grown in around 82,000 hectare. Now they want to increase it to 1 lakh hectare. 1 lakh hectare. And UP government is exporting Kala Namak rice to many countries like Singapore, Nepal, and a lot of countries are showing interest like Thailand, Vietnam, Sri Lanka, Japan, etc. Now this rice is also called as Buddha rice because it is claimed that Lord Buddha gifted this rice to the people in Kapil Vastu as a blessing. And Kala Namak rice is also a part of One District, One Product scheme. So in Siddharth Nagar district, this is the product under ODOP. International Crop Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropic, ICRISAT, which is in Hyderabad, Indian Farmer Fertilizer Cooperative IFCO and Bharatiya Bij Sehkari Samiti Limited, they have all signed a three-party agreement to set up Bij Anusandhan Kendra, which means seed research center. Bij is seed, Anusandhan means research, and Kendra means center. So Bij Anusandhan Kendra will be set up where? This is for seed research, and these are three very eminent institutions, right? So it will be set up in Kalol, which is in Gujarat. Kalol is a part of Gandhinagar district, which is the capital of Gujarat. Bij Anusandhan Kendra. What will happen here? World-class seed research will happen here. World-class seed research. And Bharatiya Bij Sehkari Samiti Limited, it is a seed cooperative society. They will operate the center. IFCO will do the construction of this place. Running will be done by BBSSL, and ICRISAT will provide scientific and technical expertise. So this center will focus on enhancing the seed quality, boosting the crop productivity, reducing the use of water and fertilizer in agriculture, preserving ancient indigenous seed varieties, and improving the nutritional value of the crops. And ICRISAT is located in Hyderabad. It is located in Hyderabad. Now recently ICRISAT was in news for one very specific reason. What is that? ICRISAT has partnered with Dakshin. Dakshin. What is Dakshin? Dakshin is a center at RIS, Delhi. RIS means Research and Information System for Developing Countries. RIS is an organization. It's a New Delhi based think tank. So Dakshin is a center, a platform at RIS Delhi. ICRISAT has partnered with Dakshin. For what? For strengthening South-South cooperation. They will set up something known as ICRISAT Center, ISSCA, ICRISAT Center for Excellence for South-South Cooperation in Agriculture. It will be set up by the collaboration between ICRISAT and Dakshin of RIS. Magnetic isolation and concentration cryo-electron microscopy, MAGIC cryo-EM, which enables the scientists to study samples that are 100 times more dilute than previously possible. It has been created. This technology has been created by the scientist of which institute or university. So using this technology, you can study those samples which are 100 times more dilute. The answer is Rockefeller University, which is in New York. Maharashtra will assign a geotagged how many digit alphanumeric UIFID, Unique Infrastructure Facility ID, to all the public infrastructure assets, which will now be used as a primary reference number once the administrative approval is granted to the project. So every public sector, public infrastructure, government infrastructure asset in Maharashtra will be given a unique 13-digit ID, which is called Unique Infrastructure Facility ID. And this project has been launched recently from Wardha district. So in Wardha, the pilot testing was done. This project was started in Wardha, but from 1st October 2025, it will be implemented in the entire Maharashtra. So statewide rollout will be from 1st October 2025. Every government building, government asset will be given a 13-digit alphanumeric UIFID, and they will geotag it. So this will be used as a primary reference number. And 13-digit alphanumeric number will be there. And there is a portal also, which is called Infra ID portal. For the same has been activated. So for this UIFID, there is a Infra ID portal. Infra ID means what? Infrastructure ID. Every infrastructure will have a ID. And there was a committee that was set up which decided that for every government asset, there will be a 13-digit alphanumeric unique ID. That committee had 4 members. So these are the members: Asim Gupta, Vikas Rastogi, Vijay Wagmare, and Chandrakant Palkundwar. Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, they have approved 3 new high-yielding crop varieties. And all of these varieties are developed by Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh Krishi Vidyapit, which is located in Akola in Maharashtra. Now, which of the following is not one of the approved varieties? So golden maize is not one of those approved varieties. So what do we have? So we have wheat, which is ACAO 5100. We have yellow sorghum hybrid kharif CSV 65. Now sorghum in Hindi we call it jowar. Okay, we call it jowar, and it's a type of a millet. And then we have chickpea super jaki. Chickpea in Hindi we call it chana. I don't know what they call in your language, but in Hindi we call it chana. So chickpea super jaki AKG 1402. So these are the new varieties which have been created. Let me tell you a little bit about them. Now this wheat variety, look, they all have certain qualities obviously because they are improved varieties, but just take a look at what they have. So for example, the wheat variety is a high yielding variety. High yielding means that it will give more productivity. Rust resistant, rust is a disease of the wheat and other crops also. Drought tolerant and suitable for bread and chapati. And it is recommended for sowing in the soil of Maharashtra, Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra and Tamil Nadu, basically south of the Vindhyas. Then we have the yellow sorghum variety, which is rich in zinc and iron and all these things. And then chickpea, super jaki, again it is high yielding variety and it can be easily grown in Maharashtra. And also what they have done is they have expanded area for some of the existing varieties. Now these existing varieties were there earlier, but now they are growing it in new places, right? And these are Amba soybean, Purva soybean, and they tag 73 groundnut. Tag 73 groundnut. Now look, this institute that I mentioned is a very prestigious institute, Punjab Rao Deshmukh Krishi Vidyapeeth, and it has many campuses, but the main campus is in Akola, and it was set up in 1969. There is a report called Generative Artificial Intelligence and Jobs, a refined global index of occupational exposure. This revealed that 1 in 4 jobs globally is at the risk of being transformed by generative AI. Which of the following organization has released this report? Now, when I say job is being transformed, it's a loose word for it is being replaced. They did not want to use the word replaced. So the jobs are at a risk of being transformed, right? So this is International Labour Organization, as you can see here. Now this is an organization that is based in Geneva, and they partnered with another organization which is called NASK. NASK, National Research Institute, is an organization that is based in Poland's capital Warsaw. So both of them, they came together to release this report. So 25% of the jobs, 1 in 4 means 25%. So they are at the risk of being transformed by the generative AI, right? And this report also said that 3.3% of the jobs worldwide, they fall under the highest risk category because of generative artificial intelligence, and it will have a greater impact on women compared to men. 4.7% of the women's jobs worldwide are at highest risk compared to 2.4% of men, overall 3.3%. So women are at more risk when it comes to losing jobs because of artificial intelligence. And they have given some data, but I don't think all of this data and chart, they are important from exam point of view, so maybe you can skip it. According to the recently released report called the Allianz Global Insurance Report, the Indian market is poised to become the second largest in Asia, surpassing Japan, as India's life insurance sector is set to grow at a compound annual growth rate of how much over the next 10 years. India's life insurance entire sector will grow at around 10.5% annually for the next 10 years. And this is a report given by the German insurance company Allianz. Allianz is a company that is headquartered in Munich city of Germany. Munich is the same city which is the headquarter for International Shooting Sports Federation, and Munich city also organizes the Munich Security Conference every year. So Indian market will become the second largest in Asia after China. We will overtake even Japan, very soon. Now this report said that most of the growth in the insurance is coming in the life insurance sector. If you see India also, then life insurance has 75% of the overall insurance market, right? And life insurance sector is seeing a tremendous growth. Life insurance sector experienced great growth. In 2024, the growth was 10.6% in the life insurance segment. In 2023, it was 7.7%. And health insurance, even though it is a very small segment in the Indian insurance market, but it is growing at a remarkable growth rate. So it showed 20.8% growth last year in 2024. If you see the premium growth, the premium that you pay for insurance in 2024, still it is dominated by China alone, 15.4% growth in the life insurance sector. But India will be second largest because we will grow at 10.5% for the next 10 years every year. And if you see the overall entire world, then if you see the market, then Asia has 37% share in premium, 37%. So that is again something that you should know. Now look here, this is basically the projection of the growth, for life insurance, health insurance, etc. So here if you see India, then what is the growth that is projected for these 10 years in India? So if you see the growth in the insurance sector in India, in life insurance, it will be 10.5%. That is what I asked you in MCQ. Health insurance will grow at 18.5% over the next 10 years, 18.5% every year. So if you are, for example, buying stocks, why don't you buy for standalone health insurance companies like Star Health or, all of these standalone health insurance companies? Even the P&C, property and casualty insurance, which is a broad insurance which covers your property, your business, theft, vandalism, all of these things, it will grow also at 9.5 for the next 10 years. Indian Army Postal Service Corps has launched a real-time, secure, army-tailored postal software by Center for Excellence in Postal Technology, Mysuru. What is the name of this software? Look, Indian Army also requires a lot of postal services. For example, the soldiers, they send a lot of things to their family members, like letters, envelopes, and all these things. So it is called Meghdoot Millennium. Meghdoot Millennium has been launched by Indian Army Postal Service Corps. So Meghdoot Millennium is a secure, army-tailored, specially customized for the army. It is a postal software and it has been developed by CEPT Mysuru. CEPT Mysuru, right? Meghdoot Millennium. Now earlier we used to have Meghdoot Suite. Now we have Meghdoot Millennium, which is much better, more secure. Now what is Army Postal Service? Army Postal Service is a government-operated military mail system in India. The communication that happens between different formations, units, troops, cantonments, even Indian military people, who are posted in the war zone, they may send letters to their home. All of this is undertaken by Army Postal Service. And Army Postal Service was formed in 1856 and it is headquartered in New Delhi. Army Postal Service works under which ministry? It is, of course, the Department of Post, Ministry of Communication. Ministry of Communication. Which company has announced a strategic partnership with Italian artificial intelligence company called MyAeon Inc. to develop Aeon Sentia? It's a next generation AI platform aimed at managing and optimizing the complex urban systems in Abu Dhabi. So the answer is Bold Technologies. The answer is option A, Bold Technologies. Abu Dhabi is the capital of UAE and the world's first AI cognitive city they are setting up. So this is the world's first AI cognitive city. They want to transform urban living through cutting-edge artificial intelligence technology. So what is the meaning of AI cognitive city? Well, Aeon Sentia will have AI system that will anticipate the needs of the resident. It will manage infrastructure automatically and it will optimize energy consumption in real time. So that is the meaning of AI cognitive city. This is a big project and it is coming up in Abu Dhabi. It's a very costly project. It will cost around $2.5 billion. $2.5 billion. Here I would also like to tell you that there is a dance which is called Al-Ayala. Al-Ayala is a dance which is performed in UAE and Oman. Now you remember recently when Donald Trump visited UAE, this dance was performed, Al-Ayala, in which the women, they flip their hair from left to right and men, they beat drums behind them. It is a very popular dance in UAE and Oman. Which of the following company has become one of the first foreign satellite operators to receive approval from InSpace to provide direct satellite coverage to domestic media organizations? Domestic media organization, the answer is Intelsat. Now look, Intelsat is a company, it is an American company. So it has become a foreign satellite company to get approval from the Indian government to provide satellite coverage to domestic media organization. It has got the approval from InSpace. And this Intelsat company, it operates 4 satellites, IS-17, IS-20, IS-36 and IS-39. So these are the 4 satellites of Intelsat that will provide the C-band coverage throughout India. So these satellites will help in delivery of content, distribution of content by the media organizations in India. These are the 4 satellites which are owned by Intelsat. So Intelsat is a company that is based in Virginia in United States of America. It's a very old company. It was set up in 1964. 1964. Which of the following company has claimed the title of the India's first pet food unicorn after receiving an investment from Nestle? Nestle is a Swiss dairy. It is the largest dairy in the world, Nestle. So it is named after the inventor of this company, the person who started this company. His name was Nestle. It manufactures chocolates and I mean millions of things. So this company is called Drools Pet Food Private Limited. This is a company based in Bangalore. This company was started in 2010 and now it is a unicorn company. It is a unicorn company. Now, if you talk about this year, then Netradine, Porter, JSW1. So these are the other unicorns which have been created this year. And this word unicorn means what? It means a company whose market value becomes at least $1 billion. And this word was made popular by an investor called Alan Lee. Alan Lee. So Porter and all of these companies which I told you, Netradine and JSW1, all of these have become unicorns recently. Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan has visited Singapore to attend the 22nd edition of the Shangri-La Dialogue, hosted annually by whom? Shangri-La Dialogue takes place in the Shangri-La Hotel. That is why it is called Shangri-La Dialogue. It takes place every year and it is organized in Singapore every year in this hotel by International Institute for Strategic Studies, which is based in London. Right? So the Chief of Defence Staff, he represented India at the Shangri-La Dialogue. More than 40 countries, they participated. And Shangri-La Dialogue started in 2002, 2002. An International Institute of Strategic Studies is based in London. This institute came into being in 1958. As per recent information, who among the following has written a book, Test Cricket, A History? This is a book written by Tim Wigmore. So if you want to know more about Test Cricket, which is considered as the real cricket, then do check out this book. Swachh Sarvekshan Gramin. So this is the Swachh Sarvekshan Sanitation Survey for rural areas. It has been launched recently to assess the on-ground status of rural sanitation. It is a survey which is done by which department or which ministry? So it is done by the Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation. This department works under the Ministry of Jal Shakti. So it is done by the Ministry of Jal Shakti. But be very careful. We have a Swachh Sarvekshan. If the word Gramin is not mentioned, then it means Swachh Sarvekshan Urban. And it is done by the Ministry of Housing Urban Affairs. So if in the exam they ask you Swachh Sarvekshan is conducted by which ministry, you will say Ministry of Housing Urban Affairs, because if nothing is mentioned, it means urban. For mentioning Gramin, they have to mention this word Gramin or rural separate. So the rural one is done by the Jal Shakti Ministry, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation. In fact, I was a bit surprised when I saw this question because the results of the Swachh Sarvekshan Gramin for 2024 have also not been released so far, and they have already launched this Sarvekshan for 2025. Now, in this survey, what they do is they do the village assessment, like how clean is a village and all those things they see. So this Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, they will engage with independent agency and carried out the survey. And various cleanliness parameters are there. For example, plastic waste management in a village, fecal sludge management, Govardhan plant, citizen feedback, Swachhta green leaf rating sites, etc. And the main objective of Swachh Sarvekshan Gramin is to provide a national ranking of all the state and union territory based on different qualitative and quantitative parameters. And of course, the village are defined as ODF, ODF plus and all these, right? So to give you one example, ODF village is the one which is open defecation free. That is called ODF. Then we have ODF plus. In ODF plus, what is the meaning of ODF plus? ODF plus means that yes, it is open defecation free, but it also has either solid waste management or liquid waste management, but not both. Then we have ODF plus rising category. This is ODF plus aspiring category. Then we have ODF plus rising, which means that it has ODF status, open defecation free, and it has both solid waste management instead of, or it has both liquid waste management. That is called ODF plus rising. And then we have ODF plus model village. What is that? ODF plus model means that it has solid waste management, liquid waste management, it has minimal litter, very less plastic waste. There is no plastic waste in any public place. It has good education and communication messages. So it is the best category. First is ODF, then we have ODF plus aspiring, then we have ODF plus rising, then we have ODF plus model. So they see all these things. I mean, like, they see all these things. how many villages are ODF, how many villages are ODF plus, and all those things, and then they decide. Understood that? Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has approved the grant of Mini Ratna Category 1 status to 3 companies. Which of the following is not one of them? So 3 companies have been given the Mini Ratna Category 1 status. What is the meaning of Mini Ratna Category 1 status? It means that these companies, so there are 2 types of Mini Ratna companies, Category 1 and Category 2. Category 2 means that these companies should have been profitable for 3 years, last 3 years. And Mini Ratna Category 1 means that they have to be profitable for the last 3 years, but in one of the 3 years, their net profit has to be at least 30 crores or more. Then it is called Mini Ratna Category 1. So these 3 are Munition India Limited, Armored Vehicle Nigam Limited, and India Optel Limited. Engineering Projects India Limited is not one of those. So these 3 companies, they have been given this status. Munitions India Limited, Armored Vehicle Nigam Limited, and India Optel Limited. India Optel Limited, right? Now, can you tell me a little bit about these companies? So Munitions India Limited, basically it is a company that is headquartered in Pune, and it comes under the Ordnance Factory Board. It was set up in 2021 as a part of restructuring of the Ordnance Factory Board. Armored Vehicle Nigam Limited is a company that is based in Avadi in Chennai, and it is also under Ordnance Factory Board. It is a public sector company. Ordnance Factory Board was converted into 7 companies in 2021. And then we have India Optel Limited, which is a company based in Dehradun. And this company manufactures electro-optical sensors, weapon sights, etc. And again, it is under Ordnance Factory Board. It was set up in Dehradun. So these are the 3 companies which have been given Mini Ratna 1 status. And by the way, central government has recently elevated IRCTC from Mini Ratna Category 1 to Navratna. So IRCTC is now a Navratna company. Also IRFC, Indian Railway Finance Corporation, earlier it was Mini Ratna 1, now it is Navratna. So both of these companies were elevated from Mini Ratna Category 1 to Navratna. Indian Army, they have done exercise Nomadic Elephant with which country? The answer is Mongolia, and it was done for the 17th time. So this exercise took place in Ulaanbaatar, which is the capital of Mongolia, from 31st of May to 13th of June 2025. Now last year this exercise was done in Umroi military station in Meghalaya. Nomadic Elephant started in 2004 between the 2 countries, and India this time was represented by Arunachal Scouts. Arunachal Scouts is a special unit of the Indian Army. And Indian Air Force, by the way, they recently did an exercise in the central sector called Akraman. The word Akraman means attack. Akraman was done by the Indian Air Force. As per the recently released report called Atmanirbhar, Agrani and Atulya Bharat, India's defense budget could rise a little under 5-fold to 31.7 trillion rupees in 2047. So currently India's defense budget was approximately 6.81 lakh crore, which is called trillion rupees. But it will increase to 31.7 lakh crore by 2047. What about the defense production? So defense production, currently it is 1.46 lakh crore, and it will increase to almost 6 times, that is to 8.8 lakh crore. Okay. So this is the report given by CII and which company? The answer is KPMG. KPMG is one of the biggest consulting companies in the world. So this is what we are expecting, So the defense spend, if you talk about currently how much we spend on our defense, it is 6.81 lakh crore, which is 2% of our GDP. And it will become 37.1 trillion in 2047, and that time it will be 4 to 5% of our GDP. And this report says that India should become self-reliant in defense production by 2032. By 2032, we should become self-reliant in defense production, right? Then they say that by 2038, we will become one of the top 5 global exporters of high quality defense equipment and technology. And it says that by 2045, India will become a world leader in developing and deploying cutting edge niche technologies in the defense sector. So This they have given a timeline 2032, 38, and then 2045. 2045. Now, what about the defense export of India? So the defense export of India, what is our target? It is 50,000 crore by 2029. That is also a very important question. The defense export target of India. Defense export target of India, 50,000 crore by 2029. And here is the comparison in a table that makes it very easy. So defense budget from 6.8 lakh crore will increase to 37.7 lakh crore. Defense production from 1.6 lakh crore to 8.8 lakh crore. Defense export from 30,000 crore to 2.8 lakh crore by 2047. But there is an immediate deadline, that is 50,000 crore by 2029. As per recently released report, Chief Economist Outlook, global economic outlook has deteriorated since the beginning of the year, with increasing economic nationalism and tariff uncertainties fueling widespread concern. This report is released by whom? It is released by the World Economic Forum. World Economic Forum. So there is increasing economic nationalism. You can also call it protectionism or opposite of globalization. You know, the governments are becoming increasingly nationalistic. They want to do less and less trade with other countries. I mean, they want to do trade, but they want to protect their interest first. So this is what it is, right? So this report says that 79% of the chief economist outlook. So they interviewed the chief economist of most countries. 79% of the chief economists in the world, they see a major structural shift in global economy. They say that now nationalism is on the rise, protectionism is on the rise. And 33%, 33% of all the economists say that India has a very strong economic growth prospect, right? So all of this data was there in the report. For example, 77% of the economists said that there is a weak or very weak economic performance of America, which they expect. So all of this data was given in the report. India's first artificial intelligence focused special economic zone is set to come up in Nava Raipur, which is the Chhattisgarh's new capital. Nava Raipur, also known as Atal Nagar, named after Bihari Vajpayee as Atal Nagar. This project will be developed by which company? Atal or Nava Raipur. This will have India's first artificial intelligence focused special economic zone. So it will be constructed in Nava Raipur by RAC Bank Data Center Private Limited, which is a very large company based in Indore, right? RAC Bank Data Center is a carbon neutral data center, and it will have more than 1,000 crore of investment in Nava Raipur in Chhattisgarh. So this will be spread over an area of 6 acres, and it will be like a digital nerve center for Chhattisgarh. Lot of companies will open their offices here, like Google, OpenAI, Microsoft, Meta. I mean, that is what they expect. That is what they are expecting. As per the recently released Airport Council International Asia Pacific and Middle East Air Connectivity Ranking, among the top 10 hub airports with connectivity leadership in 2024, Delhi Airport is at the 10th position. List is topped by which airport? Which airport? Number 1 is the Dubai International Airport. Let me show you. Now look, ACI is headquartered, Airport Council International is headquartered in Montreal, but they do have a Asia Pacific and Middle East Center, which is in Hong Kong. And they, for good connectivity leadership, they gave a list. Here you can see Dubai International Airport was at first position and Delhi International Airport was on the 10th position. This is only for Middle East and Asia Pacific countries. This is a list for them. You can see then we have Shanghai Airport, Hamad Airport in Doha, Qatar, Incheon Airport in South Korea. So these are the top 3 or top 4. Top 3 or top 4. And that is the only thing that you need to remember. Now, if you see, there is one more list which they have given, which is the airports in air connectivity. Now this is connectivity leadership and this is air connectivity. So if you see top 10 here, then again Dubai International Airport is number 1. Dubai International Airport is number 1, even in airports in air connectivity. Now here you can see there is another list which they have given top 10 airport city cluster. So that is the Greater Bay Area, the Macau cluster, Shenzhen, Hong Kong, Macau cluster. Shenzhen, Hong Kong. Shenzhen is in China. Hong Kong is a special administrative region of China, and Macau is also a special administrative region of China. Which of the following state government has launched a comprehensive healthcare scheme called Karam Yogi Swasthya Suraksha Yojana to provide cashless medical treatment to a wide range of beneficiaries, including all India service officers, state government employees, and pensioners? It has been started by the government of Gujarat. By the government of Gujarat, he is Bhupender Patel, the Chief Minister of Gujarat. Also, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, passed away in that unfortunate Air India crash that happened in Ahmedabad recently. So basically in Gujarat, there is a scheme which is running called Mukhya Mantri Amrutam Yojana. Mukhya Mantri Amrutam Yojana. Mukhya Mantri Amrutam Yojana, you can call MA in short. So this is for BPL families, BPL families can get quality medical and surgical care, and this scheme is running. Now for the government employees, whether they are for the central government or state government, especially for the state government and the state pensioners, there will be a card which will be known as Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana MA card. So under the new scheme, which is Gujarat Karam Yogi Swasthya Suraksha Yojana, there is a AB Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana MA card that will be given to the state government Karam Yogis. Karam Yogis are nothing but employees, and they will get cashless treatment of up to 10 lakh rupees per family per year. And a lot of government hospitals and private hospitals are affiliated with this scheme. MA scheme, right? Mukhya Mantri Amrutam scheme. So similar to that, we have now Mukhya Mantri Karam Yogi, Gujarat Karam Yogi Swasthya Suraksha Yojana, which is very similar to the MA scheme, Mukhya Mantri Amrutam scheme. But Mukhya Mantri Amrutam scheme is for the BPL family, whereas Gujarat Karam Yogi Swasthya Suraksha Yojana is for the government employees. For the government employees, there are approximately 4.2 lakh government officers and government employees of Gujarat state, and around 2.2 lakh pensioners. So 6.4 lakh people will be benefited. 6.4 lakh Karam Yogis or employees will get health services under this scheme. So let me repeat in 10 seconds. In Gujarat, there is already a scheme called Mukhya Mantri Amrutam or MA scheme. Now they have started a new scheme which is called Gujarat Karam Yogi Swasthya Suraksha Yojana, in which you will get a PM Ayushman Bharat Jan Arogya Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana MA card. This will be given to the state government pensioners, 6.4 lakh pensioners plus servicemen total, and they will get health insurance up to 10 lakh per family per year. Which of the following state government has launched an initiative called Ankur, Atal Network for Knowledge, Urbanization and Reforms, which is envisioned as a strategic platform to drive urban innovation, foster collaborative partnerships, and build smart, sustainable, and citizen-centric cities? So what is the answer? Ankur has been started by the government of Odisha. It has been started by the Housing and Urban Development Department of the government of Odisha. So Ankur is a strategic platform to drive urban innovation and build smart cities, sustainable cities, and citizen-centric cities. So this initiative Ankur, basically, Odisha will celebrate 100th Formation Day in 2036. And it is expected that the urban population of Odisha will become 3 times by 2036. So this is for having better planning. So there are 4 pillars of this initiative: capacity building, research, implementation support, and innovation in the urban areas. Goa has celebrated its which statehood day on 30th of May 2025? The answer is 39th. 39th statehood day. Look, Goa was a Portuguese colony for more than 450 years, but it was liberated by the government of India in December 1961, and it was given a status of union territory along with Daman and Diu. But Goa became a state on 30th of May 1987. It became the 25th state of India. 25th state of India. Government of India in 1961 liberated Goa through Operation Vijay. So Goa became 25th state of India. Panji was the capital and Konkani was the official language. Konkani was the official language. Now, can you tell me any temple of Goa that was in news recently? So it is called Lairai Devi Jatra Temple, because it is located in North Goa and there was a stampede here. So this is a temple dedicated to Goddess Parvati. Goddess Lairai is a incarnation of Goddess Parvati, and there was a stampede that happened here. That is why this temple of Goa was in news recently. Which city has officially been named as the host city for 2026 Asian Weightlifting Championship? Asian Weightlifting Championship will be hosted by Ahmedabad in 2026. It was announced recently by the Asian Weightlifting Federation. Now look, earlier they were saying that Gandhinagar will be the venue, but it is changed to Ahmedabad. So now it is proper Ahmedabad. It was decided recently. And Asian Weightlifting Championship, India hosted in 1982 also. So we have hosted it earlier also, right? And Asian Weightlifting Federation, where is the headquarter? It is headquartered in Qatar's capital, Doha. Qatar's capital, Doha. Which of the following state of India has become the second state of India to be officially declared as a fully literate state under the Ullas program? What is Ullas? Nav Bharat Saksharta Karyakram, New India Literacy Program. So Goa is the second state after Mizoram. Mizoram was the first, and now Goa is the second state of India to be declared fully literate. Now what is the meaning of this? What is Ullas program? Well, Ullas is nothing but Nav Bharat Saksharta Karyakram. Ullas is a scheme that was started from 2022. It will run for 5 years till 2027. And what are we trying to achieve in Ullas? So Ullas is a scheme that is run by the Ministry of Education. And what do they want to achieve? Well, they want to target the adults, those adults who are aged 15 years or above in India. And what do they want to teach them? So they want to teach them, foundational literacy, numeracy, critical life skills, basic education, right? Vocational skills, etc. But most important is they should have foundational literacy and numeracy knowledge. Okay. And total amount in this scheme was 1037.9 crore rupees. And how many adults do we want to target? 5 crore. 5 crore adults over the age of 15. So that is what is Ullas scheme, right? Ullas scheme. So Mizoram was the first. It was announced by the Chief Minister of Mizoram, Laldu Homa, and now Goa is the second. Goa is the second. Now, what type of a scheme it is? Is it centrally sponsored or central sector? So it is a centrally sponsored scheme. Centrally sponsored means the money will be divided between the central government and the state government in some ratio. That is the meaning of centrally sponsored. Now, what is the full form of Ullas? Ullas means understanding of lifelong learning for all in the society. Understanding of lifelong learning for all in the society. Now last year there was a periodic labor force survey. The latest data that is available on the official website is for financial year 24. In that, Mizoram in India had the highest literacy rate, 98.2%, and the lowest literacy rate in India was in Andhra Pradesh, which was 72.6%. This is, I'm telling you, as per the periodic labor force survey. And our target is 5 crore. So how many people have we been able to achieve so far? Under Ullas scheme, we have been able to teach them foundational literacy and numeracy. For that, there is a test also called financial literacy and numeracy assessment test. This they have to clear. Only then they are declared that they have achieved foundational literacy and numeracy. So 1.77 crore approximately. But our target is very large. It is around 5 crore. In fact, Government of India said that there is a mobile app also, Ullas mobile app. On that, approximately 2.4 crore people, they have registered themselves. Now here I would also like to tell you, if they ask in the exam, which is the first administrative unit to achieve full literacy, full functional literacy under Ullas. So that is Ladakh. That is Ladakh. Ladakh is the first administrative unit in India to achieve full literacy, full functional literacy under Ullas scheme. Under Ullas scheme. Now Goa was in news recently because it celebrated its 39th statehood day on 30th of May. 30th of May, because Goa became a state on 30th of May 1987, and we liberated it under Operation Vijay from the Portuguese rule in 1961, made it a union territory. Then in 1987 we made Goa a full state. And there is a temple in Goa called Lairai Devi. Jatra temple where a stampede took place recently. Laire Devi is an incarnation of goddess Parvati. Recently, Ayush Ministry has released a portal which will serve as a vigilant watchtower against misleading advertisements and ensure that only safe and credible products reach the people. What is the name of this portal? It is called Ayush Suraksha. Ayush Suraksha is a national portal for pharmacovigilance of Ayurveda, Unani Siddha, Soba Rigpa and homeopathy. Basically, a lot of people are there who are selling wrong products. They are selling fake medicines, Ayurveda medicine or Unani or Siddha. They are selling misleading advertisements. So they will keep a track on all of these. Now this portal has been developed by the Ayush Ministry with the technical support of Central Council for Research in Siddha. Central Council for Research in Siddha. Now Central Council for Research in Siddha, it is a autonomous body under the Ministry of Ayush and it is headquartered in Chennai. It is headquartered in Chennai, and Siddha is a basically traditional system of medicine which has come from Tamil Nadu. Soba Rigpa. So Soba Rigpa is the Tibetan traditional system of medicine. Soba Rigpa. Unani came from Greece. We used to call in Hindi Yunan. So it came from there, and homeopathy came from Germany. Homeopathy was discovered by a doctor called Dr. Samuel Hahnemann from Germany. In fact, Dr. Samuel Hahnemann's birthday we celebrate as Homeopathy Day, Global Homeopathy Day. Which country has set up a new international dispute resolution body, which is called the International Organization for Mediation, positioning it as a global alternative to traditional institutions like the International Court of Justice and the Permanent Court of Arbitration. Now, look, if there is a fight between different countries over some matter, then they go to the International Court of Justice or International Criminal Court, etc. Now, China has started a new court. China has taken the lead, and more than 30 countries, they have already joined International Organization for Mediation. This organization will be headquartered in Hong Kong, and it will serve as a alternative to the International Court of Justice. Now, it will be interesting to see whether America and other big countries, they accept it, because ultimately there are a handful of countries, approximately 30 countries, which have so far joined International Organization for Mediation, whereas International Court of Justice was set up in 1945. It is one of the 6 organs of the United Nations, and it is headquartered in the city of The Hague, which is in Netherlands. It has 15 judges who are elected for 9 years. In fact, one of the 15 judge, Dalvir Bhandari, is an Indian. And almost all the countries are member of International Court of Justice, right? Then we also have Permanent Court of Arbitration, which is much older. It is also located in The Hague city. It was set up in 1899. It is a non-UN court, right? Whereas International Court of Justice is a United Nations court. So it will be very interesting to see whether, this is accepted by some of the larger countries, but China has taken leadership role in this. Also, don't forget, China is doing a mission called Tianwen-2. And what will they do? So let's say this is the Earth. Now near the Earth, there is an asteroid. And what is the name of that asteroid? So it is called Kamo Oleva. So what will they do? So they will send a spacecraft to Kamo Oleva asteroid, pick up some samples and come back. So this is a asteroid sample return mission, right? And they will launch it from their rocket called Long March 3B. Long March 3B. And they want to collect a sample of approximately 100 gram of stones and sand, and whatever is available, they will pick it up. President of India Draupadi Murmu ji has conferred the National Florence Nightingale Award upon exceptional nursing professionals. This award was started in 1973 in India by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and it also includes a cash prize of how much? So it includes a cash prize of 1 lakh rupees to every nurse. Look, Florence Nightingale was a great nurse, and the modern nursing, she is credited with starting the modern nursing. Florence Nightingale. In fact, her birthday on 12th of May, we celebrate as the International Nurses Day. So, National Florence Nightingale Award was started in 1973, and this year, 15 nurses in different categories, they have got the award. So, some are auxiliary nurse and midwife, some are only nurses, etc. So, in different category, there are 15 nurses who have been given Florence Nightingale Award. It has a certificate of merit, a cash prize of 1 lakh rupees, and this award was started in 1973 by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Also, the Ministry of Ayush, they have recently said that in India, 23rd of September will be now celebrated as the National Ayurveda Day. The date is now fixed. Earlier, Ayurveda Day was the same as the Dhanteras or Dhanvantri Jayanti, which was confusing because every year there was a different date. Now they have fixed the date for every year. This will be 23rd of September. Third, advanced estimates of the production of major agriculture crops for the agriculture year 25, they have been released by the Ministry of Agriculture. As per the estimates, India has achieved a record food grain production. What is our food grain production? This is according to the third advanced estimates. So our food grain production is 3539 lakh metric ton. This much food we produced, right? And what about in the financial year 24? How much was our food grain production? It was 3322.98 lakh metric ton. So if you do the math, this is an increase of 6.5% and it is an all-time record, right? So let me show you. If you see the total rice production, it is 1490 lakh metric ton, which is an all-time record. If you see the production of wheat, it is also all-time record. Shri Anna, you can call it millets, okay? Its production also increased. So for rice and wheat, we have created a record, right? And even for groundnut, soybean, it was a record for soybean, and even for groundnut, it is an all-time record. So it was a fabulous season when it comes to the food grain is, and even oil seeds is concerned, because soybean and groundnut are oil seeds. Which company has introduced its artificial intelligence first restructuring strategy called AI Mitroshka? It is a multi-layered AI ecosystem, aims to revolutionize interactions among users, developers, and enterprises by deeply embedding AI across its platform. Do you know about these Russian dolls? They are called Mitroshka dolls. So they are stacked one inside the other. So once you open one doll, you will find this smaller doll. Then you open this doll, you will find another smaller. So there are layers. That is why it is called AI Mitroshka. And AI Mitroshka is a strategy which has been adopted by none other than Google. So what is this strategy? So in this strategy, there will be multiple layers of AI. So for example, Google's large language model like Gemini and all these, they will be there. Then Google's Ironwood, which is a tensor processing unit, will also be one of the layer. Then one of the layer will be made up of Imagen 4, VO3 and Lyria 2. Now look, all of these Lyria 2, VO3 and Imagen 4, all of these are the technologies of Google. And these technologies are based on what? So these technologies are based on Vertex AI, right? Vertex AI. It is based on that. And every of these, whether it is an image, whether it is a video or whatever, they will have synth ID detector also. So you can tell whether a particular image is made by Google AI or it is natural or original work. So synth ID detector will also be there in these, right? Then good user integration will also be there. So basically, look, all the things that Google have will be stacked in different layers to give a holistic experience like a Mitroshka doll. So vertical AI is the agent builder of Google. That will be there. All of these technologies, Imagen VO and will be there. Tensor processing unit, Ironwood will be there. Gemini will be there, etc., etc. Who has won 2025 Princess of Asturias Prize for Sports? She is a 23 Grand Slam winner. She is none other than American Serena Williams, the legendary tennis player, probably the best tennis player of all time when it comes to the female tennis is concerned. Now this award was given for the first time in 1987, and this is given for promotion of sports and a sense of solidarity and commitment to sports. You know, it is given to, now look, this is an award which is given by Spain, okay? And it is not given only for sports. It can be given for arts and literature also. So this award is given by Spain. And she has won 23 Grand Slams. Now who has won this award this year? Well, this award has a monetary prize of 50,000 euros for every category. And as I said, art, literature and sports mainly, it is given for these. Princess of Asturias Award. Now, apart from arts, sports and literature, it can also be given for communication and humanities. It can also be given for social sciences, technical and scientific research, etc. This award started in 1981. It is given by the Princess of Asturias Foundation. and there is a cash award of 50,000 euros for every category. And these are the winners for this year. But most important is only this one, which is Serena Williams. Serena Williams. Technology Development Board has sanctioned financial support to which of the following company for developing India's first indigenous mechanical thrombectomy device manufacturing facility? What is the meaning of this? Do you know about the blood clot? You can call it a thrombus. If let's say this is your heart artery, okay, in that there is a clot, then what will happen? Then the blood will not flow and you will suffer from a heart attack, right? So if there is some machine which can do thrombectomy means it can cut this, it can remove this clot, then obviously you will be fine. So to make such a machine, there was a research done, and it was done by a company called S3V Vascular Technology Limited. This is a company that is based in Mysuru. It is based in Mysuru. So basically this is about medical innovation. And Technical Development Board is supported by, it comes under the Ministry of Science and Technology. Ministry of Science and Technology. So this research was supported by Ministry of Science and Technology. Ministry of Science and Technology. So S3V Vascular Technology is the first Indian company to design and manufacture some devices for thrombectomy. For thrombectomy. Thrombectomy means treatment to remove the blood clots in an artery or a vein. In an artery or a vein. And Technology Development Board works under the Department of Science and Technology, which works under the Ministry of Science and Technology. And how do they support the research? For example, this company does the research, did the research for this mechanical device. So I will tell you how they support. So how does Technology Development Board support the research? This comes under Department of Science and Tech or in the Ministry of Science and Tech. So it can give you a loan. Loan can be given at just 5% interest rate. That is how it will support the research, right? In some cases, it can, so loans are given at only 5% interest rate, and loan covers 50% of the cost of the research or project cost. In some cases, they can even cover 70% of the project cost, but maximum will be 5 crore. So this is how they support the research. Then second, if you don't want a loan, they can fund you through equity. So they will take, so for example, they will fund up to 25% of the project cost, up to 25% of the project cost by taking some stake in your company. So they can do equity financing also, and they can give some grant also. Grant is like a gift, you know. So for exceptional cases, grants are also provided. So this is how Technology Development Board funds the research. As per recent data released by the Controller General of Accounts, Government of India has met its fiscal deficit target of what percent of GDP in 2024-25. Now look, government has some revenue and government has some expenditure. If the expenditure is more than the revenue, then what happens? Then there will be a deficit that is called fiscal deficit, which is represented as a percentage of the GDP. Now, what was the revenue of the government in financial year 25? It was 30.78 lakh crore. Okay. And what was the expenditure of the government? Expenditure was 46.55 lakh crore. So how much was the deficit? You do the subtraction, you do the math, it comes out to be 15.77 lakh crore. This is the money that the government had to manage. They have to take loans or whatever, because this was the deficit. And if you divide it by the GDP of India, this comes out to be 4.8% of the GDP, which is acceptable. Okay, which is acceptable. And now, what is the Government of India's fiscal deficit target for current financial year 26? It is 4.4% of the GDP. So they want to obviously reduce the fiscal deficit to 4.4% of the GDP. And let's see whether they are able to achieve their target or not. Who among the following has been elected for a third and final 3-year term as the head of the World Anti-Doping Agency? World Anti-Doping Agency is headquartered in Montreal City of Canada. Montreal City of Canada. And Witold Banka has been re-elected as the independent president of the World Anti-Doping Agency. Witold Banka. Now, Witold Banka is a person from Poland. And who has been appointed as the vice president of the World Anti-Doping Agency? It is Chinese athlete Yang Yang. So she will be the vice president and president will be Witold Banka from Poland. World Anti-Doping Agency was set up in 1999. It is headquartered in Montreal. Also don't forget that Ahmedabad city of India will host the Asian Weightlifting Championship in 2026. Central government has officially designated an eco-sensitive zone around the Tral Wildlife Sanctuary, which is a critical biodiversity hotspot. Where is it? So this is located in Jammu and Kashmir. This is a beautiful wildlife sanctuary in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, and it is a critical biodiversity hotspot. So let's say this is the Tral Wildlife Sanctuary. So they have designated 3.36 kilometer area on all the sides as a eco-sensitive zone. Eco-sensitive zone, 3.36 kilometer area on all the sides. Why? Because Tral Wildlife Sanctuary is very famous for protecting hangul, which is the state animal of Jammu Kashmir. It is the state animal of Jammu Kashmir, also known as Kashmiri stag, also known as the Kashmir red deer. And by the way, it is critically endangered according to IUCN. So we need to protect it. And Tral Wildlife Sanctuary is where? It is in the Tral town of Pulwama. So it is in Pulwama district of Jammu and Kashmir. This wildlife sanctuary was formed in 2019. So it is a relatively new wildlife sanctuary. It is a relatively new wildlife sanctuary. And another importance of this wildlife sanctuary is that there is a Dachigam National Park. There is a Dachigam National Park and there is a wildlife sanctuary in Jammu Kashmir called Overa Aru. Overa Aru Wildlife Sanctuary. It acts as a connecting link between the two. It acts as a buffer. So Tral Wildlife Sanctuary acts as a joiner between Dachigam National Park and Overa Aru Wildlife Sanctuary. And by declaring eco-sensitive zone, they will regulate the activities in this area. They will not allow any construction and all these things. So they will regulate the activity to protect the hangul. Who among the following has won the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee? It is a spelling competition, very different, very tough spellings are asked. And every year it is won by Indian Americans. This year was no different. Faizan Zaki is a 13-year-old Indian American. He won the tournament after he spelled a word called claircissemo correctly. This was the word that he spelled correctly, and he will take $50,000. Now the first spelling bee competition was held in 1925, right, in Washington DC. And this year, more than 200 students, they participated. So the Scripps National Spelling Bee is one of the toughest spelling competitions in the world. As per the recent information, central government has launched the UPS scheme from 1st April 2025, targeting the central government employees who were part of the national pension system. So from NPS, now we have UPS. Now UPS ensures an assured pension payout for subscribers who retired on or before 31st of March 2025, provided they have a minimum of how much of qualifying service. To be eligible for pension, you need to do at least 10 years of service. At least 10 years of service, right? So that is what is UPS about. And of course, there are other features also of the UPS. What are the features? Well, here the employee contribution will be 10% of the basic salary plus dearness allowance. And what will be the contribution of the government? 18.5% of the basic salary plus DA. So your contribution, if you're an employee, will be 10%. Government's contribution will be 18.5% in the UPS. Also, how much pension you will get? You will get 50% of your average basic pay over the last 12 months. It is average of last 12 months, okay? Not 50% of the last salary drawn. It is the 50% of the average of last 12 months, right? And so this is it, right? You will also get gratuity benefits, and that is about it. It is applicable for the central government employees. So UPS has become now applicable from 1st of April 2025. So that is about UPS. And who will manage UPS? PFRDA, Pension Fund Regulatory and Development Authority. So minimum service that you need to do is 10 years to be eligible for pension. And what will be the minimum pension? 10,000 per month. If you do 10 years of service, minimum pension you will get will be 10,000 per month. 10,000 per month. And when will you get 50% of your average of the salary of the last 12 months? For that you have to do 25 years of service. So the minimum qualifying service is 25 years if you want to get 50% of the average basic pay drawn over the last 12 months. So that is UPS. And this is the difference between UPS, NPS and OPS. Indian Space Research Organization ISRO has released the Indian Space Situational Assessment Report 2024. According to this report, a total of how many Indian spacecraft, including those from private operators or academic institutions, they were launched in the Earth orbit in 2024. So how many spacecrafts were launched in India? These include those which were launched by private operators also, like Skyroot Aerospace, Agnikul Cosmos and all these companies. The answer is 136. 136. That is almost one every 3 days in 2024. So this report is given by whom? This is a report given by IS4OM. That is ISRO System for Safe and Sustainable Space Operations Management. This organization. So they gave this report. This report was given by IS4OM. So what all the things are said in the report? In 2024, there were 261 launches attempts, out of which 254 launches were successful, resulting in addition of 2578 operational satellites. A total of 2963 objects were placed in the orbit. 5 lunar missions were launched in 2024. Now this is the global scenario I'm talking about, not just Indian. Okay, we'll see what happened in India also, right? So this is how you can see the historical growth of space objects. Let us take a look at the Indian scenario. This is more important from exam point of view. So 136 Indian spacecraft, including those from private operators or academic institutions, they were launched in 2024. So as of 31st December 2024, what is the number of operational satellites owned by the government of India? In the low Earth orbit, it is 22, and in the geosynchronous orbit, it is 31. In addition, we have two mission, Chandrayaan 2 orbiter and Aditya L1, which are present. And there were 5 launches from Sriharikota, PSLV-C58 ExpoSat, PSLV-C59 or Proba 3 mission, PSLV-C60 SpaceX mission, GSLV-F14 INSAT 3DS, and SSLV-D3 Earth Observation Satellite 08. So these were the 5 launches, major launches that were done. And ISRO launched GSAT-20, not from their own rocket, but from Falcon 9 rocket of SpaceX. It was launched from Cape Canaveral. And ISRO's TSAT-1A was also launched by SpaceX rocket Falcon 9. And therefore total of 8 Indian satellites, 1 foreign satellite and 6 rocket bodies, including POEM 3 and POEM 4 module, they were placed in their intended orbit. So this is a report, and this is a detail of all the missions that were done. You can see PSLV-C8 ExpoSat, GSLV-F14 INSAT 3DS, TSAT-1A that was launched by Falcon 9, SSLV-D3 Earth Observation Satellite 08, PSLV-C59 Proba 3, PSLV-C60 SpaceX, and GSAT-20 was again launched by Falcon 9. Who among the following has received the Director General's Award for Global Health during a high-level meeting at the 78th session of World Health Assembly? So World Health Assembly is the annual summit of the WHO. It took place in the headquarters, that is Geneva, from 19th to 27th of May, and Director General Award was given to Eva Marie Kolsak. So let me give you a complete roundup of World Health Assembly 78. So India was represented by Punya Salila Srivastav. She is the secretary in the Ministry of Health at the WHA 78, that is 78th Assembly of WHO or World Health Assembly 78. And Arindam Bagchi is India's permanent representative to UN in Geneva. So he also gave a speech from India's behalf. Then India was declared trachoma free. Now look, trachoma is a disease of the eyes, and this is a disease of the eyes caused by a bacteria called Chlamydia trachomatis. Chlamydia trachomatis bacteria. So India is now trachoma free. And then India became the third country in the Southeast Asia, WHO Southeast Asian region after Nepal and Myanmar to achieve this milestone of becoming trachoma free. And don't forget that WHO is working closely with the Ministry of Ayush. In fact, there is a global traditional system of medicine, Global Center for Traditional Medicine, that is being set up. Global Center for Traditional Medicine that is being set up in Jamnagar in Gujarat by India and WHO together. India and WHO together. We call it WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center. Then Director General's Award. So Director General Award. Who is the Director General of WHO? Dr. Tedros Adhanom from Ethiopia. So he gave this award to Eva Mary Kolsek of Senegal and Professor Sir Brian Mellor Greenwood of UK for their exceptional contribution to healthcare. Then Mauritius and Maldives, these two countries both are in the Indian Ocean. So both these two countries were awarded Director General Special Recognition for Tobacco Control. Then there is a country Lesotho. It has ratified WTO Fisheries Subsidies Agreement. So this I will talk to you about later. Basically, there is an agreement called Fisheries Subsidies Agreement where we are saying, all the countries are saying that don't give subsidies on fisheries sector. But India will not sign it because we have Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. We are trying to increase our fisheries production, and if we stop giving subsidies to the fishermen, we will not be able to achieve our target. So Lesotho is a country which has joined the Fisheries Subsidies Agreement of WTO. Also, Argentina has withdrawn from WHO. Argentina is saying that it is withdrawing from WHO, right? Then Madagascar is a country which has been declared polio free. Polio free. So all of these things happened recently in the WHO Assembly meeting, which happened in Geneva. And by the way, Lesotho has become the 99th country, 99th member of World Trade Organization to accept the agreement on fisheries subsidies. Understood? Basically, this agreement says that we should not give fisheries subsidies. National Statistical Office, which works under the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, has released the provisional estimate of annual GDP for financial year 25 and quarterly estimate of GDP growth rate of India for the fourth quarter. So what was the real GDP growth rate of India according to National Statistical Office, Ministry of Statistics? The GDP growth rate of India was 6.5%. 6.5% in the financial year 25, which has already ended. 6.5%, which is very healthy. And what was the GDP growth rate of India in the fourth quarter of the financial year 25? So in the fourth quarter, it was 7.4%. 7.4%. Now the construction sector, it is estimated to record a growth rate of 9.4% in the financial year 25. 8.9% growth is seen in public administration, defense and other services sector, and 7.2% in the financial, real estate and professional services sector. So huge growth was seen in the construction sector. 9.4% in the entire year. If you see the financial year 25, in our GVA, nominal gross value added, which sector has the highest share? So if you see, then financial, real estate and professional services 23% share. Then second highest is agriculture, livestock, forestry and fishing 18%. And then we have trade, hotel, transport, communication and services, which is 17%. Manufacturing 14%, and even the public administration, defense and other services also almost 14%. So these are the highest composition sectors for our nominal GVA. Now if I ask you, in the real GVA growth, which sector showed the maximum growth in the financial year 25 in percentage? Maximum growth. So maximum growth was shown by the construction sector, 9.4%. 9.4%. And second highest growth was shown 8.9% by public administration, defense and other services sector. Manufacturing sector growth was only 4.5%. That's it. Financial, real estate and professional services sector, the growth was only 7.2%. Trade, hotels, transport, communication and services related to broadcasting sector, 6.1% growth. Mining and quarrying, 2.7% growth. Agriculture, livestock, only 4.6% growth. So maximum growth was by construction sector 9.4. Real GPA growth, maximum growth rate was in the construction sector. Dhruva is being designed by the Department of Post to create a secure digital environment through which users can share accurate address information by leveraging a geo-coded framework. What does the letter R represent in Dhruva? What does the letter R represent in Dhruva? So what is the full form of Dhruva? So let me show you the full form. Here it is written, Digital Hub for Reference and Unique Virtual Address. The answer is therefore reference or option B. The answer is therefore option B. So what is the meaning of this? Now you know that recently DigiPin has been launched by the Postal Department, that is Digital Postal Index Number. So DigiPin serves as a strong pillar of geospatial governance because it is not just your address alone, it is geo-tagged address, right? So department, the Postal Department is building on DigiPin, and they have launched a policy document called Dhruva, that is Digital Hub for Reference and Unique Virtual Address. So Dhruva is being designed to create a secure digital environment through which users can share accurate address information by using geospatial technology. It will have two layers. One is of course DigiPin layer, and second is the digital address layer. Digital address layer. So here you can see. And who has designed DigiPin? Can you tell me? DigiPin has been designed by IIT Hyderabad, Department of Post, and National Remote Sensing Center of ISRO, which is again located in Hyderabad. So you can see the entire Dhruva. It will have a digital address creation, consent-based data sharing, digital address management, secure address verification, cross-border integration, address-based service discovery, legacy address integration, strong grievance redressal. All of these features will be of Dhruva. Telangana state government has issued orders declaring the Tiger Corridor area connecting the Kaval Tiger Reserve in state with Tadoba Andhari Tiger Reserve of Maharashtra as Kumaram Bhim Conservation Reserve, named after the great freedom fighter Kumaram Bhim. So Tadoba Andhari Tiger Reserve is where? It is in Maharashtra. Tadoba Andhari. It is not Andheri, it is Andhari. Tadoba Andhari Tiger Reserve. And the area between Kaval Tiger Reserve in Telangana and Tadoba Andhari Tiger Reserve in Maharashtra will be called Kumaram Bhim Conservation Reserve. Kumaram Bhim Conservation Reserve. So this has been declared by the government of Telangana. Very important question. As per the provision of Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. 1972. So this is a very important place because this area also connects many wildlife sanctuaries of Maharashtra like Kanhargaon, like Tipeshwar Wildlife Sanctuary of Maharashtra, like Chaparla Wildlife Sanctuary of Maharashtra, and even the Indravati Tiger Reserve of Chhattisgarh. So all of these are connected, So this area is a critical part of the wildlife corridor that connects Kaval with not just Tadoba but also Kanhargaon, Tipeshwar and Chaparla Wildlife Sanctuaries of Maharashtra and Indravati Tiger Reserve of Chhattisgarh. Now apart from tiger, you will also find leopards, sloth bear, wolf, hyena, jungle cat, sambar, gaur and many other animals here. More than 240 bird species are also here. So that is why it has been declared as a conservation reserve. Kaval Tiger Reserve is located in Mancherial district. Mancherial district, old Adilabad district, now Mancherial district in Telangana. And let me tell you, as per the provision of section 36A of the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972, the state government can declare any area which is owned by it, particularly area that is adjacent to a national park or wildlife sanctuary, as a conservation reserve. And Tadoba Andhari is Maharashtra's oldest and largest national park. It is also a tiger reserve. Which of the following has become the first district in India to meet entire power demand with solar power? Which is the first? It is Diu. Diu, which is the capital of Daman and Diu, Dadra Nagar Haveli, and the entire demand it is able to meet with the solar energy. Now Diu was also in news recently because it hosted the Khelo India Beach Games at the Ghogla Beach and Diu Beach. And Manipur topped the medal tally. Pearl, the dolphin, was the mascot. So first ever Khelo India Beach Games were hosted in Diu. And Manipur topped the medal tally. That is also very important. Recently, Science and Technology Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh has launched the Battery Aadhaar initiative at the Battery Summit. Now, this Battery Summit was organized in New Delhi. It was organized by the Department of Science and Technology in collaboration with whom? So, it is in collaboration with World Resources Institute India chapter. World Resources Institute is based in Washington, D.C. So, this was their India branch. And what do they want to do? What is Battery Aadhaar? So, just like you and me, every person has a very unique Aadhaar. Similarly, every battery in India will be given a kind of a unique digital identity. And what we will do with that? So we will be able to study about that battery, the chemistry of the battery, what are the chemical reactions, safety certification, overall performance of the battery throughout its life cycle. We will be able to track the battery. Where did the battery come from? Who manufactured it? How many years did it serve? What is the current status? Etc, etc. So all these things we will be able to track. Okay, so every battery will get a unique digital identity. And this program, Battery Aadhaar, it is supported by United Nations Environment Program's another program called Electrifying Mobility in Cities. So United Nations Environment Program is supporting Battery Aadhaar initiative, and NITI Aayog is also supporting it along with the Department of Science and Tech. Now all of this will give a lot of data about the battery, and all that data we will put on the Mobius Plus platform. This is a platform of a company called Tata LIC. Tata LIC. So there will be digital product passport creation. Passport creation again means unique identity of every battery, life cycle mapping, public and private data access, etc. All of this will be available on the Mobius Plus platform of Tata LIC. So essentially, we want to provide batteries with secure digital identity so that we can trace and we can track the life cycle of every battery in India. This is a program by Department of Science and Tech, United Nations Environment Program, NITI Aayog, and World Resources Institute India. And recently, the Battery Summit therefore took place in Delhi. Understood now? What is the meaning of this question? Ministry of Home Affairs, they have taken a significant decision to confer an honorary rank, one rank higher, on personnel below the officer rank in the Central Armed Police Forces and Assam Rifles on the day of their retirement. Which of the following is not an eligibility criteria for this honorary rank? Now, those people who are serving in any CAPF, Central Armed Police Forces like BSF, CRPF, CISF, National Security Guard and all, or if they are working in Assam Rifle. Now, Assam Rifle is also one of the types of CAPF only. The only thing is that in Assam Rifles, the ranks are different. That is why it has written CAPF and Assam Rifles. Otherwise, Assam Rifles is also one of the types of paramilitary force. In fact, Assam Rifles is the oldest paramilitary force. Assam Rifles is also known as Sentinel of the Northeast. It is headquartered in Shillong. So, when you retire, now let's say, suppose you are retiring at a constable level. But when you retire, you will be given one rank higher. So you will retire as head constable. Although it will not lead to any promotion or any extra salary or pension for you, but just a honorary basis. So lifetime, you will be able to tell people that I retired as head constable and not constable. So on the day you retire, if you are below the rank of an officer, then you will be given one rank higher, right? And for that, what is not a criteria? Your performance, you will be evaluated on your annual performance appraisal report, and your rating should be at least good. Your record should be good and clean, and there has to be approval from the departmental inquiry, and you should not have received any major punishment in the last 5 years. So option A is wrong. It is not 10 years, it is 5 years. And no financial or pension benefits. This is just an honorary, rank increase that you are getting. So let's talk about CAPF first. If you are retiring as constable, then your honorary rank will be one rank higher, head constable. If head constable, then you will be retiring as assistant sub-inspector. If ASI, then SI. If SI, then inspector. And in Assam Rifles, if you're retiring as a rifleman, then your honorary rank will be Havaldar. If Havaldar, then warrant officer. If warrant officer, then Naib Subedar. And if Naib Subedar, you will be given one rank higher, which is Subedar. This is on a goodwill basis. Who has become the CEO of Finance Industry Development Council? Finance Industry Development Council represents the NBFCs in India. It is for their betterment. Finance Industry Development Council represents the non-banking financial companies in India. So Raman Agarwal is the CEO of FIDC. Now in the past, he has been a member of ASSOCHAM, and he has held important positions in the past. Now FIDC was created, it is registered with the RBI, and this organization was created in 2004. Who among the following has become the Miss World? Now this time Miss World competition, the beauty pageant, happened in Hyderabad. It was the 72nd edition of the Miss World. India was represented by Nandini Gupta. She did not win, but she finished in top 20. Last time an Indian was the Miss World was in 2017 when Manushi Chillar was the Miss World. So it is Opal Suchata Chung-Sari, Miss Thailand. So Miss Thailand has become the Miss World. And last time Miss World 2024 was Kristina Piskova, and she gave him the crown. It is always the outgoing Miss World who gives the crown to the incoming Miss World. Okay. So her name is Opal Suchata, Miss Thailand. India finished second after China in the medal tally. India won 24 medals at the Asian Athletic Championship. Where was it organized? So it was organized in Gumi in South Korea. And where is the headquarters of Asian Athletic Federation? It is in Doha, which is the capital of Qatar. So you can see the medal tally. China finished number 1, winning 19 gold and overall 32 medals. India was second, Japan was third. India won 8 gold, 10 silver, 6 bronze, total 24 medal. So who were these 8 gold medal winners from India? You can see, I'll tell you the notable ones. Jyoti Araji in hurdle. Avinash Sable in 3000 meters steeplechase. Do remember the name of Gulveer Singh because he won not 1 but 2 medals. 5000 meter race and 10,000 meter race. So he's a superstar. And then we won gold in other areas also. For example, in high jump, in high jump, women's high jump, Pooja won the gold medal. She is also notable. Even in heptathlon, Nandini Agasara, she won the gold medal in heptathlon, where there are 7 events. So these are some notable ones. Zhangzhou corridor was in news recently. Where is it? Zhangzhou. Now look at this diagram. This is Azerbaijan and this is Armenia. Now both countries are always at war. Both are highly hostile countries to each other. Why? Because there is a disputed area called Nagorno-Karabakh. So everyone claims that Nagorno-Karabakh is theirs. Nagorno-Karabakh is somewhere here in Azerbaijan. It is within the boundary of Azerbaijan, but Armenia claims that it is there, Nagorno-Karabakh area. Anyways, you know that India is good friends with Armenia. India is an enemy of Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan, Turkey, Pakistan, they are all enemies of India. Now look at this place. Can you see Zhangzhou corridor? So basically it is a passage. Once made, it will connect Azerbaijan with Turkey. And Armenia does not want this passage to be there. And India also, because India supports Armenia. Armenia is also our defense partner. We sell a lot of missiles and all these things to Armenia. So Zhangzhou corridor is basically a passage. Zhangzhou corridor is a transport corridor, and once completed, it will connect Azerbaijan with Turkey through South Armenia. You can see it will cross through South Armenia and it will join our two enemies, Turkey and Azerbaijan. So Armenia does not want it to be there and India does not want it to be there. And therefore answer is Armenia. Government of India has approved the scheme to promote manufacturing of electric passenger cars in India. Under the scheme, the approved applicants will be allowed to import completely built-in units of electric four-wheeler manufactured by global group companies with a minimum cost, insurance and freight value of how much at reduced customs duty of 15% for a period of 5 years from the application approval date. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to invite the foreign electric vehicle companies to come and make in India, and we will give them certain incentives. So one of the incentive is that all the applicants, for example, let's say there is a company Citroën which manufactures electric vehicle. You must have heard of this company, right? Citroën. Now let's say we want Citroën to come and manufacture in India, right? We want this company to manufacture electric four-wheeler in India. Then what are we giving this company? We are saying that we will give you a reduced custom duty of 15% for 5 years. At the same time, we will allow you to import completely built-in units of electric four-wheeler manufactured with a minimum cost, insurance and freight value of $35,000. $35,000. We will allow you to import this, right? And there are certain conditions which you have to fulfill. What is that condition? So your investment has to be minimum 4150 crore. This is the investment that you have to do. And by the way, this reduced custom duty will be only for 8,000 cars per year, maximum. 8,000 number per year. Okay, 8,000 number per year. The maximum number of four-wheeler on which this custom duty will be there is 8,000. And we are expecting a minimum investment from you, which is 4150 crore. And what is the maximum duty that we are giving to one applicant? So maximum duty that we are giving to one applicant will be 6484 crore. This is the relaxation in custom duty that will be given to one. Maximum custom duty waiver combined on all the cars will be 6484 crore. 6484 crore, right? So these are the special provisions of the scheme. And therefore, what we are expecting is a great response to the scheme, and let's hope that more and more foreign companies manufacture in India. Another important thing, there has to be a certain domestic value addition. So the minimum domestic value addition has to be 25% within 3 years and 50% to be achieved within 5 years. This is also one of the conditions. And by the way, 4150 crore is approximately $500 million. If any company wants to apply, its group revenue has to be minimum 10,000 crore. Only then it can apply. Also, to promote electric vehicle, recently there was a program called Evolutions, which means electric vehicle solutions led by a startups program. It was started. So it was started by whom? It was started by Department of Science and Technology in collaboration with the Ministry of Heavy Industries and Automotive Component Association of India, ACMA. These three organizations started this. In this, there will be a grant that will be given maximum 50 lakh rupees to those startups which are manufacturing the components for electric 2, 3 or 4-wheelers. Department of Land Resources, which works under the Ministry of Rural Development, they have launched the second phase of the capacity building under Naksha. Now what is Naksha? National Geospatial Knowledge-Based Land Survey of the Urban Habitations Program. Very simple. Using the satellite technology, geospatial technology, we will do the land survey of the urban areas. So which of the following is not one of the 5 centers of excellence selected for this initiative? So 5 centers of excellence have been selected for the Naksha initiative. Which of the following is not one of them? Well, Indian Institute of Remote Sensing Dehradun is not one of them. So which are the 5? So it is Lal Bahadur Shastri, National Academy of Administration, Labasna, Mussoorie; Yashwantrao Chavan, Academy of Development Administration, Pune; Northeast Region Center of Excellence, Guwahati; Mahatma Gandhi State Institute of Public Administration, Chandigarh; and Administrative Training Institute, Mysuru. What is the meaning of this 5 center of excellence? So basically, to do the urban land survey using satellite technology, you need proper skilled people. You need master trainers. You need master trainer. So 160 master trainers capacity building program is there to train 160 master trainers from the Naksha participating states or union territories. We will first develop a force who can do all this, right? And their training will be done at these 5 places. That is, centers of excellence for training are these. So training will be starting from 2nd of June. It will be like a 1-week training. And then these officers who can do urban land survey and field staff and all, they will be first trained. Practical skills will be given to them so that they can oversee high accuracy land survey under the Naksha program. Under the Naksha program. Now this is very important because we are doing urban transformation, because 600 million people in India will live in the urban areas by 2031. So Naksha program addresses this challenge. We want sustainable cities, and Naksha program is run by the Department of Land Resources, which works under the Ministry of Rural Development. Ministry of Rural Development. Now, other organizations are also helping in this program, Naksha program. So Ministry of Rural Development is being helped by Survey of India. Survey of India works under the Department of Science and Technology. Department of Science and Technology, and all these 5 centers of excellence which I mentioned to you, they will be helping in the training of these. Now Naksha initially will cover 157 urban local bodies in 27 states and 3 union territories. In 27 states and 3 union territories, it will cover 157 urban local bodies. Urban local bodies. Understood that? So this is Naksha initiative. It has been launched by the Department of Land Resources Ministry of Rural Development. Which of the following ministry has collaborated with the Department of Pharmaceutical and it has launched Jan Aushadhi Kendra experiential learning program under the national campaign Seva Se Seekhein, which means learn from Seva or learn through volunteering. Seva means volunteering. When you work without pay, that is called Seva or volunteering. Learn by doing. So it has been launched by the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. Now be very careful. Jan Aushadhi Kendra are opened in India by Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizer. But we are talking about, we want the youth of India to go and work in the Jan Aushadhi Kendra. Why? Because it will develop leadership qualities in them. So it is an initiative of the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. What does Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports want? Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports want that when youth will work inside the Jan Aushadhi Kendra, they will learn about leadership, they will learn about medicine. So it is a win-win. They will learn how the Jan Aushadhi Kendra works, where do the medicines come from. They will learn about the supply chain. So Jan Aushadhi Kendra experiential learning program starts from 1st of June 2025 under the national campaign called Seva Se Seekhein. So 15 days, it's a 15-day experiential program. So 5 youth will be put in 5 Jan Aushadhi Kendra in every district across the country. It will give them direct exposure to functioning of these Kendra and how we do the delivery of affordable quality generic medicines to the India citizen. Right? So this is a program by the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pension announced the winners of the National Anubhav Award scheme. Who among the following has not received the National Anubhav Award? Now first of all, National Anubhav Award, what are these awards? What is the meaning of Anubhav? Anubhav means experience. So let's say you are working in any central government office, okay? You are an employee and you are about to retire. So from your retirement date, before 8 months and after retirement 1 year, this is the timeline. 1 year, 8 months, 8 months before retirement or 1 year after your retirement. You can give a write-up to the government of India where you can describe the problems in your department or how to make your department better. You can share your anubhav or experience with the government. So we are encouraging the retiring and the retired employees to document and share their valuable work experience and insights through written submission. And then they select 5 people with the best write-ups. So Anubhav awards are given to them by the ministry. So this time this award has been given to these 5 people: Hukum Singh Meena, Shalini Kakkar, M. Venkateshan, O. Virupshappa and Saju PK. Also, some people have got the jury certificate. Okay, these are like consolation award. So Balam Singh Rawat is not one of them. The answer is option C. He is not a winner of the Anubhav Award. And for Anubhav Award, you have a platform called Anubhav Platform. Anubhav Platform. Anubhav Platform was launched in 2015. And more than 10,000 write-ups were submitted this time and 5 write-ups they were selected. So every write-up will be given 10,000 rupees cash award and they will be given 10,000 rupees award, all the Anubhav awardee, and the jury's winners will be given a certificate. They will be given a certificate. Is that absolutely clear? So those are Anubhav awards for you. And by the way, this same Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pension recently organized the National Conference on E-Governance in Visakhapatnam, and national awards for e-governance were given. 10 gold, 6 silver and 3 jury awards were given. Total 19 awards were given. 19 awards were given and national conference happened in Visakhapatnam. So gold award was given in 10 different initiatives. World Health Organization recently their midterm results report was released ahead of the 70th session of the World Health Assembly. World Health Assembly took place in Geneva. As per the report, an estimated how many more people are now covered with essential health services without catastrophic health spending. So health spending or out of pocket expenses push the people into poverty. 431 million, that is 43.1 crore more people now, they are covered with essential health services. And this World Health Assembly, what was the theme? The theme was One World for Health. One World for Health. This was the theme. This was the theme. And this report also says that approximately 637 million more people are better protected through robust preparedness, surveillance, workforce capacity, and equitable access to tools and services. Right? It further shows that 1.4 billion more people are living healthier lives, mainly driven by reduced tobacco use. And this time, Director General's Award for Tobacco control was given to Maldives and Mauritius. It was given to Maldives and Mauritius. Also, India was declared trachoma free. India was declared trachoma free. Is that clear? So, and by the way, Argentina is one country which has withdrawn from WHO. Argentina has completely withdrawn from WHO, right? Also, there is a WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center which will be set up in Jamnagar by combined WHO and the Ministry of Ayush. Ministry of Ayush, right? And don't forget that there was a Director General's Award also, which was given to Professor Sir Brian Mellor Greenwood from Britain and Awa Mary Skolsak from Senegal. So these people got the Director General's Award. Mauritius and Maldives were given WHO Director General Special Award for Tobacco Control. And Lesotho became the 99th WTO member to sign the Fisheries Subsidies Agreement. So all of these things happened at the World Health Assembly. China has successfully launched the Shijian-26 satellite into space aboard a Long March 4B rocket, with an aim to collect data to support land monitoring, environmental protection and economic planning. Now, Shijian-26 satellite is launched by which company? So this satellite has been manufactured by Aerospace Dongfan Hong Satellite Company Limited and one more company. So which is the other company of China? The other one is the Harbin Institute of Technology, which is based in Heilongjiang in China. Heilongjiang in China, and it was launched. The launch happened from Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center, which is in the Gobi Desert of China. Gobi Desert is also shared by Mongolia, and with Mongolia, India recently did nomadic elephant exercise, which was done in the capital of Mongolia, that is Ulaanbaatar. Ulaanbaatar. Okay. Union Minister of State for Environment, Forest and Climate Change has addressed the plenary session of International Conference on Glaciers Preservation. This conference was organized by Tajikistan in association with World Meteorological Organization, Asian Development Bank, and which organization? So multiple organizations helped Tajikistan, and it was held in Dushanbe, which is the capital of Tajikistan in Central Asia. Asian Development Bank helped it, WMO, which is based in Geneva, ADB, which is based in Manila, and UNESCO. The answer is UNESCO, which is based in Paris. And Asian Development Bank is based in Manila. Asian Development Bank has also committed $10 billion to India in the next 5 years for our urban development. So we have to safeguard the glaciers. It is very important, because if glaciers start melting, then the water level in the oceans will increase significantly, right? So India is also doing a lot to preserve the glacier. By the way, United Nations General Assembly has said that 2025 is the International Year of Glaciers Preservation. This was announced in 2022 by United Nations General Assembly, that 2025 will be the year of glacial preservation. Now, can you tell me which country saw a glacier recently completely becoming extinct? So that is the Yala Glacier, which is in Nepal. It was declared dead recently. It was declared dead. Okay, it is the first glacier in Nepal to be declared dead. And when a glacier becomes dead, there is a glacier funeral also that takes place often. Union Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, Ashwani Vaishnav, has announced the selection of 3 new startups under the India AI mission to build India's own foundation model. Which of the following is not one of them? India's own foundation model. So 3 startups have been chosen by the government of India, that is Socket AI, GAN AI and Gyani AI. So Sai Future AI is not one of those. Now India's national compute capacity has crossed 34,000 graphic processing unit. So there is a lot of work that is being done, in India AI mission. India AI mission is run by Digital India Corporation, which works under the Ministry of Electronics and IT. So by the way, Sarvam AI is the first Indian AI startup, to build our own LLM, or government's own LLM will be made by Sarvam AI. That is why it is called sovereign LLM. Sovereign means central governments. And whatever they make, all these startups, it is uploaded in AI Kosh. AI Kosh. There are a lot of data sets which are uploaded on AI Kosh. So Sarvam AI is again very successful, and now 3 more proposals they have been selected in addition to Sarvam AI. Sarvam AI will make central government's LLM. So Socket AI, it is developing India's first open source 120 billion parameter foundation model optimized for the linguistic diversity of India. Gyani AI will build a 14 billion parameter voice AI foundation model, and GAN AI will create a 70 billion parameter multilingual foundation model targeting superhuman TTS, that is text to speech capabilities, to surpass current global leaders. Understood? So all of this is being undertaken under the India AI mission. India AI mission was started in March 2024. Now under the India AI mission, there was a India AI I4C Cyber Guard AI hackathon competition that was organized, and so many startups and people, they were chosen as the winner. So this was organized by the Ministry of Electronics and IT in collaboration with I4C, that works under the Ministry of Home Affairs. I4C is India Cyber Crime Coordination Center. And these startups which I mentioned here, they were chosen as the winners. Telangana Formation Day was celebrated on which date? Telangana was formed on 2nd of June. Telangana was formed, it was carved out as a state from Andhra Pradesh. So the answer is 2nd of June. Telangana was formed on 2nd of June 2014, and therefore this is the 11th Formation Day of Telangana. Government of Telangana wants to become a $3 trillion economy by 2047. 3 trillion economy, right? 3 trillion economy. And in Hyderabad, Bharat Future City will be developed on 30,000 acres in Hyderabad. Bharat Future City, right? So the Bharat Future City will be developed on 30,000 acres in Hyderabad. Let me also tell you that 4th of February will be celebrated as Telangana Social Justice Day. Every year, 4th of February, Telangana Social Justice Day. And Telangana has recently launched a portal also called Bhu Bharati portal to solve the land disputes. Right? Telangana became the 29th state of India in 2014 on 2nd of June. Here I would also like to tell you that between the Kaval Tiger Reserve in Telangana and between Tadoba Andhari Tiger Reserve of Maharashtra, there is a corridor which has been declared now as the Kumram Bhim Conservation Reserve. Kumram Bhim Conservation Reserve, named after the great freedom fighter Kumram Bhim by the government of Telangana. Also, there is a scheme started in Telangana called Indra Saur Giri Jal Vikasam scheme. What happens in this scheme? In this scheme, free solar pumps ranging from 5 to 7.5 horsepower will be given to the tribal farmers free of cost. It will benefit around 2.1 lakh tribal farmers. So this scheme has started now, that is in 2025-26. It will continue till financial year 30, and 100% subsidy will be given. So one solar pump costs 6 lakh rupees, but will be given free of cost to the tribal farmers. Ukraine coordinated strikes targeting the Russian Air Force's long-range aviation assets at 5 air bases. Belaya, these are 5 air bases of Russia. What was the name of this operation? Using drones, Ukraine destroyed a lot of Russian aircrafts deep into Russia. So this operation was called Operation Spider's Web. It was called Operation Spider's Web. Understood? So very, very effective, very low cost operation, but very effective, because with just 117 drones, they destroyed 40 Russian military aircrafts. 40 Russian military aircrafts. Very, very successful operation by Ukraine. Broke the back of Russia almost. Humiliated Russia. Because 40 aircrafts were destroyed of Russia. And these are very costly aircrafts. These were Tu-95, Tu-22M3. All of these very, very powerful aircrafts were destroyed by Ukraine. Now, there are some operations that you should know. For example, Iran did an operation against Israel recently called Operation True Promise 3. Operation True Promise 3. America launched an operation against Iran recently in which they destroyed their nuclear bases called Operation Midnight Hammer. Operation Midnight Hammer. Okay. And then Israel did an operation recently against Iran which was called Operation Rising Lion. All these operations you should know. US Food and Drug Administration has approved the next generation COVID vaccine called mNEX Spike for adults aged 65 and above. Which of the following company has developed this vaccine? This is a vaccine for the old people for COVID, and it is a next generation vaccine. So it has been made by the American company Moderna, the American pharmaceutical company called Moderna, and now it has been approved by the American FDA. American FDA. So it is mainly for people who are 65 and above. It is called mNEX Spike. It is a vaccine which is based on it is a mRNA vaccine. It is a mRNA vaccine. India has recently launched Bharat Gen. It is India's first of its kind artificial intelligence model to revolutionize multilingual innovation. This happened at the Bharat Gen Summit. Now, Bharat Gen Summit has been developed under National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber-Physical Systems and implemented through TIH Foundation for IoT and IoE. Where is this foundation present? Let's go step by step. Let me tell you the answer first. It is IIT Bombay. IIT Bombay. What IIT Bombay? First of all, you should understand what is this National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber-Physical System. You should have some idea about this, right? So this is a mission that was launched in 2018 in India. It was launched in 2018 by Ministry of Science and Technology. I repeat, Ministry of Science and Technology. Now, what was the idea of this mission? What we will do? We will do research on quantum technology. For that, what do we need? We need technology innovation hubs. How many? 25. So the most important objective of National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber-Physical System was to set up 25 technology innovation hubs in India. Now, all the 25 technology innovation hubs, I mean, a lot of them have been set up and some are in the process of getting set up. To give you an example, you must have heard about C3I Hub. This is a technology innovation hub at IIT Kanpur. It is very famous. Similarly, you must be knowing about iHub Awadh, which is a technology innovation hub of IIT Ropar. Ropar is in Punjab. IIT Kanpur is in UP. So I'm just giving an example. Under this mission, we wanted to set up technology innovation hub, and we have been very successful in doing so. Now, let's come to the question. So this Bharat Gen Summit recently happened, right? And this, although we have 25 technology innovation hub, but some institute will coordinate the efforts with respect to Bharat Gen. Who it will be? It will be IIT Bombay. So that is what they are asking the question, that this Bharat Gen initiative, it will be Bharat Gen Summit. Bharat Gen Summit was held recently in New Delhi, and Bharat Gen initiative will be, it will revolutionize the linguistic and cultural spectrum of India, right? And this will be implemented through the TIH Foundation for IoT and IoE, which is at IIT Bombay. So this is an initiative of Department of Science and Technology. Now, Bharat Gen platform, it will integrate text, speech and image modality. It will offer seamless AI solution in all the 22 scheduled Indian languages. And by the way, out of these 25 technology innovation hubs, 4 of them, they have been upgraded to Technology Translational Research Park. So out of 25, 4 of them have been upgraded to TTRP, where because we are working on translation technology, because we want to translate Indian languages. So Technology Translational Research Park. And by the way, why do we want so many translation? Let's say you have any problem with any government department. Okay. Now, where will you file it? You will file it under the CP Grams portal of the Ministry of Pension, Public Grievances and Personnel, because that is what is public grievances about. So CP Gram portal. Now, let's say you know only Tamil language, you don't know any other language. Okay. So you can file it in Tamil. Now, let's say the person who is receiving your complaint is a person from Jammu Kashmir, and he understands only Kashmiri and he understands only English. So your complaint in Tamil will be converted to English seamlessly, and your complaint will be registered. So India is a diverse country. Okay, 22 scheduled languages are there, and the interoperability when it comes to translation services will be there. And this national mission was launched in 2018 by Ministry of Science and Technology. So very, very nice question, I would say. Let's talk about Reserve Bank of India. We haven't talked about RBI for a while. So Reserve Bank of India has launched RBI CRIS. It's a two-pronged data platform aimed at addressing the persistent gaps in climate-related financial information. In RBI CRIS, what does the letter R stand for? So this is the full form of RBI CRIS. Reserve Bank Climate Risk Information System. Climate Risk Information System. So R stands for nothing but risk. Nothing but risk. What is it? Did I teach you RBI CRIS last year also? Yes, I did. Because Reserve Bank of India announced this last year that we will set up RBI CRIS. They announced it in October 2024, but finally it has been launched. RBI CRIS platform has been launched by RBI, and it will have all the climate data. All these things will be there. Why do you need all this climate data? Because now the ESG factors are becoming very important for banks, NBFCs, for companies, financial institutions, environmental, social, and governance factors. So RBI will give you transparent financial, climate-related financial data. It will give you all of that. So there are three types of data gaps in India with respect to climate. There is a physical risk, there is a transition risk, and there is a carbon emission. All of these data are missing. Physical risk is what? Any risk, climate risk, that is because of natural disaster, floods, drought, cyclone, etc. That is a physical risk. Similarly, what is transition risk? See, you have to transition. You can't use old energy. You have to use renewable energy, nuclear energy. So you have to transition from the conventional sources of energy to the new forms of energy. That is what you have to do. And if you don't do that, other countries will do that faster than you, and you are facing a transition risk. So you have to shift your policy, shift your technology, shift to the new sources of energy. And of course, you have to control carbon emission. So all of this you have to do. But for doing all this, you need data, and that will be given to you by RBI CRIS. And not every data will be free. So data, one will be standard data. Okay, everyone can use, but there will be some restricted data also. Okay, there will be some restricted data also. As per the latest OECD report, India's GDP will grow at what rate in the next financial year? That is financial year 27. What is OECD? Is India a member of OECD? No, we are not, but we want to become a member of OECD. OECD is headquartered in Paris, and it's a very big and very prestigious organization. We call it the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. So let me show you. Now let's go to India. So you can see in 2026-27, India's projection. Now this is inflation. Let's go to GDP growth rate. So let's go to India. So you can see that for 2026-27, it is 6.4%. And for the current financial year, it is 6.3. Now they are asking for the next financial year. So what is the answer? 6.4%. This is the projection by OECD, and for the current year, it is 6.3%. Now you can know about all of that, right? You can know about the G20 countries, you can know about other countries. For example, India and Indonesia, they are saying they will grow at very good rate. For example, Indonesia 4.7 and 4.8, but you can see India remains a bright spot. India will grow more than China, more than Indonesia. In fact, out of all the major economies of the world, India will grow at the fastest rate. That is what is being said by OECD. By OECD, right? And OECD was created in 1961. And how many countries are member of OECD? Any idea about it? So 38 countries are member of OECD. I mean, all the usual big countries, USA, UK, and all those big countries are members of OECD. Which country has become the president, has been elected as the president of UN Habitat's General Assembly? UN Habitat General Assembly is convened for 4 years. So for 4 years, the president will be Malaysia and UAE. So you can say co-president. Let's use the word co-president because two countries have been elected as the president together, Malaysia and UAE, and they will take over from Mexico. UN Habitat is headquartered in Nairobi. Nairobi is the capital of Kenya, and Nairobi is famous for, Kenya is famous for Masai Mara National Park. Masai Mara National Park. Is that clear? This is a very important organization. Very important organization. Also tell me one thing. Which place in Malaysia recently hosted a aerospace exhibition? So this is a place in Malaysia called Langkawi, and it was called Lima. What is Lima? Langkawi International Maritime and Aerospace Exhibition. India also participated because India does a lot of military exercises with Malaysia. Udar Shakti, Harimo Shakti, Samudra Lakshman, all of these are exercises between India and Malaysia. Malaysia truly Asia. Recently released Comprehensive Modular Survey Telecom Report by National Statistical Office says, now National Statistical Office works under the Ministry of Statistics, and it says that what percentage of women aged 15 years and above in rural area do not own a mobile phone. So 51.6% of women in the rural areas in India, they don't own a mobile phone. Now look, this is a very data intensive survey. There is no need to remember all this data. So what did they say? Well, let's talk. I mean, they divided India into different age groups. One is 15 plus simple, one is 15 to 24, one is 15 to 29. And you can see the people who have used the mobile phone at least once in the last 3 months. Now you can see people use mobile phone a lot. Almost you can see more than 90%, touching 100% somewhere. But it's not necessary that they are owning this mobile phone. Now this is the percentage of people who are owning a mobile phone. Okay. So you can see in the rural area, only 64.6 people who are above the age of 15, they own a mobile phone. And of course, this ratio is different for men and women. So again, this is a percentage of people who use internet at least once in the last 3 months. And you can see again, internet users are very high. And digital transactions, of course, they are increasing like crazy. So this is the percentage of people in the age group of 15 to 29 who are doing banking transaction and all. You can see for female, it is much less. I mean, most of the internet digital transactions in India today are done by male. I mean, it's male dominated. And these are internet and communication technology skills like sending an email, or again, females are far behind when it comes to male. So all this data was there, but I don't think at all this is important. I mean, you should have a basic idea of what's going around in India. International Crop Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropic, ICRISAT. Now, ICRISAT is a very prestigious international institute which is based in Hyderabad. It has collaborated with which organization? And it has launched ICRISAT Center of Excellence for South-South Cooperation in Agriculture. So all the developing countries which are called South countries. So South-South cooperation simply means cooperation between all the third world, or you can say developing countries. India is one of those South-South countries. So this is a ICRISAT Center for South-South Cooperation in Agriculture. It was launched. Now, in collaboration with whom? So it was launched in collaboration with Research and Information System for Developing Countries, RIS. RIS. Look, RIS is a New Delhi based autonomous institute. Okay. It is a institute that specializes in economic development, trade, investment, etc. etc. And ICRISAT is a very prestigious global institute that is dedicated to agriculture in the dry areas. So ICRISAT Center of Excellence for South-South Cooperation has been set up between ICRISAT and RIS. It's a collaboration between the two. Now at RIS, which is based in Delhi, there is a center called Dakshin, which was launched by Pradhan Mantri Modi in November 2023. So Dakshin is hosted at RIS. What is Dakshin? Dakshin means Development and Knowledge Sharing Initiative. In short, Dakshin. Now the word Dakshin is a Hindi word which means South. So it shows South-South cooperation. So it's a center which is hosted at RIS. So recently a MOU was also signed between RIS Dakshin and ICRISAT. ICRISAT and RIS Dakshin Center for again sharing agriculture technology, climate data and all these things. State Bank of India has released SBI Research Eco Rap report. As per the report, India's GDP saw a robust growth of how much in the fourth quarter of the last financial year, that is financial year 25. So according to SBI Eco Rap report, right, India's GDP grew at a very healthy 7.4% in the fourth quarter of the financial year 25. Now, what was India's growth rate? What will be India's GDP growth rate? According to them, in financial year 26 for the entire year, it will be between 6.3 to 6.5%. It will be between 6.3 to 6.5%. And again, it's a very comprehensive report, but I don't think you have to know the entire report. Not at all required. By the way, what was India's GDP growth rate according to them? Yes, it grew 7.4. That was the question. But what was India's annual growth rate according to SBI? 6.5. 6.5 in the financial year 25, which has just ended. And according to SBI, what was the growth rate in different sectors? So agriculture grew at 4.9%, industry 0.9%, services sector 3.2%, etc. etc. Delhi's Power Minister Ashish Sood has inaugurated India's first commercially approved and South Asia's largest utility-scale standalone battery energy storage system at 33 by 11 kV, which place substation in South Delhi. So this is called Kilokri. This is called Kilokri. Okay, where is Kilokri? Kilokri is in South Delhi. Kilokri is a place in South Delhi. And what is this battery energy storage system? So it can store electricity for 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the night. So it can store electricity for 4 hours. 2 hours during the day and 2 hours during the night. So if there is any power cut in Delhi, this can release energy, right? And it is based on which technology? Lithium iron phosphate technology. We call it LFP, lithium iron phosphate technology, because phosphate is P, Fe means iron, and L means lithium. Lithium iron phosphate technology. So who has developed it? It is developed by BSES Rajdhani Power Limited Company in collaboration with IndiGrid, Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. Now, Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet is an organization that is based in New York. Then there is a company Ampere Hour, which is based in Pune, and the Energy and Resources Institute, that is TERI. Who among the following has been elected as the next president of United Nations General Assembly? Brilliant question. United Nations General Assembly next president will be Annalena Baerbock. Annalena Baerbock, she is the foreign minister of Germany. In fact, she is the former foreign minister of Germany. She has been chosen. And she will be the president of 80th session of UNGA. She will replace Philemon Yang of Cameroon. Currently, it is Philemon Yang of Cameroon, but he will be replaced. In fact, she is the fifth woman overall to lead the UN General Assembly. She is a German politician. She is a German politician. During the concluding session of India's first International Agri Hackathon in Pune, Union Minister of Agriculture Shivraj Singh Chauhan announced the Clean Plant Program to provide disease-free, high-quality planting material to the farmers. Now, under this program, 3 clean plant projects will be set up in Pune, Sholapur, and which place in Maharashtra at a cost of 300 crore. Look, what do we want? We want that farmers should get disease-free plants. Okay, that is what is the Clean Plant Program. And we are setting up 3 clean plant projects in Maharashtra. So we will set it up in Nagpur for oranges. We will set it up in Pune, and we will set it up in Sholapur. And we will set it up for what? So in Sholapur, we will set it up for anar. We call it pomegranate in English, or you can say anar. In Pune for grapes. And by the way, 9 clean plant centers will be set in the entire country, out of which 3 will be in Maharashtra. In Pune for grape, Nagpur for oranges, and Sholapur for pomegranate. And some modern nurseries will also be set up. In fact, government will give you money. Government will support you for setting up nurseries. How they will support you? So if you want to set up a modern nursery, then 3 crore will be provided for large nursery and 1.5 crore will be given for medium-sized nursery. Through these nurseries, 8 crore disease-free seeds will be given to farmers every year. 8 crore disease-free seedlings will be available to the farmers every year. So 9 clean plant projects. And who is going to implement this project? It is the National Horticulture Board that works under National Horticulture Board and Indian Council of Agriculture Research, and they both work under the Ministry of Agriculture. And what else? So they are organizing a competition also, right? Pune Agri Hackathon, which was for 3 days. And they were given different themes and 8 different sectors. Participants participated in 8 different sectors. Winners got 25 lakh and second position got 15 lakh. And different teams were chosen as winner and runners up. We'll not go into too much detail in that. Another thing that he launched recently is a lab to land initiative. So on land, we have farmers. In laboratory, we have scientists. Why not join the two? That is the idea. So 16,000 agriculture scientists across India, they will directly engage with the farmers. So they will help each other. The scientists will help the farmers and farmers will give their input, all the feedback to the scientist. So 16,000 agriculture scientists will be engaging with the farmers as a part of Lab to Land initiative. Who among the following has become the president of African Development Bank? Have you heard about African Development Bank? How many countries are members of African Development Bank? Well, there are 81 countries, all are African countries of course, and the headquarters of African Development Bank is in Abidjan, which is a city of Ivory Coast. And this bank came into being in 1964, that is 61 years back. Okay, so who has become the new president? The new president will be Mr. Sidi Ould Taha, and he is a person from the African country Mauritania. Okay, he is from Mauritania. So he has become the new president, 9th president of African Development Bank. His tenure will start from 1st of September. 1st of September. Who among the following renowned naturalist, wildlife photographer and conservationist passed away, called as the Birdman of India? He passed away in Mumbai. A great scientist we have lost. Great bird watcher, Birdman of India. So his name was Sanjoy Monga. Sanjoy Monga, he lost his battle with blood cancer. Gone too soon. In fact, he founded the Mumbai bird race, which was called Wings Bird of India. And he warned about the biodiversity loss in Uran wetland in Maharashtra. He also served as a governing council member of Bombay Natural History Society. He was associated with Sanjay Gandhi National Park. I mean, overall great person. So we lost him too soon. Now, one more important person passed away recently is Saroj Ghosh. Saroj Ghosh. He was the Director General of National Council of Science Museums. Sometimes he was also known as the father of India's science museum movement. He was responsible for setting up so many science museums in India. He passed away recently. India has recently added 2 more wetlands, Hichan in Falodi in Rajasthan and Menar in Udaipur, to the Ramsar list of wetlands of international importance. With these additions, total number of Ramsar sites in India are how many? So there are 91 Ramsar sites in India. Earlier there were 89. Now 2 more have been added. And which are these 2? Khichan in Falodi and Menar in Udaipur. Both are of course in Rajasthan. Falodi and Udaipur, they are cities in Rajasthan. So this was announced on the occasion of World Environment Day, which was celebrated on 5th of June. World Environment Day. What was the theme? Putting an end to plastic pollution. Putting an end to plastic pollution. So Rajasthan earlier had 2 Ramsar sites, Sambar Lake, Keola Dev Ghana National Park, and now 2 more. So now Rajasthan has 4 Ramsar sites. Now let me tell you a little bit about these 2 places. Menar, okay, Menar, right, and Khichan. These are the 2 places I told you. So Menar is sometimes known as Bird Village, and thousands of birds come here. Which bird? Well, the most important bird that comes here is called Demoiselle crane. The scientific name of this bird is Grus virgo. Grus virgo, right? That is it. And the other site is Hitchin. And if you remember, by the way, let me tell you one more thing here. Why they are called Ramsar sites? Because Ramsar is a city in Iran. So that is where this treaty was signed for protecting the wetlands. Okay, World Wetland Treaty we call it. Ramsar Convention. It is a city in Iran. And Tamil Nadu in India has maximum Ramsar sites 20. And second is UP. UP has 10 Ramsar sites. 10 Ramsar sites. And which country has the highest number of Ramsar sites in the world? It is UK. UK has 176 Ramsar sites. Mexico has 144 and India now has 3rd highest with 91. 91, right? So that is a very important question. And World Wetland Day, when do we celebrate it? 2nd of February every year. This time the official celebrations of the World Wetland Day happened where? At the Parvati Arga Ramsar site. Parvati Arga Ramsar site is in UP, is in Gonda district of UP. That is where official celebrations happened for World Wetland Day. For World Wetland Day. Moving on now. Which of the following company has signed an agreement with Norway's Kongsberg, paving the way for India to build its first ever polar research vessel indigenously? See, polar research vessel, They will go to the Arctic and the Antarctic for scientific research. Now, we will collaborate with which country for that? So we will collaborate with Norway's Kongsberg. Norway's Kongsberg, okay? And who will manufacture it in India? Garden Rich Shipbuilder and Engineer. This is a shipyard that is based in Kolkata. This is a MOU between two big companies, India's Garden Rich Shipbuilder, which works under the Ministry of Defense, and Norway's company called Kongsberg. Kongsberg. And who will use it? So it will be used by NCPOR, National Center for Polar and Oceanic Research, which is located in Goa, and it works under the Ministry of Earth Sciences. Ministry of Earth Sciences. So Garden Rich Shipbuilder and Engineer has said that it is going to build it, the first ever polar research vessel in Kolkata itself. Another very important shipyard of India is the Mazago Dock Shipbuilder, which is based in Mumbai. Now recently Mazago Dock Shipbuilder was in news because it has acquired 51% stake in the Colombo Dockyard. Colombo Dockyard is in Colombo in Sri Lanka. So this is the first ever overseas acquisition of Mazago Dock Shipbuilder. And Mazago Dock Shipbuilder also has commissioned 3 ships recently: INS Nilgiri under Project 17A, INS Surat under Project 15B, and there is a submarine called Wagshir. This is a part of Project 75. Project 75. Make sense? So all of these shipyards that are in news, you should definitely know about them. And also, Indian Ministry of Culture, they have recently created a ship using the traditional Tankai method in collaboration with the Indian Navy, and the name they have given to it is INSV Kaundinya. INSV Kaundinya. Okay, INSV Kaundinya. Raja Khas is said to become the first solar model village of which state? Raja Khas, where is it? It is located in Himachal Pradesh. Himachal Pradesh, where is it? So it is located, it is a village in the Indora block, and the district is Kangra. This is Himachal Pradesh's first solar model village. Very, very energy efficient. So all the public places in this village, like the community hall, panchayat office, schools, hospitals, healthcare center, Anganwadi center, they are all powered by solar energy. So Raja Khas was selected out of many villages, and it has been declared as a model village. Now other villages in Himachal will try to emulate what Raja Khas has achieved. And let me also tell you here something, that there is a Spiti Valley, very, very cold place in Himachal, Spiti Valley, right? So in Spiti Valley, Himachal Pradesh government has notified a new conservation reserve. Its name will be Sarap Chu Conservation Reserve. It has been declared as a conservation reserve under the Section 36A(1) of the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. 1972. This is the 5th conservation reserve of Himachal. Conservation reserve is basically a protected area declared by the government of India on the land that is owned by the government to enhance wildlife protection and biodiversity conservation. Biodiversity conservation. Sarap Chu area is famous for snow leopard. Snow leopard is also known as ghost of the mountains. And it is very near to the Kibber Wildlife Sanctuary in Himachal. The Sarap Chu Conservation Reserve is very near to Kibber Wildlife Sanctuary. Also Himachal Pradesh government, you know that they started a portal called Him Parivar. Him Parivar is a e-governance portal. It has a lot of facilities like family registry, beneficiary management system. I mean, basically, if you are a citizen of Himachal and if you are getting benefited by any government scheme, then your record is maintained on Him Parivar, right? Now, under Him Parivar, they have recently launched e-Kalyan portal. So e-Kalyan is a part of Him Parivar, and this is for giving pension to the, the e-Kalyan portal is basically for giving pension benefits to the eligible people. Ministry of Coal, they have launched C-Care version 2 to streamline the Provident Fund or pension disbursement. This portal is developed and designed by which organization? So it is called CDAC, Center for Development of Advanced Computing. It works under the Ministry of Electronics and IT, and CDAC is headquartered in Pune. Most of the supercomputers of India are built by CDAC. So C-Care is a portal of whom? So C-Care is a portal of Coal Mines Provident Fund Organization, which works under the Ministry of Coal. It is an autonomous organization. It was set up in 1948 for administering provident fund and pension scheme for the purpose of providing social security to the coal sector workers. And this Coal Mines Provident Fund Organization is headquartered in Dhanbad, which is in Jharkhand. So C-Care version 2 is more secure. It has more facilities compared to the older version. And all the benefits are disbursed. The provident fund money, pension, all are given into your bank account by direct benefit transfer. And direct benefit transfer has been designed by CDAC and State Bank of India for C-Cares. Now using C-Care, version 2, any coal worker who is working in any coal mine can view his own profile, employment profile. He can track the pension claim, raise grievances, and check his updated provident fund balance as well. All of these facilities are given to the person. Also, don't forget, there is Naveli Lignite Corporation India Limited, NLCIL, which is a company that again works under the Ministry of Coal. And recently they have launched their mascot, which is called Neon, which is a lion. And Naveli Lignite Corporation is headquartered in Naveli in Tamil Nadu, and it specializes into lignite coal mining. It is, by the way, a Navratan company. Okay, NLCIL is a Navratan company. As per recently released report called From Risk to Resilience, helping people and firms adapt in South Asia, nearly 1.8 billion people in South Asia will face extreme heat risk by 2030. So which of the following organization has released this report? This is released by the World Bank. You can see it is released by the World Bank Group. So let me tell you all the things. So the temperature projections show that by 2030, 89% of South Asia's population will face extreme heat risk. What is South Asia? So in South Asia, we have the SAARC countries, India, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, all of these are South Asian countries. Even Southeast Asia is a part of South Asia only. Like ASEAN countries, you can include in South Asia in a broader sense. So in 2021, an average of 6 hours a day were too hot to safely work outside in countries like Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. This is expected to rise to 7 or 8 hours a day by 2050. So in 2021, you could not work for at least 6 hours a day because it was too hot. Now it will increase to 7 or 8 hours by 2050. Then extreme weather events are increasing, right? You can expect more than 75%. People can expect more than 75% households and firms, they can expect in the next decade extreme weather events. And heat waves and all these things are increasing. That is what has been said in this report. Tata Steel Special Economic Zone's Gopalpur Industrial Park has joined the World Economic Forum's Transitioning Industrial Clusters Initiative. This industrial park is associated with which state? So it's a very important question. This industrial park is located in Odisha. There is Gopalpur in Odisha, and Tata Steel Special Economic Zone, they have Gopalpur Industrial Park. It has joined Transitioning Industrial Clusters Initiative. First of all, what is this Transitioning Industrial Clusters Initiative? This initiative was launched during COP26 Climate Summit. COP26. And COP26 happened when? COP26 Summit happened, it was very significant, COP26, and it was a success. COP26 was in Glasgow and it was a success. Glasgow is in Scotland. So it was in 2021, and there were other stakeholders also, like there was a American NGO called Electric Power Research Institute and Accenture, but main is World Economic Forum. Now it comprises now 33 clusters in 16 countries and 5 continents. So basically these are those companies which have pledged to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. So this is called Transitioning Industrial Clusters Initiative. And if you become a part of it, it shows that you are very serious about reducing your carbon footprint. Now Tata Steel Special Economic Zone Gopalpur Industrial Park has committed it will reduce its carbon emission. And this is located in Ganjam district of Odisha. This GIP or Gopalpur Industrial Park. Now, Gopalpur Industrial Park is emerging as a hub for green hydrogen or green ammonia and green energy equipment manufacturing, right? So very, very important. And recently 13 new industrial clusters from Australia, Brazil, Colombia, India, etc. They became a part of transitioning industrial clusters initiative. So total number is now 33 clusters in 16 countries. 33 clusters in 16 countries. Now I told you that 13 new industrial clusters, they have been added now in 2025. Out of these 13, is Gopalpur the only one from India which is in Odisha to become a part of transitioning industrial cluster initiative? No. So from India there are others also. For example, there is Kakinada cluster in Andhra Pradesh, which is becoming a hub for green hydrogen, green ammonia manufacturing. There is Kerala Green Hydrogen Valley. Kerala Green Hydrogen Valley. There is the Mundra cluster from Gujarat, and there is the Mumbai Green Hydrogen cluster. So there are actually 5. I repeat, Gopalpur Industrial Park in Odisha, Kerala Green Hydrogen Valley, Kakinada cluster in Andhra, then Mundra cluster in Gujarat, and finally Mumbai Green Hydrogen cluster. All of these have joined Transitioning Industrial Clusters initiative. Very, very important question. Elon Musk has introduced what? It is a revamped direct messaging interface within the X app, aiming to transform how users communicate on the platform. So Elon Musk, the answer is XChat. It's a direct messaging app. For example, Facebook. Facebook is a social media, but it also has Facebook Messenger. So now he has launched XChat. With your connections on Twitter or X, you will be able to communicate with the people using XChat. XChat. And all the conversations will be encrypted. Your privacy will be given lot of weightage. Okay, so to enhance the privacy, all the communication will be encrypted. Which state or union territory has launched air pollution mitigation plan called Shuddh Hawa Sabka Adhikar Pradushan Par Zordar Prahar, which means Shuddh Hawa means clean air, Sabka Adhikar means everyone's right. So clean air is everyone's right. Pradushan Par Zordar Prahar, which means we will attack the pollution. We will attack the air pollution in a very intense manner. So which state has launched this campaign? It has been launched by Delhi government. Delhi CM Rekha Gupta. You can see Rekha Gupta here. Shuddh Hawa Sabka Adhikar. The idea is to target pollution from dust, vehicles and landfills. And Delhi government is also trying to have artificial rain in collaboration with IIT Kanpur through the cloud seeding. Artificial rain. All of these things they are trying to do. And by the way, recently Delhi Legislative Assembly became the first legislative assembly in India to be fully powered by solar energy. So that was the video for LIC AAO exam, non-stop current affairs marathon. I hope you liked and enjoyed the video. If you did, give me a thumbs up. And I have a course for the same, LIC AAO course 2025. Just 2 months are remaining, so make the best decision and may you enjoy and have a great life. Thank you so much.